I think every single person on this planet needs to be educated and re-educated about climate change. We are dedicated as the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change to embrace this education issue.
We can look into the eyes of our children, our grandchildren, and we can finally say, tell them that we have joined hands to bequeath a more habitable world.
L'accord de Paris pour le climat est accepté.
State Congress voted to ban abortion. Cultural universe located.
Global temperatures rise.
The effects on social media on Generation Z.
To avoid catastrophe, rising sea levels, and dying coral reefs, the epicenter of a global pandemic.
No exception for rape or incest.
So, hello viewers from around the world and welcome to this first of the We Don't Have Time live broadcast here in Brazil from the UN Climate Conference here in Belém in Brazil, as mentioned. In collaboration with our many partners, we'll be broadcasting every day from our studios here in the diplomatic zone, the so-called blue zone, and bringing you the in-depth discussions with leading experts, updates on the negotiations, and of course tons and tons of great guests, many people doing really interesting things to try and bend the curve on climate change.
But these broadcasts are only part of our coverage. If you go to wedon'thavetime.org, you can see the one-on-one interviews, you can see our live blog, the posts from our previous broadcasts, and also, of course, the program of the entire broadcast series we're doing here in Belém. This COP is branded the Forest COP, but also the Big COP. And the reason it's called the Big COP is because it's been 10 years since the Paris Agreement. And at the Paris Agreement, the global community, the countries decided to keep global warming well below 2 degrees related to pre-industrial conditions and aiming to keep it below 1.5. And Nick, you were there. You were at that time Director of Communications for UNFCCC. So what was it like?
It was like walking on air when the Paris Agreement was actually agreed by all the nations. I mean, you have to know that here was a clear commitment by all nations to actually work together in different ways and in different speeds on solving the climate change problem. And it had been a very tortuous road to get there, right? So, when sometimes people talk about the Paris Agreement, oh, that happened 10 years ago, it was really great. I often say, yeah, it was really great. And it can happen again. So why not here in Belém?
Well, thank you, Nick. And this year, one of the other reasons it's called the Big COP is, of course, that the countries are supposed to deliver their NDCs, the National Determined Contributions. Worryingly so, not all countries by far have yet delivered their NDCs, and we'll get to see if they will be delivering them during these 2 weeks. Another big question is of course if Brazil will be able to raise the bar towards the $1.3 trillion for vulnerable nations. So we will be talking about these topics with scientists, with the politicians, with representatives from the NGOs. And we also this year have a fantastic partnership with the Planetary Science Pavilion. This is the first time there is actually UNFCCC mandated Science Pavilion here at the COP, which is really exciting. So, we will also invite guests to our Stockholm studio. And with that said, I'd like to go over to my colleague David Olson in Stockholm. So, hello, David. How are you today?
I'm feeling extremely excited, Katarina, about getting this off the ground. This 9 days of live broadcasting from COP30 and Stockholm.
So, what can we expect from the Stockholm studio, David?
We can expect we can expect to actually view the Stockholm studio as an extension of the studio in Belém, and that is what is so cool. When you all guys left the office for Brazil, it went awfully quiet, but then suddenly you started getting your stuff up in the diplomatic zone in Belém, and we connected to that, and suddenly I saw my colleagues on the screen behind me, and that really spoke to the fact that this Stockholm studio is an extension of the Belém studio, which means that we will welcome guests here throughout the 2 weeks to engage and participate in the conversations. And in particular, the second week, we'll be hosting no less than 3 major events with the live audience. The first one being on Monday on circularity with business leaders in circularity, for instance, Icebug and Polarn och Pyret. And then on Tuesday, we will welcome the likes of LinkedIn and the TCO, which is a Swedish union for professionals, to discuss upskilling the workforce for the transition. We'll also, on Tuesday, hand out the Green Hush Award in collaboration with the Green Hush Award. Last year it went to Zoom and online conferencing platforms. And that's going to be really exciting to see who gets the award this time. It's about solutions that are not talked about too much. And then lastly, on Thursday, we'll also be hosting here a session on protecting democracy and science in turbulent times. And throughout these weeks, we'll be hosting people both here and in Belém. So people will come to Belém in the studio, but also to Stockholm, and being on Zoom to host those conversations. And might I just add that I think this is very true to the spirit of We Don't Have Time to be able to create these extensions of what's actually quite secluded area in COP30, the Blue Zone. But we are democratizing it and creating this additional space. Now, if there's any rich trust out there or who would like to sponsor more studios around the world to open up the COP negotiations, you'll know where to find me if you send an email to contact@wedon'thavetime.org.
Well, thank you very much indeed, David, for that intervention. So, Nick, what can the viewers expect from the studio here in Berlin?
Yeah, so in a few minutes we're going to invite some amazing guests onto our stage here, and that'll be a kind of preview into, a sense, different perspectives on what this climate change conference in Belém is about and what we might hope for at the end. Yeah, it's going to be a hands-on thing, this. Many of the topics are going to be familiar that we're going to discuss in the days ahead, but we're also going to be looking at some very new ideas and some interesting topics which have entered into this space. And for the first time this year, we actually will be dealing with the topic of disinformation. There's actually the United Nations and the Brazilian COP presidency working with others now really want to see some, maybe some answers. How do we deal with this rising tide of disinformation about climate change? And of course, as you mentioned before, for the first time, the presidency has put the idea of a science pavilion and putting science at the center of the negotiations. So we're going to be talking to a lot of scientists here, and they're also kind of liking having a watch party, these scientists, because if they see the negotiations going off course, too far away from what the science says we should do, and what governments have signed up to, of course, they've signed up to all these science targets, then they're going to try and pull the negotiations back onto a more positive science track. And this kind of is a bridge, in a sense, to what we've been doing at We Don't Have Time now for many, many months this year, advocating for, something called Make Science Great Again. It's not that science isn't great, it's just that we want to make sure that it remains great. And it's a cheeky slogan, I'm sure we all know where it's aimed at. To basically aimed at those populist governments and politicians who have a kind of, cancel science culture. culture in their kind of perspective and mandate. So up next to really talk about this issue of Make Science Great Again, we've got Ingmar Rentshog. Now, he is the founder of We Don't Have Time and the CEO, but he's more than that. He's quite a talker, and he's going to illuminate a lot about this Make Science Great Again. So don't miss it.
So, this is supposed to be the COP of truth. That is what Lula, the president of Brazil, said yesterday. And I really like that, because we need the fact and the truth in order to solve the climate crisis. And I will have some truths and facts here that Lula and other leaders can't ignore. This is a graph how Brazil performing on climate, how the government here are performing. It's doing great on stopping deforestation. That curve goes down. That's very good. We need it to go down to zero. But it's financed by pumping more and more oil. In fact, 2 weeks before this meeting, the government of Brazil approved more oil drilling in the rainforest. That's not climate leadership. That's something completely else. And also very, very good that this is the first COP meeting where the presidency, the host of the COP, are working together with scientists to guide our path towards this whole meeting so that we make the right decisions. And I really hope that Brazil is not only talking about others to change, but they're also needing to apply those changes themselves. It's not up to talk, it's all about action. And the Planetary Science Pavilion that we are working with and the COP presidency also are working together with, according to the lead scientist Johan Rockström, he published yesterday what's needed to be done, and number one, get serious about phasing out fossil fuels by 2050. That's what we need to do, and approving new oil drilling before a meeting like this is maybe not the way to start doing it, but I don't care about the start, I care about the end of this meeting. So let's hope for a better end when start. Many people, they say, yeah, but we can't afford change. We can't afford the green transition because it's so expensive to go off oil. We need money. We actually need to drill more oil in order to finance our whole society. But what they don't take in consideration, I mean, of course, it's going to cost money to transform our society. We need a lot of money, we need finance, and that's one of the topics of this thing. But what they don't mention, those saying that, is that if we don't do anything, the cost will be extremely higher. So we have no choice. Either we pay small to fix the climate crisis, or we pay for the consequences, like the big hurricane in South Brazil just days ago. And according to leading insurance industry, we're risking 50% GDP loss if we change course. So we need to do this. And the positives, most people on the planet, they agree on this. They won't change. In fact, there's new studies saying that 89% of all the people in stronger climate action, they support stronger action from the government. So why are we not doing? Because there's some special interest that try to resist those changes, because they feel that they are losing if we change. They have enormous amount of power, money, and they try and have tried for many, many years to deny climate change. Get people to believe that this is a big scam, like Donald Trump said in the UN General Assembly. But this 2025, and it doesn't work. I mean, people know that the climate is changing because they can just go outside and the weather is weird and things are not normal. So those special interests, they have moved on, and now they are pushing that, yeah, we know climate changing, but we can change small, we can change slow, we can change when I'm dead. There's a lot of pioneers pushing for delay. But it doesn't stop there. The new playbook is that they are trying to cancel science itself, because it's very hard to delay change. That means that you need to delay new technology, and that's our winning strategy. So now they try to cancel science itself. And I have a short quote of the Vice President of the United States talking about what he thinks of science.
To honestly and aggressively attack the universities in this country. Ladies and gentlemen, the universities do not pursue knowledge and truth. They pursue deceit and lies, and it's time to be honest about that fact. And there is a wisdom in what Richard Nixon said. He said, and I quote, "The professors are the enemy."
Science is what's building our society. Unfortunately, this is not just work. It's happening all over that special interests are trying to stop science, stop facts. And this is an example. What you see here is the Mauna Loa Observatory on Hawaii. It has measuring carbon dioxide since the 1960s, and it's going up, 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 and up. So this is really why we know that we are pumping so much carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. It was record high this year. So what are the US administration doing about it? They try to cancel and shut down that observatory so we don't have the data. Because if we don't have the data, we don't have evidence of climate change. And it's not stopping there. Just a couple of months ago, White House sent a memo to NASA and asked them to burn up and shut down two of the most advanced carbon dioxide measuring instruments in space we have, because of the same reason. The data is dangerous for those that don't want to change. And it's not just the United States. This is spreading all over. This is Germany. One of the big parties in Germany wants to cancel and destroy all wind power. In UK, the Conservative Party wants to cancel the climate targets. In United States, there's an organization called Concerned Scientists, and we have them on the show late during COP. They calculated that only this year there have been 402 attacks to science already. So this is really serious. And why is this happening? I mean, have the leaders become crazy? No, they have not. They are just afraid of losing. For the first time this year, clean energy, renewables have gone past coal, oil, and gas, and all other energy sources. So fossil fuel are losing market share, and clean energy are winning. So those on the fossil fuel side, they are really scared, and they try to delay change. And in US, for example, 96% of all new electricity built last year were fossil free. And you have all those crazy curves. Scaling exponentially, EV, batteries, solar. It's quite hard to understand the pace of change on exponential, because first it goes very slow, you don't really see it. So I have a better way to describe it. And this is a way to describe it in time. How long did it take to install 1 gigawatt of solar power capacity each year? In 2004, it took a year. In 2010, it took a month. In 2015, it just over a week. In 2023, it took a day. And last year, it took less than an hour. This is the speed of change. And the good thing with the speed, that is also affecting the emissions. So Europe, for example, in 2023, the emissions were down 8%, and this was after the pandemic. So industries were starting and emissions were going down. In China, this year, for the first time, their emissions starting to flat out. Economy are growing, but their emissions are flattening out. So we see progress here. The problem, not enough progress, because according to science, we need to cut emission in half every decade. And we are now mid-decade, and we're kept flattening out. That's a speed that's not good enough. So we need to speed it up. And here's the thing, I'm totally convinced that this curve is absolutely possible. But we need to do one thing. We need to remove the special interests that are working against change, that are trying to slow down and stop the change. So that's what we need to address. And in order to do that, we need the people to know what's going on. And that's where we, as the world's largest media for climate action, plays a role. When we started, one thing we are proud of is that we helped Greta Thunberg's message to spread out the world. But today we don't need to help Greta Thunberg. We need to help scientists instead. So that's why I'm standing here in a cap at COP30 saying make science great again. And what we mean with it is that we want to help science by defend science wherever it's under attack. We need to tell those stories, because if we tell it before it's too late, we can stop it. The observatory in Mauna Loa is still not yet closed. Let millions of people know that that's a big risk, for example. But it's not only about defending, it's also about amplifying all the science we have. Make people see what cool things we can build with science. And lastly, those are difficult questions, like I had in the beginning. It's not always that people are doing right, doing wrong, people are bad, people are nice. They can be both, and we need to have dialogues about that. And that's why I'm so glad that this COP is a COP in a democracy where we can have those discussions freely. We don't need to agree, but let's have a dialogue about it. And if you want to help us, if you want to support this, you can donate money to our campaign, and you can go and elect or make Science Great Again cap. This is the COP version. We have other colors. You will find it on the link on the screen. And wear it proudly, because when enough people see that we own this narrative, not others, this is not against anyone, this is true science. We can't take it for granted. Science has always been great, but if it's not respected, it's not great in society. So we need to make science great where it matters at COP meetings like this. And we are now here to spread this message. And those caps are now spreading throughout COP. We will see that through those broadcast viewing. And we have a challenge that have been inspired by the bucket challenge, where people are wearing those caps, standing up for science, and they're paying it forward. And here we can see how this movement have started in Stockholm, Sweden, and we're going throughout the whole world, wherever you are, in Europe, Africa, North America, South America, Australia, Asia. We need science everywhere. Science is great. Let us protect it and support it. And if we have a video to show what I mean now.
There's so much beauty and adventure in exploring science, learning from nature, learning from science, and adapting our way of doing business and technologies and everything else today to save tomorrow. And then there's a threat against science. I would never have dreamed of it, but nowadays it's also a rebellious act to be for science, it seems like, which is weird, but important then to join the movement.
Well, from here, then we go to the one man, right?
It's a fight for how we see reality. Are we going to deny facts, science, to create, to imagine something that is not real?
There are so many places in the world right now where you can't speak up for science. So I believe that we need to listen to science, but we also need to stand up for it. As a person, as a company, and that's why I'm gonna wear this hat.
Science is full of facts, and we have to listen to the facts.
Awakens your inner Trump. Fucking get it done now. Make it great. I know it's great.
Scientific understanding underpins everything. We need to be able to manage by fact. We need to know what the problem is. We need to know what the solutions are. And without scientific understanding, we have nothing.
Why it's a good idea? Because science is truth. It's that simple.
Provocation. If you love nature and snow and want the glaciers to thrive, so make science great again, believe in science, support science.
I want to put out the reminder of keeping science alive, particularly the climate change related topics. Make science great again.
Thrilled. Some really top experts with us here. This opening show live from Belém in Brazil at COP30. They're going to help us maybe explore a little bit some of the issues on the table at this climate conference here in Brazil. I have the pleasure of introducing Sandrine Dixon de Clèves, who is probably no stranger to our audiences. She's now executive chair for all and honorary president of Club of Rome. That sounds quite special as honorary president of Club of Rome.
I know it does.
I know. We'll have to work on that one. Then we've Claudio Angelo. He's head of international policy, Observatório do Clima, here in Brazil. It's like 130 NGOs, I think, in
162.
Oh my God, grown since last look. It's incredible. Okay, and we've got Isabel Bruce. She's global head of campaign Purpose, and we'll come to what is when we turn to Isabel. Great to have you here. And we've got Daniele Chierati, and she's a senior. It's the senior environmental journalist, not just one of them. You haven't got 50, have you, at Valor Economic? She's the senior environmental journalist with Brazil's financial daily, Valor Econômico. And for those of you that don't know Brazil, this is like the Financial Times of Brazil. And we have Ingmar Rentgen joining us, CEO and founder of We Don't Have Time. And by the magic of Zoom, all the way from London. It doesn't look like you're in London, by the way, Richard. It looks like you could even be in Brazil, or maybe Kenya. It's Richard Felin. He's head of policy and engagement at Carbon Tracker. And can you hear us, Richard? Yes, okay. We're going to turn you up very shortly as well, so we can hear what you're saying. Okay, super. Let's go to Sandrine. Let's start with you, Sandrine. You're a COP veteran in some ways, having witnessed firsthand the ups and downs of these negotiations from the past. Can you maybe help us set the stage a little bit from your perspective? What is needed, in your opinion, to make a COP30 here in Brazil a real and tangible success, perhaps like Paris was 10 years ago? and a departure from the baby steps that we've had since Paris. They've been little baby steps. Everybody cheers, but when you really look at it, they're baby steps. And that's not fair on babies, by the way.
No.
Because we have to look after babies. Sandrine.
Listen, I think that, first of all, we have to remember that this is not the same COP as the Paris COP. Yes, we are a decade from Paris, but this is the implementation COP. So there is a great deal of focus on what implementation actually means. And there has been a lot of work in Rio and in Sao Paulo before coming here. So I just want to say that in Rio, there were more than 100 mayors that came together, and there are many local authorities that have come here to try to bring together actually the local action agenda that will feed into COP30. So I think that is already a success.
Yeah.
And then there was the Finance and Innovation Summit that was held in Sao Paulo last week. So we're coming into this COP with a great deal of commitments already. I think then the other key point here that will make it a success is to make sure that countries come together behind finance commitments. For example, the Baku to Belém roadmap, which is looking at really bringing forward 1.3 trillion into both adaptation and mitigation, and continuing the commitment of the 100 billion. In addition to that, this is really being labeled the COP of truth. And
as COP of truth.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So it's the implementation COP, but Lula has also called it the COP of truth, which is to ensure that we stand by science. It is the first time that we actually have a science pavilion ever, and I'm working and collaborating with the Science Pavilion. It is the first time that we've actually called for chairs of the countries to be science chairs, to bring forward evidence-based decision-making. I know that at the pre-COP, there has also been many presentations given by top climatologists. So we're coming into this COP with a more of an anchoring on evidence-based decision-making, which I think is fundamental.
Okay.
Also linked to that is a focus on transparency. It is very windy from the fans
it's very windy.
here.
If people think it's blowing here,
no,
it's really blowing.
It's actually
right?
very warm, and that's why we've got the fans going crazy. It's a transparency and an anti-disinformation COP.
Yeah.
And I think that, some people may say, well, hold on, that's not a target. But in this day, when we were getting slammed from so many countries, including one that has decided not to come to COP, the United States, it is fundamental that countries are standing behind the climate science and indicating that their decisions will be linked to the climate science. Last point, it is also the adaptation COP. When we see a typhoon in Philippines and we see the amount of destruction that we have seen just this year from weather impacts, we know that this has to be a COP that starts to look at debt swaps, that starts to look at different types of financial instruments that enable us to adapt to the impact of climate change.
Okay, that's good. Let's we've got a little chat afterwards. So, Danny, can I call you Danny?
Yes, please.
Okay. Danny, you're a senior environmental journalist. You've been covering COPs for a long time. You're in Brazil. You're working on Brazil. I know you have a global perspective as well, but you're in Brazil. What is the kind of atmosphere in this country right now on this COP? What are politics saying? I mean, these are big questions, but is there a sense of pride that we're having the COP? Do people care? Do people think it's important? What's your feeling about this? Business, what does business think, maybe?
Well, this is a huge country, so it's difficult to say what people really think about the COP. I think that many Brazilians just don't know what is up. And we had this big discussion to have this COP in Belém. And at the end, we have a lot of problems. But I've heard somebody who told me that it was good to have a COP like that with all the problems in Belém to see what the system produces in a city like this one. So this is a city of a developing country with a lot of inequality. So Rio and Sao Paulo have other realities that this city here. And at the same time, it's the cup of the truth. I'm trying to write about the chaotic moment that we are living, and also the discussions that we have in our country, and also the contradictions that everybody has. And in Brazil, they are very clear. So we have this wonderful forest, we have the wonderful biodiversity, we have a lot of renewable energy, but still we are discussing to drill oil in
the Amazon river system,
yes, in the sea, yes.
Yeah.
And the discussion is a little bit of but the world developed in this way, and how you can avoid the forest to value more when the forest is in the floor than when she stands. So these kind of things, I think.
Keep your microphone just very nice to your mouth, Danny.
Okay. These kind of things are the discussions that I think we have to bring. And from the perspective of the global south, we have to do all at the same time. So to develop, to adapt, to mitigate, it's a bit a lot. And
you told me yesterday in a conversation, which was really interesting, that Brazil is such a big country. It's a bit like living in the rich world and living in the developing world. In other words, there are parts of Brazil where they probably think, why are we going for oil? That's crazy, we don't need it. But there are poorer parts of Brazil where people say, oh, we need to go for oil because everybody else goes for oil, so what about us? We're poor, right? So it's like a mirror image of the world. Just one second. Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Is exactly this thing. We are discussing inside of our country, or we have this contradiction inside of our country of the richest part of the country. They developed in the old way. Yes, with cars, with oil, with streets, cutting a lot of our other biomas, and now here. Other we find a way of a new development, and this is something that Brazil is also looking for. The TFF, we can, it's a way, and we have to develop this region, maybe looking more to the rivers and not to the roads. And you understand? So
different way of development. Yes.
A very different way of development, and this is really challenging because. It's a challenge for the world.
Hold that idea there. Let's go to Claudio. You represent, as we said, well, now it's 160 plus NGOs. Are there any more left? I mean, have you got all of them now, or?
We're working on that.
And here in Brazil, is there a common view can you unite the NGO civil society movement in a common bunch of asks from this government for COP30? Is that possible?
It is possible. We obviously couldn't boil it down to one ask.
Yeah.
So there's a bunch of things we want from this COP. One of them, of course, is the implementation of two commitments we, meaning the countries, made in Dubai 2 years ago. One of them is to make a just, order, and equitable transition away from fossil fuels and energy systems. And the other is to reverse deforestation by 2030. Countries signed up to that in Dubai 2 years ago and had buyer's remorse right afterwards. And no one ever wanted to discuss those issues again. We didn't talk them in Baku as if fossil fuels were not the cause of climate change, as if deforestation wasn't the cause of climate change. And now we need to implement those two things, because just to, say we will transition and do nothing about it is as good as me saying, hey, Nick, I will stop drinking. Yeah, awesome. And you find me in the bar 2 days afterwards, and you ask me...
I have enough cigarette. I have given cigarettes.
Where are you going to quit? I never told you when I was going to quit. So we need a timeline.
Yeah.
And no country, except for Brazil and the UK, in their NDCs, the targets they set last year, this year, no one said what we're going to do about fossil fuels. Brazil said we need a calendar, and the UK something like, oh, we're going to stop pension. And all other countries, we said, yes, we will transition at that point. So we need no plan. We need a process coming out of Belém to get us to a plan. This is one big ask, two big asks. Of course, this is the adaptation COP, as Sandrine also said. And we need to see a package of adaptation come out of Belém. It's a mandated item. We have the global goal on adaptation. The negotiation must end next week. And finance for adaptation will be also key. And there is the whole transition package. Many NGOs around the world, including in our work, want us to leave Belém with a mechanism to coordinate international efforts on just transition. And of course, underlying the whole package of Belém is the issue of finance. And will be the key enabler of anything we do here, we get out of here.
Can I ask one other question, right? Which is just briefly, and we'll come back to it in a minute, but just briefly. What do you think was going through Lula's head when on one side he was like a hero stopping massive deforestation in Brazil under Bolsonaro, and then he turns around just before his own COP and gives the go-ahead on the drilling in Amazon? I mean, it's like, okay, we get it, but it's at the same time, he thinks science is important. And we know the science, the International Energy Agency and lots of other people say that actually it was about 2022, the science said you can't need more new oil or Paris is screwed, right? So what went through his head, Claudia? And we'll come back on this. Dan might want to answer that afterwards.
We could talk about this forever, but we don't have time.
No, that's right.
So I think it's a part of it is politics. Part of it is a true belief by the president that, and you have to remember, Lula is a trade union leader, and from a very different time.
Yeah.
So he's convinced that there are good jobs on oil and gas, and there is development to be gained.
We're going to come back to this, Sandrine. I want to Isabel first, and Ingmar, we've got some time. We've got like 23 minutes. So I'm managing this in a very, very good way to all back around some of these topics. Isabel, this is very interesting, this COP, but we touched on it earlier. You're with Purpose, and it's a very creative organization. You're a publicly focused storytelling,
movement building.
Yeah, okay, that's great. And when you found it, who founded it? Sorry,
Jeremy Hymans is our founder. He comes from an activist background. He founded it in New York about 15 years ago.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, very creative indeed. And you've teamed up with the UN and the COP30 presidency to deal with climate disinformation. And I suppose the first question is, why do we need this campaign? And I think I know the answer, but tell us in your own words, why do we need right now, at this moment, a campaign on something that has been accompanying the climate story for a long time? What's special now?
Well, I think, it leads back to the COP of Truth question. And one of the things that the Brazilian government has actually launched this year for the first time is the Global Hub for Information Integrity and Climate Change Communications, which is a mouthful. But they have information integrity on the agenda for the very first time.
Right.
And that's in recognition of the fact that there is a vast amount of disinformation in the ecosystem, widely funded by fossil fuel actors. And at the moment, we are losing that critical volume race. We have a lot of initiatives of people trying to get good information, scientific information, making science great again out into the ecosystem. But right now, I think what's happening is there's a bit of a disconnect. So obviously, as we've sort of touched on here, there's a lot of things happening at this very high multilateral level, and it's very hard to get the general population to trust that things are going to happen, to really understand what things need to happen, like what the solutions really are, and then also to demand action. And I think that in order to get to that point where people are really able to demand that critical action from their local decision makers, from their federal decision makers, we need better literacy across the populations in all countries around the world. And I think that one of the things that we do is we use trusted messengers. So how do we bring different people into the conversation to talk about scientific accuracy, but in a way that people are able to receive it? How do we engage with something like COP? We have 24, 25 trusted messengers on the ground at this COP right now, trying to have conversations and report on things to their audiences that may not have any understanding or interaction with something like a COP at all. So I think it's really critically important that we get this right. Because yes, it's great that we can have these conversations at a multilateral level within the sector, within business, within finance critically as well. But we need the population to make it undeniable for countries to move away from fossil fuels because it's simply too unpopular for capitalism.
Yeah. And you've got 10 TikTokers here.
25.
It's like Claudio with his NGOs. He started off with 130, now he's got 160. So you've got like double now the TikTokers you had before you arrived. And they're all working to deal with this question of disinformation through the lens of TikTok, right? Okay, how do you make sure that they spot disinformation themselves?
Well, so here's something quite interesting. In the first year that we launched the campaign, we're in our third year. It's called Verified for Climate, by the way, the campaign, as mentioned. Verified for Climate. And it's in collaboration with the UN Department for Global Communications. We took the fight around misinformation very directly. So what we did was we had our messengers basically train people on TikTok to be able to see disinformation and report it to the platform. And we saw enormous uptake from the platform in terms of the volume of people. It went month to 100% month, the volume of reporting mis and disinformation on the platform. But what we realized was that wasn't lifting people's perceptions, which is what we're really trying to do. What really works actually is developing new narratives. So rather than trying to debunk or demystify or even pre-bunk, we need to find compelling narratives of our own that people really believe in and get behind.
Right.
Narratives that are solutions focused, narratives that actually acknowledge people's livelihoods and lives and how being impacted by change weather, but also by the financial implications. And also we need to find narratives that give people something to do. I don't know if anyone's heard of the 89% project.
Yes.
So it acknowledges that most people actually think, like overwhelming majority of people actually think that they believe in solutions, but don't think that their neighbor does. They don't think the person
their next door neighbor, yeah. Hold that thought for a second. But just to say, before we move on, Richard in London, the TikTokers are they're not white men from Britain,
Absolutely
right?
not.
No. They are white men from Britain. That'd be terrible, wouldn't it? If all the TikTokers were like that, eh, Danny? Indonesia, they're from Brazil,
Yeah, majority Brazilian. At COP, we have from Indigenous, Browns, local communities from Indonesia and the UK. So yeah, it's a diverse group.
All right, let's just say that, by the way, Ingmar, you're going to be the last guest because I did first. So talking about white men like myself, Richard, we're allowed to still be on the show. So Richard's with Carbon Tracker. And Carbon Tracker is partnered with the Institute of Actuaries in London and Exeter University in the UK to assess the likely cost to the global economy if climate change isn't addressed. And I think we want to remind the audience out there just what is at risk if we don't deal with climate change for everybody. And so can you do that, Richard, with some headline numbers, please? Okay, I can't actually hear Richard right now. Is that because we have organized it that way, or is that because... Richard, the audience can hear you, but we can't. But that's okay, so you just carry on. It's all right.
Okay.
I know the numbers anyway, Richard. They're fantastic.
Well, you do. Well, I'll say hello to the audience then, Nick. And as you say, we do work closely with the Institute of Actuaries and the academic experts, the client and scientists at Exeter University. It's now feedbacking on me.
Everything's good, Richard. You just carry on, mate.
Okay, I'll carry on. Oh. And yes, we focus on the impacts of climate risk on financial stability. And what you're referring to, Nick, is a report called Planetary Solvency that the Institute of Actuaries and Exeter published at the start of the year about how the global economy could face 50% loss in GDP gross domestic product between 2070 and 2090 from the catastrophic shocks of climate change unless immediate action is taken by political leaders to decarbonize, to accelerate and to restore nature. Now, I think on that headline number, Nick, that might sound like hyperbole, and that is a worst case scenario. But the point I wanted to make about that report, and this is why government should be taking these warnings seriously, is that the actuaries and extra are risk management experts who looked at the science, and they estimated the impacts if global warming were to reach 3 degrees C by 2050, that these impacts, and putting aside what I just said to you about the economic impacts, but the other impacts, they're quite unthinkable in terms of mass mortality, mass human displacement, conflict, state failures, and extinction events. So an extremely serious report that we think the actuaries and experts that government should be taking seriously.
Greenpeace or actuaries are the people that really look at the risk assessment, right, in great detail. These are professional people that we don't normally hear from, and they're saying worst case scenario 50% GDP loss by mid-century.
That's right, and I think if I got your question, Nick, I mean, actuaries, what are they for the Greenpeaces of this world and so on? They're risk management experts. That's what they are. They rely on data, mathematics, financial theory to analyze risk for businesses and for governments. And key point about the actuaries is that they work at the heart of the financial system. So they work for insurance companies, pension funds, investment banks, and so on. So they're serious people. They're working with governments, policymakers, decision makers in government on climate. And the point that we would underline here is that because of that, government should be taking this seriously, particularly if they are looking at the impacts of climate change and climate risk on financial stability.
Ingmar, you've listened to some of our guests right now. What are your thoughts about what you've heard?
One thought is that it's that the audience watching this, they don't know that it's 80 decibel in here from the fan of the air condition.
There's 80
so that's it's a challenge to hear everything. But I know, I've read the report and I know exactly everything in it. And my background is from finance industry, and for me it's very bizarre that the industry that is so good at calculating risk doesn't get the climate risk. It's bizarre. Yeah. And I think it has to do with one thing. And I think, Nick, you said it, but you said it backwards. So I'm actually thinking the opposite.
Backwards. Okay, good.
You said that Brazil is a very, very big country. That's true. And you said that you have rich people and you have poor people, and it's both a developing country and like a very well-developed country.
Of the world, yeah.
Yes. And I see it like this. It's not the poor people that is against oil. It's the rich people. If you look at other countries, who is resisting, who is spending more to dig more oil? It's Norway, one of the richest countries on the earth. It's United States. It's Saudi Arabia. It's not Colombia. That's a poor country. They will have a conference about phasing out fossil fuel. So the problem is, the ones that are making a lot of money from oil, those are resisting change, and it has been extremely easy to get rich of oil, so we need to address that. It's the rich, some, not all rich, I mean there's a lot of rich people doing the right thing, but if you have a lot of money, it's kind of high probability that some of that money comes from the oil, and that's the big problem. And it's also another problem that is connecting with what you said, and that's disinformation and it's communication. We try our utmost to get out there, but there's really no money in climate communication. That knows everyone in this space. But it's a lot of money in the opposite, like Bill Gates. He published a letter before this COP meeting saying that climate is just one of 100 problems. Let's focus on all the others and maybe some climate. It's not an urgency. And do you know what? He is a DSMOG article that revealed that Bill Gates have paid $3.5 million dollar to Bjorn Lombard, pushing.
It's been around. Yeah.
So you
he
see,
looks about 12 years old, but he's about 80, I think, or something. And,
I mean, you see the money flow. It's easy to get money if you're against climate. In Sweden, there's a newspaper called Affärsvärlden. It's a much smaller newspaper than you're running. And they're getting $1 million per year to be critical against the green transition. I mean, that's absurd. They're open with it.
Okay.
So I just want to say a
tie this together.
finish line here.
We've got 11 minutes left.
Finish line. Sorry for taking the time. One thing that I feel is really, really scared about the future. It's not that our opinions and voice and facts are not getting through. It's that the system is rigged, and it has started with social media. I mean, the ones controlling social media control the algorithms. If you do a lot of great stuff on TikTok, if TikTok not like it, people won't see it. But I mean, that's the rule. But it's now leveling up the game. I was writing this article about Bill Gates, and I used ChatGPT, and do you know what? It didn't want to write it because I was criticizing Bill Gates. I changed AI model to Grok that is built by Elon Musk, and that model loved it because Elon Musk doesn't like Bill Gates. Do you understand the kind of crazy world we're living in, where we have big models deciding on what you are allowed to think or not? That's really dangerous.
Yeah, that's really dangerous. Okay. You wanted to make a point about something, Sandri.
I did. I wanted to build some of the points actually that Ingmar made. One of them is the systems are rigged, and actually the Club of Rome is saying that forever. We're seeing that actually this COP could be the first COP, as Danny said, demonstrate that tension between the poorest part of the population and the wealthiest. The fact that the 1% wealthiest of the world are the ones that are creating problems, and the 1% wealthiest in countries. That actually at 1.5 degrees, we will lose upwards of 3% of GDP per annum. And that at 3 degrees, we lose upwards of 17% of GDP. And we also know that we are at the first year where actually human development is going backwards. So it's interesting that this COP led by Lula, and even though I agree he is drilling at a time when he is indicating that he wants to preserve forests, he also was the G20 president. He clearly indicated at G20 that we needed to look at new indicators beyond GDP, that we needed to address growth differently. What we can get from this call is to reveal some of these very clear binary approaches that we have and try to unpack them. We talked about oil. How do we start to look at that bind? We've been working with the UNFCCC and others to see if we bring oil companies and countries together to start to really unpack what does look like. How do we keep oil in the ground? No one is having that real conversation. Is it that we have to pay them off? Is it that we have to just continue with trying to see if we tax windfall profits? Are there different types of taxation policies that we need? Those conversations, the really difficult ones, we need to have. And we need to have them here, but we need to have them elsewhere. And I think that's also what's so important about this COP. The 2 weeks before, in Rio and also in Sao Paulo, were a way of preparing for the COP in bringing together finance sector, entrepreneurs, but also local authorities. Last point, sorry to bring this up, but it's really important. We keep on hoping that nation states are going to solve this crisis. And I think one thing that we're seeing more and more, and that's the beauty of the Mutirao process, also Lula has said, put in place, it is going to be about communities. It's going to be about people standing up and saying we believe in the science. It's going to be about people voting and going and saying we don't want this government that's going to continue to drill. We cannot just count on our governments right now. There are many governments that are moving backwards, but we have to remember they're in place also because we voted them in. And so I think that this is also, as I said, COP of truth, it's also the people's COP. And we need to come back to assuming responsibility, all of us, for also making sure that our leaders are accountable and stand up for what we should be getting, which is a COP that delivers so that we can live within 1.5 to 2 degrees, because sadly we're already at 1.5.
So thank you. And there's so many questions that come to my mind, but we don't have time. But I'm looking at Danny and looking at Claudia, right? Does one of the arguments always for the whole oil drilling business was, well, these are going to become stranded assets. It takes 10 years or 15 years to develop these wells. and then they're going to be stranded assets and the country's going to lose money. Has nobody told Lula that, or is it because the world doesn't believe this? We all believe it, but are we just caught in the system?
I'm going to quote something that a German diplomat that I know heard once when he was told there was a massive coal expansion project going on in Germany, and he went to the CEO of the company and said, "Are you out of your mind? This is going to become stranded, etc." And the CEO told him, "We're counting on you to fail." So maybe those oil companies all around the world are counting on 1.5 to 2 degrees to fail. Maybe they have a 2.5 world or whatever already in their books. I don't know. Or maybe this is my non-economic and non-scientific take on some of those expansion projects going on around the world. They're doing that for increasing their market value and not just because they are counting on selling the oil.
Yeah.
But this is just a hunch.
The market value, because the share price goes up and everybody gets rich.
I think that I agree with Claudio, but I think there is a fight for the last drop of oil in the world. And I think that this place, we are seeing some principles of who has to take the lead and who has to come. I think this is a fight because Guyana, which is a very poor country, has just found oil in front of it.
Yeah.
And why they have to give up if there is another opportunity?
Yeah.
This is not what I hope. This is not what I believe. But I see this discussion in front of me. What I want to say, if I may, is that I'm covering COP since many times, and the first time. The first time was in Rio in '92. So I saw. So for Brazilians, this COP is very important. Also, it's symbolic, and to push for something, maybe for the roadmap, which will be an historical thing. But what makes me more optimist is that in the first COP in Poznan, there was only one company, one sectors of the business, and it was the finance sector, the insurance sector, because they realized that it's a matter of life for them. And now I just came from listening to a Nobel Prize, Esther Duflo, the French Nobel Prize that is in MIT, and she was bringing a new proposal, a new economical proposal to the world to help the most vulnerable. So this,
This is a change of mind.
This is
a change of
more people
mindset.
thinking about it.
Yeah.
And there are 3,000 indigenous people here, and there are many young people that are pointing to my generation and saying, you have to do something.
Yeah.
So this put me some.
So maybe there's another angle to this as well, which is about why is there so much different information right now? And you've mentioned this before, and so have I. Isn't it because we're winning? Isn't it because we're winning?
Yeah, it's all in some ways it's it's like the death throes of the fossil fuel industry, right? Because they know that it's a losing battle and they're clinging on with every sort of shred of power to try and make sure that they can make as much money as they can from the sort of last bit of the industry, like the last days of Rome, right? I think
Can I just say that actually we have to remember windfall profits are 2.8 billion per day globally for fossil fuel companies, okay? And so I fully agree with Isabella, and I also agree with Danny. This is the companies are holding on to the money with their last breath for the shareholder values, exactly as was said. But the fact of the matter is we also know how we can start to transition. And now we also see that the AI revolution is driving every possible brown molecule, which is also why the United States is backing up.
Sandrine, that's good. Richard, poor old Richard in London, right? Richard, you can't even hear fight for your corner. I have to fight for you. Richard, briefly, when those numbers, 50% GDP loss, worst case scenario if we just carry on, what was the response from the markets or the financial sectors? Didn't people say we have to do something?
Well, no, it's quite shocking, Nick. I mean, they're not doing enough, basically. We've done a lot of work on this. When you've got pension funds who are saying that a 4-degree world will have only a minimal effect on their portfolio valuations, there's something going wrong there, isn't there? And 2 points I'll make briefly about this as to get financial institutions to wake up. One, the quality of the advice going to financial institutions is not good enough. It's not in line with the science, which you've all been talking about there. That has really got to improve. It often comes from financial intermediaries who are not expert in this area. And second, financial policymakers and regulators, the finance ministries and so on, they aren't taking climate risk seriously enough. The central banks, they can do so much more. Stress testing, improving fiduciary duty, the responsibility for the financial institutions here, to show that, to demonstrate they really aren't getting this in terms of the implications for financial stability.
Okay, Richard, thank you. Where is Mark Carney when you need him? Yeah. Anyway. Okay, I know. All right. But at least we're all having a good laugh right now. We might also have some fun at the COP as well as deal with the noise. Ingmar, I know you want to say something. You've got 1 minute, 4 seconds, quickly.
Very quick, I would like to express that, there's so much schizophrenic in the world. Leaders that are, pushing for deforestation, stop deforestation, also saying that we need to end fossil fuel, that Lula actually said yesterday. And they're sometimes doing the opposite, sometimes they're doing it but too slow, etc. And this is the reality. And what I want to give is the ambition to have the COP of truth. That can be a complete failure. It's a big risk, but it can also be a big success. And I believe that this COP will be a success, even if it ends with a total failure, because of this truth. We will get the truth out that even if we fail, that will have an impact. Without Copenhagen, there would not have been a Paris. But I hope for a Paris. And I want to thank the presidency for having the courage to be criticized like this in a free country, in a democracy, and I like
think one
that.
of the biggest pieces of disinformation to the average person on this planet is how much it will actually cost to actually deal with climate change.
Agreed.
In the UK, people thought it was 30% of GDP. And then when they were told it was £1.50 a week per person, that's less than a pint of beer a month, everyone said, let's do it.
And it's less than the cost of inaction. And I think that's really important. We've just come out with a report with Carlos Nobre and other scientists and economists here in Brazil to say that actually Brazil can transition very easily. So New Earth for All report, it's going to be launched actually in 2 days. And the key call is the cost of inaction is higher than the cost of action. Brazil can actually eradicate poverty, inequality, and decarbonize if it puts in place the right solutions.
Good. So we're going to have to end on that happy note where all the lambs are dancing and the petals are falling and the soft music. We've solved all the problems. Thank you very much indeed for being with us, Danny, Sandrine, Claudio, Isabel, Ingmar, and Richard in London. And hope you stay tuned in, viewers, for more exciting shows. Thank you very much indeed.
welcome everyone to this session. Welcome to the Rise of the Crocodile Economy, business leading exponential change and progress, decoupling growth and emission. And to do this, to deep dive into this subject, I have a brilliant panel, which I will introduce very soon. This will be about exponential leadership campaign that we drive together with Race to Zero and CDP. We launched a report just a few weeks ago with showing a remarkable trend. Both countries decoupling their GDP from emissions, but also many companies doing that, showing the same trend that real progress is possible. We have some pockets of the future here. We have the rising economy at some few pockets. And the curve we see look like a crocodile jaw, opening its jaws. So hence the crocodile economy. It's a new book coming up in a couple of months with all of us as authors. Anyway, we're going to explore how the data proves this movement and how we can expand that and create systems change. We're going to deep dive into real corporate cases. And to do that, we have a brilliant panel. Tim Lenton, professor at Exeter University, Anna Selzing-Klingberg, Chief Sustainability Officer at Alfa Laval, Maria Mendiluce, CEO at We Mean Business Coalition, and Johan Falk at Exponential Roadmap Initiative CEO. And I'd like to start with you, Johan. Can you please show us the insights from the report and teach us about what does it tell us? What is the crocodile economy?
Thank you. It's great to be here. And the crocodile economics is here. That is the starting point. And what does it mean? It means basically that we see a bigger trend that we can raise GDP, we can raise revenues while cutting emissions. And that basically looks like the jaws of the crocodile. See if we can get the slides to work.
Maybe a slide for, yeah. Now we're closing. Yeah.
Now we're closing, yes. So
next slide, maybe.
Next slide. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. So let's start with the countries. And we looked at both territorial emissions as well as consumption-based emissions. And we see a strong pattern. Here you can see 28 countries which basically are showing the jaws of the crocodile. Europe is a great example, but we also see it in Americas, we see it in South Africa and in a number of countries. And this is, of course, also based on the renewable energy and efficiency acceleration. That's the main reason why we actually been able to achieve this. Now, we also see that there are a number of countries coming really close, like China, reaching a point which could start to move emission downwards. So we might be close actually to the big global point of bending the curve of the emissions. So that's the countries. But what about companies? We looked at companies' Scope 1 and 2 emissions. We see a similar trend where we looked at around 30 companies of opening jaws where companies can drive up revenues while cutting emissions at the same time. But what about Scope 3 if we're talking about the complete value chain, which companies say is incredibly challenging? We actually identified a high number of companies which shows a similar type of pattern, that it is possible, it is achievable to at the same time drive up revenues and cut Scope 1 and 2 and 3 emissions. So it's not just individual signs, this is a basic trend, so it's very positive.
Very very brief. What do you think about the structural shift? Why is it important for business leaders right now and here?
The business has a is tremendously important, of course, in the transformation. And when we talk about leadership from companies, we basically expect companies to do the following things. Well, first, to decarbonize their value chain, work across their value chain to cut emissions, work with their suppliers, but also customers downstream, and we will see examples of that. The second thing is not just focus on the down curves, but actually identify which solutions you should scale up and scale up exponentially in order to gain a competitive advantage and transform your portfolio. And then apply what we call the fourth pillar, finance. Finance, make investments in your value chain, in nature, in carbon removals, in order to drive the transformation. And finally, engage in policy influencing, because without enabling policies, it will be very, very difficult. So we need a massive force of companies to engaging in policy influencing as well. So that's basically what we talk about, and that is also what our companies are implementing.
Thank you. Turning to you, Tim, your science research has been fundamental in showing how can we create systemic change on the tipping points. What does this insight tell us about where we are in the global transition, and how can we read this?
The people who argued that we have to degrow might not be wholly accurate. This is a clear evidence that economies can grow whilst reducing emissions. There's a separate debate about whether all material consumption could be reduced, but I think it's really good news, and it's signs of what I'd call a positive tipping point, that we can get into a situation where the engine of growth could actually also be the engine of shutting down greenhouse gas emissions, which we know is crucial. And it absolutely fits with the picture that essentially, as we imagine a clean green future, it has to be an electrified one, and electrifying end uses of energy is way more efficient than burning stuff, which is kind of prehistoric way of living, and increasing efficiency should generally boost productivity. So I think it all fits together in a really encouraging way, and we're not suffering what the economists, they called it Jevons paradox, which is if things got efficient we'd all just consume more, that would obliterate the benefits. No, we're seeing great report. We're seeing, it's true for nations and for companies that you can grow, you can go better and reduce emissions faster.
Very interesting. And how do you see, how can businesses apply this knowledge in the real world to transform and to accelerate their progress and outcome and the collaborations that they do?
Well, business have got the bottom line at heart. The report is kind of telling them that, seizing the opportunity of the transition to clean and green and to destroying nature, renewing nature, actually could have better revenue generation for them, in the overall budget, better prospects for them. So I think it's in their own interest to be taking that on board, and I suspect they might need to question some of the economic advice they might have been picking up from the ether that's been telling them different things.
This is a new business school teachings. See them.
Well, yeah, I occasionally drop down into my business school and help out with teaching, and maybe I should do a bit more, because I'm completely behind the thinking and the evidence that's in this study. Yeah.
We should. I'm going off track here, but I think it's an interesting topic. So going to the real business then, Anna. Yes. You've been with Alfa Laval transforming your supply chains and operations real, and have a long history of really doing this. How does it look from inside? How do you actually drive this exponential change?
Yeah, let's be very concrete then. How our growth with reducing our operational emissions, and be very specific. You actually have to it costs a lot of money and resources, and you have to know who's accountable. It's me, I'm the CSO, I'm responsible for the strategy, but it's specific because that's where money is. And then secondly, you have to invest in energy efficiency, have monitoring IoT solutions across all our main sites to continually improve, work differently. This is a new way of organizing yourself because it's going to be very many different people connecting and working together. Then thirdly, we have to source, of course, renewables. That's not always easy. So sometimes going for solar panels, working with PPAs, etc. And most importantly, face fossil fuels. And we have very concrete investment plans that have been approved by the board to the date when it should happen and it's happening. So that's why we even said we don't go for 2030 as our target for zero in operational emissions by 2027, because we can and we need to show leadership. And then continuously follow up, and I did it last week, so we are on track. So very concrete.
You had a deadline now here.
Yeah, we did, and it's working.
Yeah, very good. And looking at the key enablers, looking at collaboration, finance, technology, what is it? Can you deep dive into that a bit?
Definitely, we have to work together. We have to work together across the organization. We have to work differently and dare to work differently with finance department, our digital department, with our operations, and all different departments need to be involved. And we also need our partners, like the IoT solutions I mentioned from Schneider Electric, or that we, when we look at Scope 3 upstream, that's with suppliers of low emission metals, etc. So really, nobody can do this alone. We have to dare to be transparent and trustworthy and find the right partnerships to drive this.
Very interesting. I heard in a discussion today about the need for being just honest and transparent in order to create real innovation, real trust partnerships.
Because you really have to sit down around the table and roll up the sleeves and work together on very detailed questions. I was in an FMC First Mover Coalition meeting last week where purchasers say we need a standard to be able to know what we buy, for example, and then figuring that out together, or the agreement that we need set up across the value chain to make this happen. So we really need to get into the details.
Gritty, real knowledge, real work, very good. And rolling up the sleeves is very easy to do here where it's quite hot.
It is.
So we'll work on. Thank you so much. Over to you, Maria. How, from your position in We Mean Business, where you see a lot of corporates, but you also see governments working together, how can you see any tipping point showing up in the corporate leadership and also in the collaboration between governments and corporates? Can you mention something about that?
Yes, I will. But let me first start by the comments you made that you have a deadline to phase out fossil fuels. I'm sure you're doing it because it will make your company more competitive. So let me then, I cannot avoid this. I did my PhD 5 years of my life studying energy intensity, which is what you are reflecting in these curves.
Yeah.
And so when I did this for Spain, but it can be applicable to countries and companies. You break down those graphs into several factors that push the energy intensity, the crocodile jaw to be bigger. The first one is structural, is how much of energy intensive processes your economy or your business have. You change that, but if you're a cement company, you are a cement company and you're going to be very intensive. And how much that contributes to the overall economic growth will determine the importance of that economy. The second one is the energy efficiency, how much energy you need to produce the GDP or that revenue.
Yeah.
Okay. And the one is the carbon intensity, how much carbon it is embedded in the energy. Okay, well, electrification, which we spoke before, it's a driver of those curves because electrification will make the processes much more efficient. So heat pumps or EVs are 3 to 5 times more efficient. They need less energy to transport or to heat a house. That's why electrification is going to be a key driver. And then clean, renewable energy reduces the carbon intensity. So, you know, this is supply and everything. So if you electrify with clean energy, those jobs are going to be much bigger. But most importantly, it's going to make companies and countries more competitive. So we see more and more businesses that want to have clean electricity. And that's why in a recent survey that we did at Winning Business, 97% of business are only going to invest in clean energy in the future because it makes business sense.
Very good. Very good. And looking at, we're here at COP, and there's a lot of business leaders and nation leaders and regional leaders. What would your message be to them if they want to drive the crocodile economy?
There is a lot of noise in this COP.
Yeah, in many ways.
In many ways. But there is an noise, and one that is not helping no one. A noise that is saying that actually renewables is not good, EVs burn, and those two things that we often hear that are not based on reality, but based on someone wanting to push an agenda. There's also a lot of noise saying that business are not active or are not present at COP. Well, there's lots of business at COP, but I think what business are doing now is are implementing their commitments at home. That's what they're doing. They're doing the work. Okay, and we're seeing this all over the place. And those businesses that do not come to COP or are not in those circles, I think it's important they're not confused by noise. The noise, it's clearly one. 97% of business across the world want clean electricity. And it's important that if you're in a business that you're not in these spheres, that you understand this is where the trends are going, because it's good for business.
Thank you very much. We have some time to continue this discussion. So I want to ask you...
I just want to emphasize what you say, Maria, that it's really that we are in this because we think it's good business. It's a life opportunity. It's also really challenged, but it is an opportunity. Our purpose is to pioneer positive impact. That's why we are in business. And we think this is the only way forward term. It's going to be much more resilient. It's going to be much more economically, and that's why also our CEO and our board top management is all in this, and that's of course a really big enabler. And if that's hard if you don't have it, but
that's good. Can I ask you also, what would your advice to other companies be if you would, if they would learn from you?
I would say that it's all about numbers and talking about this, connecting the value. You have to talk the business language, because it is, as I started saying, the accountability has to lie in business to drive this. And if you can't translate sustainability, resilience into economical terms, then you're not going to get through. But if you have very concrete example, which we do have, on how much this is making your business make money, then I think it's a no-brainer. But you also have to be ready to put in time, effort, and have a really good plan to do it. And if you have that, your board and your top management will be on board.
Yes, and we are here at COP because the governments are meeting. And the message from the business community is very clear. You know, the transition is unstoppable. It makes business sense. It's good for the economy. It creates jobs. It helps us reduce our import bills as well. It helps us, when well managed, reduce the cost of energy for people.
Very good.
But let me tell you something. There is $1 trillion that are going to fossil fuel subsidies. It makes no sense. It's inefficient. It doesn't help the poorest. Furthermore, it creates further externalities in the form of air pollution that impacts millions of people around the world, to the point the OECD and other institutions have said that it is 5.5 billion of economic losses. So I think it is up time that business looks at their subsidies and realign those to create the economy of the future, which is going to be electric, which means investing in the grids, investing in storage, reducing the permitting times, you know, making it easy for people and business to access the energy of the future, which is clean electricity.
Very good.
And now we have the products with the low emission product that is needed, and we need to create the demand, and that's where those money come in hand, and also public procurements, for example, really for the collective future to be positive.
Thank you. Tim?
Yes,
it's a good...
I want to build on what you're both saying. It's so, what you're summarising is we're in this situation where damp feedbacks, like fossil fuel subsidies,
existed to maintain the status quo of a fossil fuel powered economy, and some political actors, elite caps, if you like, from fossil fuel companies are also fighting back harder to keep those balancing feedbacks to maintain the status quo. But what we're discussing is a really powerful amplifier in the system that we could, if we see the shift of capital, as you well described it, to being part of the amplifying feedback, so shift those fossil subsidies over to propelling the transition to realizing this self-propelling transition where growth is going to beget faster progress on decarbonisation, then we're in the realm of positive tipping point where the amplifiers get so strong they can become self-propelling. But none of that, that won't happen without some of us, businesses included, standing up against the people who want to maintain the fossil fuel status quo. So I was delighted to hear some of that. And I think if some businesses are committed on this, could make more strong collective public statements about it, I think that will help build confidence amongst democratic leaders who frankly are too easily influenced by misinformation and are wavering even if they're good democratic leaders.
So there was a letter that a group of business launched at the beginning of the COP, including a network of 100,000 businesses across the world that are asking exactly this, to realign incentives. We need the incentives for the future, for the clean energy, and phase out fossil fuel subsidies.
Very good. Johan.
Just to connect to, I've been listening, incredibly good discussion. Firstly, where we really passed positive tipping points is renewable energy, electrification, electrical vehicles. But I would say that we massively underestimated the opportunity of electrification. It has a massive and efficient electrification. Has a massive impact because it will also influence everything from how we work, how we do steel, how we do aluminium, how we basically transform the complete industry, but also fuels over time. Talk about moving to e-fuels. And so there is an opportunity to make that curve much, much steeper. But then we also need to push some of the other solutions over the tipping point. The material transformation, circularity, and the food and land, regen ag, and sustainable forestry. So we need a similar type of thinking, because otherwise it will be difficult to open up the jaws even more. Then maybe we have something called, which is a narrative tipping point, because I really wish within 3 years, 1, 2, 3 years, that all countries are thinking, how should we win the new economy? Not thinking about sharing of burdens, the down curves, and just making their NDCs, but actually how they should win electrical trucks, electrification, regen ag, how they should build a resilient, strong economy. And then if we can get the companies and the countries to work in tandem, then we passed that narrative tipping point, maybe, if that could be formulated.
Yeah. But it's great that you bring up the whole nature angle, Johan, because we're being spectacularly inefficient in how we feed ourselves. We're using 80% of the world's land for livestock production to give us 17% of our calories and 37% of our protein. So it's great to see this story emerging around a more efficient energy economy, but my word, we've got a great opportunity to switch to a far, far more efficient food system, and the meat lobby are stronger than the fossil fuel lobby at the moment. So again, if businesses are part of standing up to the status quo there and part of fostering that change, that'll be crucial, because it's no good just having a lot of lip service to we need to regenerate nature or be nature positive without tackling the fundamental driver, which is not all meat. It's very specifically isolated, top of the list, grazing fed beef, pasture beef consumption followed by lamb. These are wildly inefficient ways of feeding ourselves, and if you really need to eat that kind of meat protein, well, somebody will make a great business out of synthesizing it in the lab, as they already are. So let's see this efficiency growth transformation happen for the agribusiness and the whole land food system as well.
And can I just share some good news also, that we are working on that together with other companies like Tetra and many other partners.
Happy to hear, and we will conclude now with just every one of you saying a sentence or an action. How can we show leadership, or how can we inspire leadership to take action to drive the crocodile economy? Who want to go first?
There are very many positive business stories on how the transformation is bringing business value, and I would like the media to amplify those and not be looking for what is not working, but rather what is working, what can inspire others to take action on climate.
I can add then that if you have transformation at the core of your business, well then resilience, growth and competitiveness goes hand in hand, and it's good business.
Thank you.
Well, to some businesses out there, go out and grow the grid, so to speed electrifying the future, because we have a great opportunity to do that, and we could definitely be going faster in the positive tipping to clean energy and electrifying everything we can.
You focus on how incredibly attractive it is to scale up the solutions, everyone focusing on communicating the business results out of that to get it into a race to the top of upscaling solutions even faster.
Thank you so much. Brilliant conversation. Looking forward to continue. And for you out there who want to read the report and get inspired by these stories, go to exponentialroadmapinitiative.org and you find it there. And open the jaws, everyone. Yes, let's do it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
As technology becomes more and more important in the climate transition, CTOs are emerging as really critical enablers of this transition into net zero. So we're talking about AI-driven efficiency and also data transparency, of course, data transparency to digital tools, and also managing emissions and supply chain risks are key in this field. And we also talk about how technology leaders are redefining how organizations deliver on sustainability goals. So, how can CTOs accelerate their transition to net zero? We're going to talk about this in this session, and we will unveil insights from the 2025 CTO Climate Transition Insights Survey. It's therefore my pleasure to welcome on stage Beth. You're Beth Bovis, Global Lead of Sustainability at Kearney, and Ingmar Rensog, CEO and founder of We Don't Have Time. So Beth, Kearney is a global management consulting firm. Could you please tell us briefly about how you work with sustainability?
Thanks, and thank you so much for having us here. Kearney has always been focused on impact, and there's no place we need it more than in the discussions around sustainability. We really believe that we need to embed sustainability in the business as usual. This isn't something that happens on the side, it happens at the core, and that's where we focus. We focus on leveraging our expertise in industries, especially in supply chains, to think about how you can not have a sustainability strategy, but a strategy that is fundamentally sustainable.
So thank you, Beth. And We Don't Have Time and Kearney has collaborated. We have collaborated previously on a survey on this. And could you please tell us briefly about what the survey is about?
Sure. Well, we're really pleased to be partnering with We Don't Have Time. And we talked about what's missing in the conversation around sustainability, and there's some voices that are missing. Last year, we focused on the CFOs, and even after the administration change in the United States, saw that CFOs were investing more and increasing the amount of consideration of sustainability in their budgets, but maybe focusing a little bit more short-term versus long-term in what they were doing. this year, with all the talk about AI, whether it's our savior or our downfall, we wanted to bring the voice of the CTO into this conversation. And so that's what we did. And we're going to be excited to share some results here.
Thank you, Beth. And We Don't Have Time is, of course, a media climate platform. So why is We Don't Have Time involved in this survey, Ingmar?
Because, I mean, the companies are not really, if you see the driver's seat in a company, it's not, sorry to say it, it's not a sustainability officer. So it's the financial officer, and it's the CTO, the technology officer, that is doing the hands-on work. The finance are funding it, and the CTO are building the future. And if we are going to fix the future, we need to talk to the people that are funding the future and building the future. So they need to be part of the conversation, and we need to understand their needs and their perspective in order to calibrate the green transition so we get what we want. What we want is delivery.
Thank you, Ingmar. So Beth, could you please share with us the initial findings from this study?
Happy to. And the late breaking news as we have the first results of the survey, and we have over 300 CTOs globally or CIOs globally who participated in this discussion. And the first thing I would say is that, the CTOs do have some elements of sustainability on their agenda. It is not their number one thing on their agenda, but when we ask them what parts of sustainability are you focused on, number one, clear and loud, was energy management, whether that be in support of AI and data centers or in using technologies around smart buildings and smart supply chains to help reduce energy usage in their value chain. Very close second was reducing waste and decarbonizing overall. But there was quite a gap between that and the energy management for the CTOs. Now, motivation was coming from the usual old-fashioned place, regulation. For the most part, CTOs said that they were focused based on regulations. And in some sectors, we saw the emergence of B2B customers putting pressure on the CTO because they're looking to do things in their supply chains, and the CTO, it's landing on their desk. But they don't feel pressure from their boards. They're not hearing from their leadership teams that sustainability is their priority, but they do know that sustainability is part of how they're going to go after the AI priorities on there. The other thing, when we talked about CFOs being well over 90% looking at sustainability in their business case, that drops for CTOs. Only about half are fundamentally embedding the sustainability question in how they look at investments and how they look at making choices around technologies and solutions for their business. So still a bit of a gap there to what we see on the financial side of the house. And then, even with all the tech that is being deployed around decarbonization and AI, they pretty much are focused on CO2 only. There's a lot of other technologies out there, but when we ask them, how are you deploying tech? Which sustainability problems are you trying to solve? It's really the CO2 emissions that they're focused on right now. And so, do we know whether that's going to evolve as the conversation here continues to evolve? We hope so. And we're actually going to continue over the next couple of months with interviews and some additional things to try to see how this is evolving real time.
So now that you have these results, preliminary, but even so, that's a very harsh sound.
Oh, yeah.
So now that you have the results, the preliminary results, what are you going to do with them? What's the next step, Ingmar?
The next step, this is just a preliminary result, so we will gather more answers from more regions, more companies, and we will disclose that in Davos together.
Yes.
And hopefully we will have even further knowledge. It's easier to find CTOs in Davos than here.
Yeah.
So hopefully we will have more CTOs and technology people going in the conversation. But I must say that this is really critical to get the CTOs on board. And I think it's not so big surprise of how they answer, but it's an acknowledgement that regulation can really be something driving innovation. I can just give one example from our day-to-day life. We all know that how hard it was to have different chargers if you have an iPhone or a Samsung, whatever. And European Union stepped in and just said, have one standard, and so much better for us consumers. And that's a regulation that CTOs and elsewhere needed to just, okay, we fix it and it becomes better for everyone. We need small regulation for consumers, and that could be a way of get more CTOs to step up and be on board. And I think it's really important for the circularity economy, how to repair things, etc.
Indeed.
And so low-hanging fruits, I would say. So I hope those results will also be well received in commissions, in other policy making, in Brazil or other parts of the world. They can see that if they regulate smart, the CTOs will do the work.
Thank you, Ingmar. So Beth, what are your thoughts on the next steps and how this can be put to use?
Well, there are a few, and reiterating, we're going to certainly continue to look. We're going to invite CEOs into this conversation with us and with We Don't Have Time. In the responses we saw, there are some CTOs who are out at forefront, who are responding that they are leveraging and embedding sustainability in all they do. So we want to hear from some of those lighthouse stories and bring them to all of you and have them share with their peers as well, whether it be at Davos and in other forums, so that they can share what they're doing. Because these are the averages of 300, but in that 300, there are some amazing examples that we're excited to highlight going forward.
Excellent. So about AI, some look at AI as the salvation to pretty much everything, and some say it's a big threat. So from each of you's perspective, how do you look on AI and sustainability? Ingmar?
I'll say, I don't think we will solve the climate crisis by not developing. And AI is a credible tool for innovation. It speeds things up. You do research, you can gather information, you can process, and you can also help with decision making. Of course, AI itself is consuming so much power, but that can of course be a big problem because we need to consume less power, be more efficient, and the power needs to be clean. But what I see, and that was actually in these preliminary findings, almost most of the CTOs, they're focusing on energy because energy costs money. And you're very unwise if you do things in wasting energy. So I think those that now are building the big data centers for AI, the winners of the race will not be the ones that today are worth trillions of dollars, spending money like no tomorrow. That will not work in them. They need to change strategy, or they will have competitors that we do things much harder. And you have already seen this if you compare, Chinese AI is much more energy efficient compared to American, and efficiency is often is going to be the winner. So my hope for AI is it drives innovation, and it drives innovation on how to become more efficient. And it's one more thing with the AI debate that I don't really see is discussed or well understood in the climate movement. I'm not super worried about AI is going to consume up all energy, because AI now is like an arms race for AI. So people, governments and investors are throwing in so much money into this. And as long as those money are going to build clean energy, that means that we're funneling money towards building and scaling clean energy. And what's happening when you're doing that is that you get efficiency of scaling clean energy, that it's getting cheaper and cheaper, more and better. And that will lead to that clean energy will be much more competitive compared to fossil fuel. So yes, we will see a build out and will release of emission, but in the end, the AI arms race will help us crack the fossil fuel industry by innovating their clean energy. But I still see that it's so stupid to waste energy. So we should also regulate the AI energy consumption, because it's really stupid design today. So I see that it's kind of a little bit double. But in the end, I think that AI will help us. But it's all a lot of risk with AI. It can take control and all that. If I just say one thing downside with AI, and that's basically connected with all those big global platforms. they are too few, and that makes us very dependent on a few companies, a few models that will have enormous power. I was actually writing a story on the way here to Belém, and I was digging into this letter that Bill Gates published, that we should, the climate crisis is important, but other things are also much more important, and we don't have the same urgency. So I wrote a story about this, and it's a lot more to it. It's not just his opinion, it's also this DeSmog article where I found out that it's paying money to climate denial think tanks that have the same organs for years, etc. So I wrote about this, and I use AI. So I used GPT, and it didn't want to write the article. So I switched model. No, it's like this is not true, but I have the facts.
So it's an AI sensor in there.
Yeah. So I switched model to Grok, that is Elon Musk model, and do you know what it said? It's the best I ever read. It's brilliant. Because Elon Musk doesn't like Bill Gates.
No, of course.
And obviously ChatGPT is programmed to kind of like Bill Gates. I don't know.
That's crazy.
I don't think you should regulate AI to have train them in a certain way. I think that's very hard. But we should have many models controlled by different parts of the world, different companies, because it's so dangerous to have a monoculture in nature, and it's also dangerous to have it in tech.
Indeed. So Beth, you get the last say in this.
Well, I'm going to double down on, I think, AI is a catalyst for not only energy management, but water management. And it will really help us get that to scale and get the cost where it needs to be. And I am a big proponent of, we are, as a community, there's a lot of open source knowledge around sustainability, around climate. And that should be good. That should feed models and allow people who are trying to do new things be learning from how to do them sustainably. And what science says truly is getting up in the models.
Thank you, Beth. So before we conclude, where can people find the report?
So the report will be on We Don't Have Time and Carney.com, and you can find it there. Right now there'll be a link to participating in the survey if you want to share it with your CTO to continue to do that. Great. And then we will publish it there in both places.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much, Beth Bovis, and thank you very much, Ingmar Renzo. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we have 3 more guests in the studio to discuss this exciting survey. Hani Tomei, you are Head of Sustainability for the Middle East and Africa region of Carney. And Anna Selsing, you are Chief Sustainability Officer at Alfa Laval. And Ingmar, you've been introduced already, the CEO of We Don't Have Time. We have Louisa Ora, and you are the Chief Business Development Officer at Stegra. Wonderful to have all of you here in the studio. Sorry the wind, but I hope you can all hear each other here, and we'll just power on. So, Louisa, let's start with you. You work for Stegra. Most people in North, where we're from, are very well familiar with Stegra, but it's a very innovative company that aims to produce fossil-free steel. And I'd like to start with you, your reflections on the survey, please. On the survey. The CTO survey, yes.
The reason we're here is this is a COP of truth. This is a COP where we're going to implement what solutions are in place. And I think that what we've managed to prove is that regardless of the ambitions that have been set 10 years ago in the agreement, we very much do have the technologies available to us in order to reduce carbon dioxide emissions. So I think that's the key message that we have here, and where we want to show that we have proof that this works and that we can be climate sustainable and at the same time have a sustainable business model as well.
So it's indeed all about implementation. So Anna Selsing, you're from Alfa Laval.
Yes.
Most people know Alfa Laval. It's a global provider of products for heat transfer, but also for separation and fluid handling. So, Anna, what is your take on this survey, please?
I recognize myself very well because this is so much about innovation. We have to get to the core of our products to drive the transformation. We have to, for example, circular economy is so important, and then we have to innovate our products and make them in a new way. We have to get the data in place to really show progress, prioritize in the right way, and it's all about innovation and technology. And I work so much for our R&D, and we don't have specifically the CTO title, but similar functions, also CEO, I would say. So,
Ivana. So turning to Hani, you are chief, well, I have an almost scream, it is very windy. You are head of sustainability for the Middle East, Africa region. So would you say that there are differences between the different regions at Kearney when it comes to these findings that you saw in the report?
Yeah, absolutely. You see the level of maturity for sustainability, the level of acceptance is very different. You also see the narrative when it comes to the different regions is very different. So when you look, for example, the survey, and when you look into the role of CTOs and so on, you see that the response from the Middle East looks sometimes different, right? Because of the ownership of the topic of who takes it forward when it comes to the Middle East. So CTOs, when it comes to, let's say, F&B, when it comes to industrial, they care about the end user, the customer, and that's where their behavior is being impacted. But when it comes to the rest, see that the CTOs are not the ones talking about climate action, talking about sustainability. It's actually the CEOs and the board members, because that's basically driven from the country, from sovereign wealth funds and so on. So the Middle East has a bit of a special situation when it comes to that. Definitely pushing in the right direction, but very different from the rest of the regions.
Thank you for sharing this, Hani. So, Mark, we see very clearly in this study that CEOs really have impact. So, but what do the companies need to do to sort of unleash these powers and make them efficient?
I think it's a smart strategy to get the people that needs to make things done in sustainability in the same room. The CSO, the CEO, the CTO, and the CFO. If you do that, you have everything needed to make things done. And I think CTOs, it's also important to explain why we need to drive innovation in a certain direction. Because you're winning in business, you're one step ahead. And it's actually, I want to bring one more person in this room, and that's communication, public affairs, because some of the companies that are ahead of other competitors, like Stegra, are also meeting a lot of resistance from the ones that are lagging behind, and they're good at influencing the general public through media, and also influencing the policymakers in Brussels and elsewhere. So the ones driving innovation needs to also not be as good as them, as you know, influencing the policy making and the public, so that they understand why this is not only needed, but why those that are not changing will be the losers if you think longer time.
Thank you, Ingmar. I'd like to follow that up from your perspective, all of your perspectives here, because this is a really interesting question. Who needs to lead on this, and who needs to be in the room? So, Louisa, do you agree with Ingmar in terms of that we should involve other positions in this fight?
I really agree that it's not a sustainability question. It's impossible if it's just from that perspective. When we look at Stegra and what we've managed to do, it really is a cross-functional work, and it's underpinned by finance. This concept needed to be financed, and in order for it to be financed, it needed to be bankable. In order for it to be bankable, that means that we have to show that there is technology that is mature enough in order to deliver these climate-friendly solutions. But the absolute most important stakeholder is the customer. And it's a customer that requires a product that is at a significantly lower carbon dioxide emissions. And with that in mind, because I think if we only go from a policy perspective, then there's risks in that. But if we go from a customer demand perspective, you're setting the roots much deeper. That's how you create a sustainable business model and not just a sustainable product. So I completely agree that it's a cross-functional work.
Thank you, Louise. And Alfa Laval is one of the companies that is procuring fossil-free steel.
I would say that, Ingmar, you said CEO. It's really the CEO needs to be in the driver's seat, and then a team needs to work, of course. And to really make the CTO work possible, I think data from customer perspective driving that work is so important, that you see what customers really want and expect and how they can build their business case with the products that we make in our R&D. So it's very much about leveraging data in the discussion, showing facts, I think, to really get the most of the CTO work that we see. And then also connecting to public affairs, driving for the different regulations that needs to be in place. So not customers sometimes just don't ask for green products that we sell, but when there's a regulation in place, then pushing for it, well, then all of a sudden we get there. So I think it's both. There's so many different dimensions that needs to be in place, but data on what customer wants from different perspectives, regulation or growing their business is important.
Well, at the risk of repeating what my fellow panelists just said, I think I'll go a bit further to say that the moment you have sustainability identified in a person in the organization, that's where you probably are going to fail, because then that person will be sidelined. Whenever there is everyone in the C-suite buying into sustainability, you don't even need, for example, chief sustainability officer, because it's embedded in everyone's business, and that's when it actually succeeds. And when I take it from my perspective, and I do quite a lot of projects in sustainability, the best ones are the ones that have been driven by the CEO and even further by the board, because it's no longer just a pressure coming in saying, well, I want sustainability, but look at my P&L. It's where the whole strategy is about one strategy. It's about how the firm should move and how sustainability will be embedded in that.
Thank you. This is a perfect segue to my next question, because it is actually about strategy. Strategy is, of course, key in this. But how do we, well, more like, what are the main barriers to really get this strategy in place, Anna?
I would say that there's so many different stakeholders that needs to be aligned and be on board. That's a really main challenge. Like you say, you have to have the CEO and even the board. We have positive impact as our pioneering positive impact as our purpose. That makes it a lot easier. But if you don't have that, you again, sorry to then go back to the data, but you really have to go back to the data showing the business case of this. Otherwise, because money talks, that's the world we live in. So we really have to find that business case to get those stakeholders on board and have one strategy, one target to strive for. Yeah.
Thank you. And Louisa, I mean, you really have a business case, and that's really what your focus is very clear. But tell us a bit about the strategy that has been working for Stegra so far.
So the mission is to decarbonize hard-to-abate industries, and we're starting with steel. We saw that actually that the technology to decarbonize the steel industry, it was there. Electrolyzers, that's a 100-year-old technology. The DRI tower, where we reduce the iron ore, that's been around since the 70s. A lot of it done in the Middle East. And the way of making steel is the established way of making steel in the US, but not something that we do in Europe. And so it was a matter of bringing these technologies together. So I think that's one thing that helped with the strategy, is to, in order to finance it, at least with the financing that was available at the time, so this was a couple of years ago, our investors didn't want to make crazy technology bets. They wanted to make sure that there is not too much technology risk. So that's one aspect of it. But then going back again to the customer, which is where it starts, for our customer, this is a solid business case as well, because over time they will have to start to pay for the emissions in their production. A lot of our customers are from the automotive sector, and if they can't find green steel, they have to pay for the carbon dioxide emissions in going into their production.
And all this is thanks to regulations.
Yes, it is thanks to regulations, but I think it's an interesting aspect, because we're building Europe's first steel plant in 50 years. So it's not just that there's regulation there, it's also about renewal of industry in Europe with equipment and processes that are state-of-the-art, that are modern, energy efficient, that require less personnel, that have sensors, so they have AI embedded, or at least the conditions to do that. So even without the regulation, It's still, coal is still too cheap, but even without the regulation, we would do okay.
But the regulation I was referring to in the car industry, that they really they really need the fossil-free steel. So, Ingmar, your perspective on the strategy here. I mean, you run a huge corporation, a company talking about climate from a communications perspective. What is your view on the strategy perspective here?
I think the strategy is we can't run a business if we're not making money. And many sustainability focused business are taking a bet on the future because of politicians have said that we're going to have this target. You see, in the car industry, for example, if you're lagging behind, you're supposed to pay big penalties. But what's happening now is if there's so many companies that are not caring about them, suddenly they have the power to say that no, we just postpone that, or we cancel the ban on fossil fuel engine, etc. And that's creating an economy where the loser decide the rules. We really need an economy where the winner decides the rules. And in order to get that, we need to have board leaders in not only the CEOs but also the board. But the board is not really empowered; it's investors behind the board, and that's a tricky situation if you're a public traded company. You don't really have an owner with flesh and blood. It's kind of anonymous capital from BlackRock or something. So where we see board companies, many times it's not public traded companies. So it's tricky here. And everyone needs to do their thing. And the secret power I can recommend is the power of communication. We need to communicate in a smart way. And if you're a leader in your space, fossil-free steel, for example, I don't think you will make it if you're going alone. In Sweden, we have Stegra, but we also have the state-owned fossil company that are also investing in fossil-free technology. Sweden is too small to have two steel companies competing with each other without cooperating. I think the winners need to find allies and push together. And communication is powerful for that. So that's the way I see it.
Thank you, Ingmar. And let's talk a bit about the other employees, not just the CTOs or the C-suites. The top layers might have a clear vision, but what about the rest of the employees? They might have seen something on the internet that is maybe not Stegra, because they probably know, but in general, other organizations. How do we really address the make sure that this is really enshrined in all the employees, the understanding of the importance of this transition? I mean, Kearney, you're a global management firm. What do you say, Hani, from that angle?
Yeah, that's a very important question, because if you don't get the employees on board, it's like driving a ship but without an engine, right? Yeah. So basically, there are institutional ways of how you can get the employees on board. So you can set up KPIs, for example, where you translate your strategy into KPIs, MBOs for employees. You can put it part of your values as an organization so that they see it on a regular basis and so on. But those are, if you want, the institutional ways. Then comes something bigger. Because the employees, in all fairness, they don't really care how much the shareholders are making money, if you really think about it, right? Okay, great, we're making profit, that's good. But unless it impacts the individual, they don't really care. They need a bigger purpose. And today, if you look at our workforce in general and organizations, what is the common purpose that you can put? It will not be profit, I can tell you that. And if you look at most of the people into the workforce, they need that bigger purpose. And that bigger purpose could actually be around sustainability, because sustainability is not just about, how I say, environment, so the social aspect. It's also the governance. It's a lot of things that come into sustainability. And I think organizations should use that as a cohesive way to bring everybody together, right? So it's not a very difficult thing. It's actually an opportunity where you have to leverage it to get everybody on board.
Thank you, Hani. Anna?
Yeah, can I build on that? Because we have a purpose and sustainability at the core. And still, my job is about embedding this and getting everybody on board. And it's really hard. It's super hard, even though...
How is it hard?
Because you have a very large global organization where you have different regions, you have different managers, you have different customer focuses, etc. So how do you communicate in an efficient way? How do you build an organization where you have sustainability champions? Because you can't be everywhere. You have to communicate a lot. You have to talk about the vision. You have to remind everybody about the core of why we are here, purpose, and everybody's proud. But how can I and my daily work translate what I do into sustainability? That is super important. We recognize when we work on this to find that, and that's something that we have to get through all the managers, all the different teams, and it's a big job. So it's not easy. It's continuous work all the time. But that's the way it is, and communication is super important, both externally, to be proud that we do a lot of things and we help the society and we have really products that make the difference, and that we are proud to walk the talk and do what we have to ourselves, putting out fossil fuels, for example, having clear plans that are transparent for everybody in the entire organization. Then I can feel that it's not the talk, I see it in my daily work.
Thank you, Anna. So Louisa, I mean, sustainability is your USP at Seger, of course, but all the employees get it, or what is your approach?
I mean, I can't swear that it's 100%, but we do have the benefit of being a newly listed company with it as a mission. And what's incredible to see is the caliber of people that we have been able to attract from all over the world, and that it really has been people we've attracted from all continents, all backgrounds, all ages, and also from academia, industry, tech startup, finance, that are attracted by this mission. And so it's a very position to be in. That being said, we still have trade-offs every single day, where it's, here is the fast way of doing it, or here is the better, more sustainable way of doing it. And what I think it's good to have the vision and the mission at its core, but we still work with our values. We do so continuously. So one of the things we do, just as an example, is that every employee gets onboarded within 6 months. We do a nature quest, and that means that we spend 2 days out in nature, connecting our company values to the iron ore that comes from the ground, the energy that comes from water, hydroelectric and wind power. And this is a reminder, and it's something that we need to work actively with every single day, so that it really is embedded. So not 100%, but I think we're at a good starting point. And what also happens is then you don't need to tell the procurement team, for example, that you should have a sustainability criteria in your procurement process. It's just natural that people realize that we can just judge this by price. We need to add another dimension. So I think it's probably a little bit easier. I understand that when it comes to big existing organizations, it becomes sometimes a cultural transformation as well.
Thank you, Louisa. That's quite an onboarding process. I'd love to do that. So, Ingmar, you're a star in communications. What are your thoughts on listening to how they work with sustainability and sort of embedding it into the atmosphere of the employees?
I mean, as a communication platform, I'm advocating for communication. It's two things. One thing have been overlooked. I mean, we have more than 450 partners. And it's something I've observed since I started with Time years ago. It's very few companies that are focusing, and those that are doing it, they can do it even better. The internal communication is still a missing link, and it's a golden opportunity to increase the morale of your workforce and get people to get ideas, innovation within. So that's, but it needs to have resources. It will not happen by itself. So that's a low-hanging fruit, and I'm glad that Alfa Laval acknowledged this, and Stegra as well. I think that is something that you just do it. It's a no-brainer, and it should not just be done by telling your employees that this is important for the future. No. You should educate people. Educate in all the future trends, in how other companies are acting, other technologies, etc. And the knowledge space for this is incredible, and many don't have a clue. So I think if you do that, you will get very loyal employees, and you will get better at everything. But the other thing I've observed, and that's very worrisome, since Trump came back in power, many companies all over, not just in the US, but I will say in the space of global companies, they are turning down the volume on communication because they see that it's a risk of regulation, but not the regulation we're talking about here, but the anti-regulation, to get in trouble, to lose business in US, etc. And then some cases can be a lot of truth in that, but most cases it's kind of just self-censoring and a little bit weak excuse to not doing anything. So I think
and this, of course, ripple effects.
it's kind of it's ripple effects already. So now in this troubled time, we need to see companies stepping up the communication more than ever. And my advice to the companies out there that have this dilemma: if you can't say things externally, turn up the volume internally, and when the world is ready for it, your employee will speak out for you, and that is the best external communication we'll ever have.
Thank you. That's a comment. Turn up the volume internally. I mean, that regardless of external and internal, that's always a good cause, right? So let's talk a bit about AI. I mean, AI is top of mind of most people now, but I'd like to use this panel to talk a little bit about how you use it and the aspects of sustainability. Sunny, turning to you, what is your take on the uses of AI for your work?
Yeah, so basically in sustainability, what you don't measure, you kind of abuse. So you typically, historically, we have struggled a lot in sustainability because we talk about abstracts and we don't have the actual numbers for, especially when we talk about the intangibles, right, the social aspect and a lot of things. So today, the power of AI is to help us monitor, to help us control, to help us inspect, but to also mostly to us predict. Right? If I take example today, if we look into Google Maps, the typical one that we all know, combined with AI, now you are able to predict you will have shortages of water, for example, or where you might have a climate disaster way ahead of time. That helps you in some mobilization on. That helps you reduce kind of the damages, or at least be able to anticipate what kind of damages are there to take care of the people, right? So this is one of the examples. I have also some project on the Red Sea where we looked into the marine life, and now we are looking into an aspect that we couldn't control or couldn't measure before. All this is coming naturally into the business because AI is kind of empowering what sustainability is, and sustainability is empowered by AI and so on. That's one aspect. The second aspect, when it comes to consulting in general, I would say AI is becoming quite, in our daily life. So we cannot do projects with AI. We cannot use it in internal processes and so on. So I believe it's taking over. The important part is the ethical part of AI. So, AI takes a lot of data and uses it, but if the data is wrong and based on history of, let's say, an industrial age where a lot of things like human rights, like a lot of things are not there, so we'll not give that, right? This is where we have to be careful, but beyond that, it's great because it's pushing forward and taking us to the next level.
So how about the energy consumption? That's most often the most critical point in many people's views. What do you say about that?
Yeah, absolutely. So this is also another way of you can predict and do the right measurement and how you can adjust it. So absolute energy is going to benefit from it.
Yeah, should I continue on that? Because we're really into that. IoT solutions, having measurement across all our big sites or most of our sites, measuring every minute to optimize our energy consumption, reducing. That's one thing. And then we also need AI solution, even blockchains, to really get data across our value chains. Because it's so complex, the climate data, and we need to be able to say what we do matters, so everybody else can do the same, and we should do more of it. And we need AI to get our heads up, because if you want a CO2 emission of my products, well, that depends on what day was produced, in what country, what production line, etc. So there's so much complexity into that. But otherwise, we look into AI solutions and tools to optimize or give better product to our customers. Like we have an AI tool for with an infrared camera, looking at what we sell heat exchangers to optimize our service, and that has potential to save 2.5% of CO2 emissions globally if you optimize your heat exchangers. And that's with your iPhone. You can do that with the iPhone, just looking at heat exchanger, taking a picture. That's one example. Then we have optimization of route for ships crossing the sea with a lot of weather data. That's another example. Building digital twins that we can then optimize to make processes across the industries better. So there's so many good things, data or AI, that we can bring to the customer to help them with their sustainability targets, and that we use ourselves to reach ours. So it's both ways.
Thank you. Great examples from both of you. So Lisa, how are you using AI in your profession?
Not yet, since we're not in operation yet. So for now, it's
operations maybe.
Yes. So for now, just a heavy usage of ChatGPT, but it's clear to us that having AI in our operations is going to competitive advantage. And so we spent a lot of time on making ourselves AI ready from a digital stack perspective, making sure that our technological systems, our IT infrastructure, where we have a best breed strategy, and we're able to pull out and put back in microservices depending on how well developed. But it's also interesting because the steel industry is a very traditional one, and very often you meet gentlemen that have many decades of experience, that when they're doing the recipe for the steel in the arc furnace, they just have like a feeling of what's right. They know that, a little bit of this and a little bit of that, and that should do it.
It's like cooking without a recipe.
Yes, and I think it's like with any chef that after you've done it decades, you know how to make the perfect recipe. But I think one of those perfect examples where gut feeling can be complemented, maybe not replaced fully, with data. And so that's also something back to the sensors and the IoT perspective, where we're making sure that we're embedding any sensors that we can in order to be able to have that gut feeling from an institutional perspective and not dependent on just a couple of experienced individuals. And I think one of the challenges to make sure that data, that we know what it's actually measuring, because I think that's the difficulty is once you do have reams and reams of data, how do you know what it's actually measuring and what it actually means? It goes back to the boring stuff when it comes to AI, which is definitions and how to clear that all up. But that's something that we're spending a lot of time on.
Thank you, Louisa. So what do you say when you hear these examples saying from your perspective?
I mean, AI, you can't really be in business without using the modern tools that make you more efficient. But unfortunately, there's also a lot of players that are using this tool to become extremely more efficient, doing very bad things. And I'm not specifically talking about oil drills that will drill more oil. That is not my main concern here. It's actually how this is used and deployed in information warfare. Because now we're very, very, very extremely fast moving, where it's cheaper to produce low quality, fake and false information. And so if we look at the internet and the whole information out there, the amount of quality information, fact-based and quality journalism and things that takes time verified, is shrinking, and it's flooded with this AI, and some is people that are really want to do things really badly, influence elections and all that, but mostly it's a lot of shit used as a noise in our attention economy. I can give an example. Instagram, they are now experimenting to launch an AI functionality. You're getting suggestion on how to comment on videos and photos. You don't need to do it yourself.
Oh dear.
And as we know, the internet is now full of fake AI, stupid videos. So we're now heading towards an internet where people are producing videos with AI and commenting them on AI. And I mean, this is so idiotic. And this really needs to be addressed, because I think it can be fixed. We need to have regulation, and we also need to be a little bit smarter, because if the big companies in control of how the information infrastructure is set up, if they continue on this route, they're optimizing advertising money in something that will erode trust. And then you don't have trust in who is watching your ads. Is it robots? Or what is it? People will stop paying, people will stop using it, and we're heading towards like information chaos. So that's what I see as the disadvantages of AI. I think it's absolutely addressable and fixed. but something we need to look up on. I am not so worried about the energy consumption, because I see that AI is funneling an enormous amount of money into developing clean energy, so clean energy scale and get cheaper, so we can compete with fossil fuel. So that's not my worry. That is actually what I see as a positive thing. Yes, we are building a lot of things that will emit things short term, but it will lead to an economy where fossil fuel will phase out itself, because it will be so expensive compared to the alternative. But this information, I would say, chaos, warfare, something's happening so fast. So that's really worrisome.
And this could, I mean, could and can is affecting pretty much everything, even businesses, of course. So science is a big theme during this COP and during our broadcasts. It's the first time there is a science pavilion that is actually mandated by the UNFCCC, and we're collaborating with this science pavilion. So how do you use science in your decision making, Hani?
Yeah, so thanks for that. And I'd like to start with a simple fact, right? Because sometimes science is questioned. I would like to hear the opinion of insurance companies for the first 6 months of this year, with 160 billion loss because of climate disasters, if they believe in science or not. And I think it's time to really say the facts as they are. And I'm with you, right? So today you can, it's important to have a story, that I agree, because sometimes to get to the audience, to get to mass audience, you need to have a story, a compelling story, and you need to take context into consideration. And I'm not against that. But that doesn't remove the role of science. At the end, this is the single source of truth, right? So we need that in order to know where are we today on a scale of whatever metric we are using. And the moment we let go of science, the moment we start giving, feelings into the whole equation, this is where we're really going off. And unfortunately, this is a bit of a power balance between sometimes a bit the politics, the business world, and so on. But at the end of the day, I advise companies, right? And I have to go by science, because without it, I cannot say anything correct. And therefore, you see, for example, one of the things we started doing is we went from just giving the normal consulting to providing product level consultancy, where we even, with one of in Perlab, for example, we have our subsidiary. We even look into a product and we look into the details of that product to understand what does it really mean to change a certain technology, how much is the actual carbon footprint, and so on and so forth. So, in summary, again, maybe to your first question, is it different between different regions? I would say yes, because I never had that question around me, like, is science an option? It has always been the option and the only fact for truth.
Thank you, Hani. Anna?
Yeah, science is absolutely crucial for us, not the least what you say, climate risks. I mean, if we don't understand them through science, we might be in big trouble. We have sites across the globe in India where it's going to be very hot in a couple of years. Are we going to invest, for example, in a site where you might not be able to operate? Well, that's not a good idea. So we really need science to make really good decisions and reduce our risks. And that is also about financing what we do, reducing risks across. But then we are in this because we want to make a good or make the right thing, and we want to reach net zero. And to do that, we believe that we have to work science-based. We have science-based validated targets, SBTi. It's the way we build trust for what we do, and without science we wouldn't have the trust we believe. So, and prioritize the right things, because it's complex. And we need science, a lot of data, to be able to make those decisions.
Thank you. I'm going to go straight to Ingmar, and then Louisa can finish. We have a few more minutes left. So science, and of course we work with the Science Pavilion, and maybe you want to slide in why we're doing this, Ingmar.
Because scientists are often very bad at communicating, and I think we can help. And I'm really glad that help is accepted and appreciated. There's a problem in science, and that's it's you know, you need to know how to do communication well. You need to tell stories. You can tell stories with facts, but if you only tell the facts, people don't care. So there's a lot of things that you can help science to get to more people, to be fired up. I mean, science is cool. It's everything that we use here is because of science. So we need to get people to not only believe in science, but be excited about science. And the communication needs to be improved in order to make that happen. So that's why we work with science. But there's also another thing regarding science, because we're living in this political landscape where suddenly facts are mixed up with opinions. And it's now coming from the far right, a lot coming from the United States, but it's also spreading all over, this anti-science movement. And we need to be a little bit self-critical. How come we ended up here? And I will say not the only part, but one part is that it's the cancel culture. We now have a cancel culture of science, but the cancel culture started with some political movements that canceled everything they didn't like. They didn't like Donald Trump, for example. So people started to unfollow everyone on social media that said something about Donald Trump. So they live in their own echo chamber without seeing everyone. And people that are getting cancelled, sometimes very unfairly, they are getting so frustrated. So they are, okay, if you think I'm an idiot, I become an idiot. And science has also been misused many times, where people say that my opinion is based on this science, so you are wrong. But that's not the way real science works. Real science, you look at the facts and you welcome an open discussion about if you have better facts. And if you agree on that, both parties move on and say, okay, you're right, I was wrong, let's now agree on the new facts.
Less polarized.
And some science have been used as weaponizing, like I'm the truth because I have this scientist on my stage and you're an idiot. We need to be better at disagreeing with each other, but we also need to respect that opinions are opinions, facts are facts. And that's what is now becoming extremely blurry and mixed with the AI I talked about earlier. This is something we really need to counterbalance and build something else.
Thank you, Ingmar. This is really to the point. So, Louisa, how does this resonate with you and your work with Stegra?
I think it's a very interesting points raised, and one of the challenges I see is that absolutely science needs to be there, but we have to think really long term. I mentioned in the beginning that the reason why we managed to get the financing for our project, 6.5 billion euros, was because it was mature technology. So this was science that was invented decades ago, and so I think we need to think long term about this and make sure that there is continuous investments in R&D and the companies that are pushing forward, because the science of today is going to be the commercially viable options in the future. So I think that's one aspect. But I also completely agree with this, that it can't just be scientists, that there is a communication problem. And it's not just that, it's sometimes there is a very compelling science or a very compelling scientific solution, but that there needs to be the commercial aspect to it. There needs to be the communication aspect to it. And so once again, it comes back to this cross-functional or maybe cross-sectorial work that needs to happen, where we make sure that science is focused on the problems that we need to solve as a society, where communication is an important part of that, and then make sure that there is the investment required for allowing scientists to solve those problems in a constructive way, but also then that those scientific problems don't become dogmatic, that they become commercially viable, pragmatic solutions.
Excellent input. And we have like a minute left. So what are you both, all of you, hope to bring home from COP? One sentence.
Well, we actually don't have time anymore, so truly we talk about implementation, and that's several I've been in. I keep hearing a bit the same story, so I'm hoping that the story now is to do it.
Thank you, Anna.
And we have the solutions, so we have to just implement, as you say, and then we have to phase out and decide to phase out fossil fuel and have a carbon price.
Thank you, Ingmar.
I will say that I think what we can achieve here in Brazil is name Lula as the cop of the truth, and I think he means it. He doesn't mean he has the truth, but he means that he has ambition. That this is a cop where we speak clearly about what's needed to be done, how big the problem are, and that we have disagreement that this is not easy. If we lay all that on the table and stop cancel each other and start working on implementing the solutions as a common goal, because every one of us wants to have a future, that will be the break point where we are turning this around and start doing what it needs to be done.
Thank you, Ingmar. Louisa?
I think that the important from our perspective is, again, I agree with you, it's not going to be easy, but we need to still keep the vision and the long-term targets, and that we're here to show that is possible, not easy, but possible, and we can't give up now. There's too much at stake, so to encourage politicians and governments to stay course.
Well, thank you very much, Hani Tomi, Anna Selsing, Ingmar Renz, Louisa Orr, for this very inspiring conversation. Thank you.
Thank you.
This pocket.
Yeah.
Hello and welcome to Scientista podcast live from COP30 in Belém, Brazil. I'm here with Gia Bastida, who is the executive director and co-founder of the Re-Earth Initiative. She's a youth climate activist and speaks up for Indigenous peoples and has been here many times before. So how do you see this COP happening? How has it felt for youth voices? What's the vibe of this COP so far?
Well, thank you so much for having me. I'm really excited to be here. Well, this is my 6th COP. I started COPs when I was 17 in Madrid, and I didn't know what was going on then. It was kind of, we were just the youth movement wanting to change things, wanting to raise our voice through actions. But as the COPs went by, I understood that it is very important that we know what's happening in negotiations, because they are negotiating our lives, our futures. So I feel so much more prepared as the years went along, and this year we're focusing heavily on just transition and what it means to have not just the energy transition, but a food transition and an economic transition. So that's really one of the main focuses that the different constituencies have at this COP. And it's just baffling, to be honest, that a lot of the countries, especially in the global north, keep blocking meaningful rights and justice for constituencies for a long time.
Is that something that the Brazil presidency can help move forward? Obviously, they have some interest here in seeing some of that blockage get unblocked, having some of that, seeing change really happen. I know that's been a theme for President Lula.
So a lot of countries are trying to block a cover decision, and I haven't seen that before. And I think the Brazilian government can be central in making sure that the cover decision actually happens, so that we can have this at least centralized document where we know what's going to happen, what's going on. And I think that the Brazilian government, hosting the COP is not easy, first of all. Hosting it in Belém is not easy.
It's a huge logistical challenge. Yesterday it rained, and it rained inside some of the tents.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's hard to put on a big meeting like this.
Yeah.
But really, the important stuff is the work that gets done behind the scenes, where the delegates are doing all this deep negotiation on a long text of decisions that help shape the future of climate action.
Yes, what we're really pushing for as the constituencies is the Belém action mechanism, which for the global just transition. And
just transition from an extractive, greenhouse gas emitting, polluting economy and society to one that is, help our audience to understand what that means.
So a just transition from an extractive economy that relies on polluting and destroying our critical ecosystems, our forests, the responsible systems that have caused the climate crisis, and which we still subsidize, by the way. We subsidize fossil fuels today by more than $2 trillion a year, which is like an insane amount. If it was about 2023, the subsidies to fossil fuels were about $1.7 trillion a year, which is around $11 million
Think
every
about
minute.
that. That's a huge number.
$11 million per minute.
An awful lot of subsidy for a group of industries that are actually making the planet sicker and hurting people where they live.
Yeah, and so the just transition is from this system to one that is renewable, one where we can live closer to our food systems, our land, one where indigenous peoples have rights, workers have rights. There's care work recognized as a central part of the future that we want to get to, right? Because the just transition is really like, how do we get from A to B? And if we don't have B imagined, then we cannot get there. But if we don't have the steps drawn out, then it's really just going to be wishful thinking.
And that's why that decision document matters, because it lays out some of these steps and it actually gives a vision for what that just transition will look like and helps people then to work towards it.
Yeah, one of the biggest issues we have is that so many times in trying to get to renewables, trying to get our energy grid switched over, we're actually replicating the same extractive systems and harmful systems through
critical minerals
mining, lithium, where solar and wind farms are placed. I mean, we just cannot do that. If we really want transformation, we cannot solve the crisis with the same thinking that caused it, which is why we're pushing for the inclusion of indigenous knowledge, indigenous rights, the gender action plans, voices.
Well, let's talk about nature, because that was something that I spent a lot of time on when I was in the U.S. government. This is a nature COP, I think. So far, they've talked an awful lot more about nature, nature-based solutions, adaptation. Tell us whether you're seeing that too. Is this going to be known as the nature COP, the adaptation COP, the implementation COP, where we kind of turn a corner from just talking about mitigation to adaptation?
It is extremely important that we talk about adaptation. If you think about mitigation, we have the 1.5 degree target, but we don't have a target for adaptation, and we don't even have language for it. What does adaptation mean? Does it mean all major cities that could be flooded or too hot to live in need to be moved by 2075? Like, have you ever heard anything like that before?
A lot of places don't want to move, even when they know they're faced with climate challenges.
Yeah.
So it is really hard. I think in different places want to adapt different ways. But nature is a huge part. I mean, you were talking about how when we make this transition, if we do it in harmony with nature, if we don't override nature and natural systems, we'll get the double benefit of climate and nature as well.
Yes. Nature is such an integral part of basically like getting to all of our goals. I mean, I love to think of mangroves and how mangroves can not only act as a carbon sink, they can also act as resilience and protection for coastal communities. From storms.
They
from
also
hurricanes.
are a huge place where food is grown. Fish are abundant in healthy mangrove ecosystems.
Yeah, so it's just one example of how one ecosystem can really tackle mitigation, adaptation, protection, prevent loss and damage. And that is the type of ecological knowledge that we need to bring into these spaces. And the solutions, we don't like I personally don't like this nature-based solutions framework because it has been in a way co-opted by a lot of the private industries where, for example, a biodiversity credit basically signals that we can take one species and change it for another. And I'm not saying it couldn't work. I'm just saying the way that it's been done isn't really recognizing the richness of our ecosystems and biodiversity, where if you have a whole carbon market that's relying on a plantation-based forest, then that's not a forest, and that's not going to help our ecosystems thrive. So I think what we are here for is being really clear about what diversity means, biodiversity, that how biodiversity means richness for drawing down carbon, for mitigation, for adaptation, for preventing water runoff, for ensuring that species can go on, ensure traditions can stay. Cultures.
Indeed. So let's talk about some of the Indigenous peoples who are here. Tell us about some of the stories. You're a great storyteller. Tell us some of the stories that people might not get a chance to hear, people out there who are listening. And our Indigenous peoples, because we're in the Amazon, we're sort of in their backyard, are they getting a seat at the table finally?
Well, I don't think we'll know until the decision comes out, because Indigenous peoples are always here.
They are always here. They are, and Brazil's always had a representative in their delegation, at least one or two, who comes from these Indigenous communities in the Amazon.
Yeah, and this COP, it was conceived from the very beginning to be a place for Indigenous peoples and for the voices of Indigenous peoples. And I know that there's a parallel summit happening called the People Summit. Populados Povos, where they're joining together 3,000 people from civil society, indigenous communities, to make sure that we also have something to say as civil society on what we expect from our governments. And we know indigenous peoples protect 85% of global biodiversity.
They do. They're amazing stewards of the land, and they think in terms of generations, not just about today profit margins, right? They're always thinking ahead.
And I mean, when we are raised with that intergenerational thinking, what we're doing now makes absolutely no sense. Because our climate models go till the year 2100, and that's when my grandchildren are gonna have my age.
Yeah, you're speaking my language. I'm a new grandmother.
And we're not building the world as if we love the people who will be born then. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Like, we really are in a time that is so bizarre to me, where we have issues so massive going on, and we don't have our governments, our politicians, the corporations don't have the courage to say, you know what, we messed up. We didn't do what was right, and now it's the time to turn around. And I'm actually a Planetary Guardian, which we are ambassadors for the Planetary Boundary Science.
The Planetary Guardians and about Re-Earth. Tell us about the organizations you're associated with and what they're hoping to accomplish here.
So with the Planetary Boundary Science, it's this framework of 9 boundaries that measure the health of the planet.
Yes.
And we have reached now 7 of the 9 boundaries, including the ocean acidification boundary that we announced just in September. And that doesn't mean that we have reached tipping points. It means that we have reached the safe operating zone of the planet, which could lead to tipping points. So, for example, we have reached the ocean acidification boundary, which has now caused the tipping point of coral reefs,
which are at real risk of going away completely.
Yeah, and it's, I think a lot about tipping points also culturally. Like, what happens when we have a tipping point so massive that our stories of creation and prophecy don't make sense anymore?
Right.
Or our stories of what we're meant to do. Like, if you ask any kid, how do you envision your life? We can't promise the futures that kids are told to imagine. And that is so detrimental to our generation in terms of how we can trust a system that is failing us over and over again.
So what gives you optimism then?
Yeah.
Because I know you can't give up, right? There's no going back. There's no sort of throwing up your hands and saying, oh, well, right? So what keeps you going? What gives you that optimism and hope?
There's 3 things that give me a lot of hope. The first thing is, I know people people who have been doing this their whole lives, and I know that our ancestors have been protecting Mother Earth well before we knew how important the planetary health system was. And I want to be a good ancestor. I want to be able to tell my descendants I did everything that I could. And that gives me a lot of hope that we will have thousands, hundreds of thousands of people who want to do that, who want to be good ancestors. The second thing that gives me hope is that we have never known as much as we know today on science. And in a way, indigenous wisdom is being now paralleled by Western science, for example, with the planetary boundaries, by saying everything is interconnected. The health of the system is holistic, and one boundary affects the other. So now that we know so much, I think we can act in a way that is unprecedented. And there's tipping points as well. There's positive feedback loops.
Positive tipping points as well. I love that.
And the third thing that gives me hope is that I know that nature always heals. We heal, nature heals, and if we just let nature be, life comes back. Life always comes back.
And it doesn't mean we have to give up every modern convenience. We don't have to, have life go back to what it was before modernization, but we have to do it in harmony with nature, right?
I think we have gone overboard with how much we think we can extract from the earth. And it is okay to say that we can, quote unquote, go back. But in reality, we're just settling into harmony and balance because we are out of bounds. We have breached 7 boundaries. The way in which we're living is not normal, and it should not be normalized.
Well, it's not sustainable for sure.
It's not sustainable. I mean, it's not sustainable. So
think about plastic pollution, or there's so many ways that we have gone beyond what the planet can actually tolerate. So we only have about a minute and a half left. So let me ask you the sort of ultimate question. You are standing in front of the COP president on behalf of the organizations and that you represent here and the young people that, whose voice you are speaking. What would you say to them about what needs to happen at this COP? What's urgent? What needs to be the result here?
If I was standing in front of the COP presidency, what I would say is it has been 30 years. I do not want to see a COP 60. I do not even want to get to COP 40. It is time that we actually put the frameworks of just transition of climate finance into work because we have gone too far. We have breached 1.5. We have to go back to the safe operating zone of the planet. And I think the planetary boundary science should be central in all of the decisions that governments and corporations and every institution take. And more than anything, I just ask that they love the future, that they love their children enough to be courageous to take the right decisions. And we have asked this so many times, I feel like we're running out of words.
Right.
And that is a problem because we cannot ever stop believing that change is possible. But
it is. It is. Just keep the faith.
And I've seen it. So that's why we're still pushing. That's why we're still making sure that we show up every time. Because if we don't show up, our voices are left out. So we will be here and we will be asking the COP presidency for justice, for workers, for future generations, for the global south. We deserve accessible finance, accessible technology to a just transition, and to upheld the rights of indigenous peoples, of women, of youth and children across the world.
Thank you so much, Gia. That was a great conversation. Appreciate it. Good luck this week at COP.
Thank you so much.
What an absolute pleasure to see Monica and GA together live from COP30 in the We Don't Have Time studio in the Blue Zone. Now I have coming in with me Dr. Jamila Mahmood, Executive Director of the Sunway Center for Planetary Health, also my friend and colleague as part of the Global Commons Alliance. Thank you for joining us. I know you will physically be at COP next week, but I'm glad we could catch you via Zoom today. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Shweta. Lovely to see you again.
So I want to start with an image that you've spoken about. It's a woman and her baby trapped in a tree during the floods in Mozambique, finally being pulled to safety. You've said that that moment changed everything for you. What did you feel when you saw that image, and how did it shape what came next for you?
So by training, I'm an obstetrician and gynecologist. So when I saw this image in the year 2000, I believe, of a woman clinging on to her newborn baby on a tree and raging floodwaters below her, I asked myself, how is it that women are subjected to such indignity, and how courageous a mother can be in these times of distress? But what hit me was 19 years later, I was in Mozambique attending to a post-flood program, and I was talking to some of the midwives, recalling this image that I saw. And she pointed me to a child and said, well, his mother just gave birth in a tree during the recent flood. So I asked myself, what have I been doing as a humanitarian? Have I been putting Band-Aid on gaping wounds? We haven't addressed the underlying root causes of climate change and how the impact on women's health is so tremendous. And that, really moved me to, really focus on planetary health, looking at the linkages between the health of people and the health of the planet. And started my own organization in Malaysia and moving, policies and so forth so that we can protect human civilization and protect the planet.
Yeah, and these are all linked, and you are such a strong advocate for this nexus of health, of sustainability, the planet, and of women, of gender. And that's really why we started Scientista, was to give a platform for women's voices all the way from the global south to those who are operating in boardrooms, in the West. And we want to make that gap that much smaller so that women can really find camaraderie and can feel support in decisions that they make, whether locally on the ground or at multilateral levels, but really feel support from other women that they are leading with science and data and evidence, and for the purpose of furthering health and furthering environmental health. So, we talk about saving lives in disaster zones, and this is something I'm really curious to get your perspective on, because gender, right, is not necessarily the first thing that you think of. But again, these are all connected. So why do you believe having women doctors in the field changes outcomes and it changes communities' trust, especially during crises?
I think women doctors are really at an advantage, particularly in circumstances and some situations where women are actually shielded from society. So often they lose their agency, their voices are not heard. And in some cultures and communities, women doctors will have access to women that men don't have. And through that, we get to understand better what's going on. And we actually get to influence their husbands as well. So I've been working in, very complex disasters in Afghanistan and other parts of the world where women are often not seen. And this has been a great advantage to me. I think also women are empathetic by nature, not that men are not. But it's easier for us to negotiate very difficult circumstances, particularly even with authorities, using our own feministic approaches, which are more inclusive and gentle and so forth.
And what is the benefit of having that representation in addition to having women represented, that trust, all that you just mentioned? What does it mean for just equality and fairness, especially as we think about how these climate crises disproportionately are impacting women? We see examples of this all around the world as it relates to health, as it relates to environment, and how women are now responsible for ensuring the safety of their families, their communities. They're being looked to increasingly. So there's a fairness question here. There's a justice question here.
Yeah.
How do you think about that?
Yes, I think that, often when we talk about climate change, sometimes we forget the gender dimensions of climate change. Disasters and climate impacts are not gender neutral. I'll give you some examples. In India, there was a study of 800 women who are working outdoors, and they were 50% were exposed to occupational heat stress, which means higher than the threshold for safe manual work. And this study found that the miscarriage risk was actually double compared to women who were not exposed to that heat stress. So you're talking about women who, first of all, have to go out in the heat to work, often with no toilets readily available, no cooling stations, and therefore having a risk in their loss or pregnancy loss. And also, this was not only limited to the global south. It was also in Southern California, where they found that long-term heat exposure among women also increased birth complications, including stillbirths and preterm birth. So, and then across 33 countries in South and Central America, Asia, and Africa, they estimate that flood events may be responsible for about 107,000 pregnancy losses each year. So I think these are real, data, but behind this is a poor woman, struggling to put food on the table for her family, a precious pregnancy that's lost, the impact to her family, her community. And I think that we don't think enough about these gender dimensions of the impact of climate change.
This is a really striking statistic that you've raised from this Indian study, and thank you for explaining that, because I think it really it helps audiences visualize what we're talking about here. So I know you have many more examples of this. You've done incredible work in Malaysia, and Malaysia's also hit some really impressive milestones that you're hoping to see replicate and scale globally. Yeah. Can you talk to us about some of the work and advances that have happened in Malaysia as it relates to public health, and what you are hoping will serve as a example, as a something that we really could see work positively in other countries and other communities?
Well, the speaker before me, Gia, was talking about how it's so important to live within planetary boundaries. Now, our center, which is 4 years old, advocated very strongly, and working with the Ministry of Science and the Academy of Science, have pushed to develop a national planetary health action plan, which is the first in the world. It has been released. It will be formally launched on the 20th of this month. And what it is a roadmap, a master plan on how we live within planetary boundaries. It means really a mindset shift, but also a different way of working that takes into consideration the different elements that affect the planetary boundaries, whether it's health or are affected by the planetary boundaries, health and environment. How do we grow our economies in a way that doesn't damage the planet further? How do we look at good governance? How do you look at the importance of education and research? Now, added to this, while this was being developed, the Malaysian Higher Education Blueprint that will be released next year has already mandated that planetary health and sustainability will be taught in every institution of higher learning. And now the next step is K-12. It's also been approved that this will be introduced to children from kindergarten up to high school. So I think these are really positive steps. This is really a commitment, and also looking at developing our business models and our economy to shifting from a return of investment to return on values. That means thinking long term, thinking that profits should also be maximized to impact communities positively, health, social welfare, and so forth.
So you will be coming to COP next week, and you'll have an opportunity to engage with the participants from all over the world, the leaders who are here from the various nations at COP30. What is the message that you would like to leave them with? Obviously, all the advances that have been made in Malaysia as an example of what could be done elsewhere. What are you hoping that they take away from this shared information? What do you hope to see as an outcome of this COP30?
The first thing I want to see is, holding on to President Lula's COP of truth, that we face the realities that we are challenged with, but also to recognize that we are winning. Solar energy, is now, the renewable energy is fast surpassing fossil fuels. We just have to accelerate. We have to have hope. We have to think positively. And what we need to do is it has to happen at every level, not just at the top governments and decisions at the COP, but also at mayoral levels. We've seen that at community levels, and this requires everyone to have hands on deck. I would like to see real financial commitment to adaptation, but also to mitigation. I think we have to speak the truth that the fossil fuel industry must be held accountable and responsible for not just emissions, but all the health implications to people's lives. So let this be a COP of truth, but most importantly, let it be a COP of action.
And do you think, and I think I already know the answer to this, but I would love to hear you reiterate what I think the audience would appreciate hearing as well. Do you think we will be able to solve what we are dealing with? The face of uncertainty right now with how quickly we have surpassed the goals that we established for ourselves 10 years ago in Paris. Is there a possibility that we can still achieve what we set out for so many years ago? Is there a possibility to turn around those tipping points? Will the positive tipping points really be enough for us to have a sustainable existence on this planet? These are huge questions, but if there's anyone who can approach them with some depth and positivity, I believe it's you, Jamila.
I think we don't have an option because, we have to accept that we are in very troubled waters right now. We have crossed some of the thresholds that are safe, but never have we had more knowledge and more money in the world than we have today. So now it requires commitment. It requires us to hold steadfast and believe that we can do this. And I think that this is not a utopian dream, but it is something that we do because it's the right thing to do. And we do have a responsibility to future generations.
And it's something very inherent in women, intrinsic in us to want to ensure that we protect our families and we protect our future families that may or may not even exist yet, but that we have that long-term view and we want to create a planet that is sustainable and can provide mutually for future generations. So thank you so much, Dr. Jamila Mahmood, and for all the work that you do and for the work that you will continue to do and for being a true Scientista, a woman leader who inspires the next generations of Scientistas to come. Appreciate you taking the time.
Thank you, Shweta. Such a pleasure.
Hello again, back here at Belem's COP30, and this interview is with Dr. Marina Romanello, who is the Executive Director of the Lancet Countdown on Health and Climate Change. She's an expert on how we're all being impacted by climate change in our health. So tell us about your recent report. You recently put out a new report on heat deaths, which had an amazing and shocking statistic that a person somewhere in the world, one person dies every minute because of excessive heat. So tell us, what did you think when you saw that number, and how did you come up with it?
Yeah, well, thank you so much for having me, particularly here at COP. That is such a momentous occasion for us. It is. The report that we just published is the latest report of the Lancet Countdown on Health and Climate Change, where we basically do an assessment of the state of the links between climate change and health. And as you rightly mentioned, one of the most striking findings in this year's report is that we, for the first time, have been able to quantify the deaths associated with heat exposure happening worldwide. And that has come with an enormous amount of work in terms of collecting data that oftentimes countries don't make readily available. So we had to go country by country to try to assess.
A lot of countries don't have a sophisticated way of even counting a heat death. They don't know it's a heat death because it doesn't present that way, right?
That's it. And oftentimes a heat death is not labeled as a heat death. It's it's a death,
heart attack.
Exactly, of someone that goes into the emergency department because they've had an exacerbation of some underlying health condition, like a heart condition, a respiratory condition, someone who has been pushed over the edge for heat, but perhaps it's not obvious to the naked eye that death would not have happened if it were not for the high temperatures.
Reported that way.
It doesn't get reported that way.
So it's very underreported. And how did you take that into account in this study?
So this study is based on an epidemiological model. So what we do is we look at deaths that happen at different days with different temperatures. And we look at that in each country. Each country has a different sensitivity to heat. Some countries are a bit more resilient, more prepared for heat days.
Right.
Some countries are less prepared. So what we do is for each country, we assess that relationship between heat and mortality. And that allows us to generate epidemiological models that allows us to attribute.
So are you using AI to do that?
We don't use AI for this one in particular, but there's a lot of work happening in AI, and particularly when it comes to understanding that we don't yet do, but we're working on that, how many of those deaths are strictly related to human-made climate change.
Oh, wow. So really attribution science, which is always the key way to get people to really connect the dots.
That's it. But what we do know, for example, is that mortality for heat per 100,000 inhabitants has increased by 23%. We do it per 100,000 inhabitants, which means that we're not capturing a change in population size. We're capturing a change in the rate of death.
In the number of people who passed away
to heat exposure. And those, importantly, they're mostly evitable deaths so far. We know that today we could adapt very efficiently to extreme heat. But we are really, really late in adapting. We have not done nearly enough in terms of adaptation, and that means that people are left overexposed and unprotected from the higher temperatures.
And are there places, obviously, that are already really warm? This is here in Brazil, near the equator. But there are other places that maybe you wouldn't suspect as having these kinds of unaccounted for heat deaths. So talk about the distribution of the way this is impacting people in all various parts of the world.
Well, that's it. So we see heat-related mortality in every country. As you say, sometimes colder countries, we don't necessarily think about heat deaths. But for example, I now live in the UK. The UK is seeing per year roughly 2,000 deaths only during heat waves. So imagine what the whole burden of heat-related mortality is for the UK. And those are deaths that are happening because the UK is very unprepared. It's a traditionally
They
cold
don't have
country.
air conditioning.
Exactly.
And its climate is moderated, so it's not used to these extremes at all.
It's not used to the extremes. And houses in the UK have generally been built to trap heat. It's generally a colder country that has not ever seen 40 degrees like we saw in 2022, an unprecedented temperature that wasn't expected until the 2040s.
And people just aren't even acclimated to that, right? They don't have the ability. They're not used to that kind of heat stress.
And our behaviors are not prepared either.
Right.
So what we see in the UK often is that when there's a heat wave, people go out because obviously people in England love the summertime. But that type of heat exposure is very dangerous, particularly for elderly populations, which we have a lot in these types of countries, or populations, as we said, with underlying chronic health conditions that also are very prevalent in the UK. So even a country that you normally don't think directly associated with heat exposure is actually highly vulnerable and is increasingly suffering.
So this is a way in which climate change is an existential crisis if you're one of those people, but it's also an economic hit, isn't it? So talk about the economics of this extreme heat and what you found in the report.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's many dimensions, obviously, to every health impact. We know that people, when they get sick, they cannot go to work.
Right.
We also know that people that have an adverse health outcome will go to the health system, and that generates an increased expenditure on our health system. So it's also costing our healthcare services.
Right.
And one thing that we quantify in the report is perhaps a different aspect of this, that is the extent to which heat exposure is reducing people's labor capacity. We know that it reduces our intellectual and physical capacity to work.
Right. It's not even just hospital deaths or, hospitalizations and hospital costs. It's the economic hit of people not being able to work, literally not being able to work because it's too hot.
Or working more inefficiently.
Right.
And what we do is we quantify, again, we use epidemiological models to estimate how many hours of labor would have been lost because of heat exposure in different countries. And the number of the associated economic costs globally is staggering. For the first time in 2024, we estimate that the total economic losses globally due to labor capacity loss from heat exposure have reached for the first time $1 trillion. US globally.
$1
global economy.
trillion.
It's crazy, isn't it?
Oh my gosh.
And then if we look at who's affected, it's agricultural workers, it's construction workers, workers that sometimes wear public personal protective equipment,
gear, right.
and that they're
Policemen,
doing
firemen,
physical work.
right.
That's it. They're doing manual labor, physical work, which means that their health is also at risk and they're highly vulnerable. And an agricultural worker in a low-middle-income country doesn't have air conditioning.
Right, they don't have air conditioning. There's no way to heat their or to cool their workplace.
That's it. So you end up losing labor hours, and that it's important to us not only because of the economy, but it's people's livelihoods, it's people's income. And we all know that healthy economies, that good incomes, stable jobs are essential for good health.
Right.
And that is what we're seeing.
Well, so I will tell you, when I first started working on this issue of climate and health, the COP in Glasgow had the first ever health pavilion, a sort of a co-COP on health impacts of climate. And it was so exciting to see that happen. That was kind of a new thing. Tell us how it's showing up in this COP. How is health, because it's clearly a big issue back in the United States and probably in many, many countries around the world that are feeling these health impacts. How is the COP dealing with health issues?
Well, yeah, as you said, we kind of started seeing over the past 5 COPs, 6 COPs, a big increase in the attention that we're giving in COP to health.
Yes.
What we always say is that what is being negotiating in these rooms, when we're talking about greenhouse gas emissions, when we're talking about adaptation, we're really negotiating about people's health and people's lives. Is how many hazards will people in every country be exposed to when the temperatures keep on increasing and climate keeps on changing? How much are we going to build the resilience to protect their health, to protect their livelihoods? So everything happening here is for us fundamentally about health.
Right.
And we see a lot of synergies between climate action and health action. For example, we know that reducing exposure to air pollution is incredibly good for health. And we know that today, from our report, we have about 2.5 million deaths happening every year because of exposure to fossil fuel-derived outdoor air pollution.
Deaths. That's just another astonishing, avoidable deaths. Another astonishing figure. I can tell you, I got into this whole enterprise, this whole bit of work because my daughter had asthma. And I just could see it in her.
And we have again, in the UK where I live, there's this example of little Ella, that was a kid who had a very severe form of asthma. And it has been determined that each time that she had an aggressive asthma attack was days of high levels of air pollution from road transport mostly. And she ended up sadly passing out because of an asthma attack.
Oh my gosh.
Her mom is leading this enormous campaign to clean our air because of the health of children.
So she passed away because of an passed away because of an asthma attack. That was what I lived in fear of. I have to say, it was really frightening when your child can't breathe. There is nothing more painful for a mother than watching that happen. And you only have so many tools at your disposal, especially in that moment.
Yeah.
So, okay, now we've been down the hard road. Tell us some good news. Tell us something. I know you found some reason for optimism and hope, and we try to keep hope alive on this particular topic because we need to keep going and we can't lose hope. So tell us what you found.
Yeah, and it's both hope and evidence of the enormous potential that we have of life-saving action. So just to give you an example of what we've already seen that we've saved every year 160,000 lives because of reduced air pollution coming from the burning of coal. And those lives have been saved mostly in high-income countries that have transitioned away from coal and have cleaned up their air.
Right.
We still have a very, very long way to go, especially in supporting other countries, low-middle-income countries, in having more equitable access to clean energy technologies. But that gives us such good evidence that even with the little that we've done so far, 160,000 lives we've saved every year because of
not burning coal. That's just an amazing, amazing statistic. So tell our moms out there who may be listening, what's the best thing they can do to help protect their children children and their loved ones, their parents, people who might have a pre-existing condition of something that makes them more susceptible? What's the best thing they can do? What's your best advice as a doctor?
Yes, look, so there's a lot of things that we can do to protect our health, the health of our children from climate hazards. Air pollution is one of them. So we have tools at our disposal to reduce exposure to outdoor air pollution when that is really high. It's true that if you have a kid walking outside or you don't have filters for air quality at home, that becomes really difficult. And that's why it's so important that we demand our local decision makers to clean up our air, to prioritize health-centered transitions away from dirty fuel burning.
Clean air. It's the most basic
it's so
thing.
basic.
Right. So moms have a lot of power, is
Moms
what you're
have a lot
saying.
of powers, and you know what? There's nothing will stop a mom. That's what we've learned.
Will stop
Nothing
a mom.
will stop a
That
mom.
is so true.
And if we come together, and we've seen this example again, the little Ella and her mom have been powerhouses and has really advocated and achieved so much in terms of reduced air pollution in London. And that is such a good example. We also have great examples of warrior moms in India that are also advocating for better access to clean energy technologies.
Right, because they're cooking at home in over fire, essentially. They're cooking inside and breathing smoke all the time.
Exactly, even the use of, leave alone fossil fuels, even the use of wood burning to meet energy needs could be replaced by clean energy and renewable energy access. And why are we still burning dirty fuel? 88% of
Why are we
households,
still burning trees?
88% of households in low human development index countries, the most vulnerable countries, still primarily depend on dirty fuels and technologies inside their homes. That is associated with over 2.3 million deaths from toxic air inside people's homes where people and children live.
Right.
That is absolutely unacceptable.
So these are all things that we can do. They're preventable. It's wonderful. What your work is bringing us is wonderful. And give us one more sort of way in which we can get, in which we can see the report. What else should people be looking for? Where can they find the Lancet Countdown report on climate change and health?
Well, we have it in lancetcountdown.org. So there you have our reports, you have data visualizations, we have a lot of resources that can make the data a bit more accessible for people. The report is free of access in the Lancet. You just have to register. It's a scientific report, so it's quite technical, but we have a lot more resources. And obviously, following us on social media in Lancet Countdown, we always share there things in a bit of more of a digestible way.
Lancet Countdown, LANCET. It's the most prestigious medical journal out there. And thank you, Marina, so much for being here with us today. And keep up the great work here at COP. And thank you to We Don't Have Time for sharing their studio with us, for making this Scientista live podcast possible. We couldn't do it without you all. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Oh, damn it.
No, that one just.
Are you live on it? Okay, great. Just looking for the script here, but we got another wonderful guest here at We Don't Have Time here in Belém in COP30. If you could say who you are and where you're from.
I am Cassie Flynn. I am the Global Director of Climate Change at the United Nations Development Program, based out of New York.
Fantastic, Kathy. Well, the title of the show, I think, is about climate counts. And it's not that climate's sort of going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, although sometimes you see the temperatures doing that. But it's actually a campaign, I think, that you are running now at UNDP. So please tell the audience all about it.
Thank you. We are really excited about this campaign because something that we have realized when it comes to the climate crisis, and I think this is something that has been really important to We Don't Have Time, is there's so much information on the climate crisis. There's information, misinformation, disinformation. How do you know what to trust? How do you know if you're curious about the climate crisis, what are the numbers that you need to pay attention to? What are the numbers that you need to ignore? How do you make sense of it all? And so this is where climate counts came. Because it's COP30, we chose 30 numbers that represent the climate crisis, both in terms of opportunities, but in terms of challenges. And this is our way of making really easy, digestible ways to kind of wrap your head around the climate crisis.
Okay. And how can people look at these things? How can they find out about these 30 numbers, as it were? Where do they go?
Yeah, it's right on the UNDP website. So if you just sort of search for climate counts in UNDP, it'll take you right there. And there are 30 cards, and each card has a graphic on it and one of the numbers. So, for example, my favorite number is number 8, right? Because 8 out of 10 people want their governments to take action on the climate crisis.
Okay.
It is a remarkably high number that I think would take a lot of people by surprise, given in the news we hear, climate is a hoax, or climate's a problem, or it's not happening. That actually, when you poll people, and this has been proven in poll after poll after poll, people know the climate crisis is happening, and they want governments to take action on it.
You wonder who the 2 other people are, you know what I mean?
I know. We should give them climate counts.
I think we need to pop round and see them and say, listen, I think you've got something a bit wrong here, you know? Maybe, but bring, maybe some champagne, or if they're like alcohol, a good cup of tea or something, and just chat to those 2 others, right?
See, I know. We're gonna make a little deck of these cards, so maybe we can mail them to those other 2 people.
But the idea behind this, I mean, it's kind of fun and it's kind of interesting, I suppose, we do have this COP, right, for the first time, where on the presidency's agenda and also on the UN's agenda, we have this issue of disinformation and misinformation, yeah? I mean, disinformation and misinformation are slightly different things, but they all lead to people getting confused. And some of this is deliberate, some of this is ignorance. Probably deliberate from certain sectors of the economy that don't want, people to be, aware. And it's not the first time I think the UNDP has addressed this issue in a sense of disinformation, because I see there's some reports from the past as well, in the past few years, where the UNDP's been on top of this,
Yeah, and something that we've really tried to pay attention to with UNDP is how the climate crisis is unfolding country by country, because it looks very different if you are in the mountains of Nepal versus the coastal ecosystems of Fiji. The climate crisis looks very different, and I think this is also a lesson learned from even Hurricane Melissa, the devastation of Hurricane Melissa, where in just a few hours' time you had over 60 lives lost, billions of dollars in damages, and hundreds of thousands of people displaced. At what the real stakes are of this crisis, and I think for a person who they may have heard the term climate change, but they don't know a lot about it. They see a storm like this and they say, oh my goodness, how these poor people, how can I help them? What happened? Is this because of climate? What's going on? And you can get very wrapped up down in sort of a TikTok rabbit hole of, oh, well, this is happening or that is happening. And what we wanted to do was say, well, hey, let's break it down. Here are things, and this is what we've done with those previous reports too, is say, here are just ways to keep it simple. So, you know, you can have information to some of the questions that may be burning in your mind.
But it's a bit like, I mean, it's sometimes quite nice when scientists say things like, you know, we have analyzed this storm event and it has been made, you know, 5 times more likely than, you know, and then something 5 times more likely, is that important or not, you know? And sometimes it's better just to say, it's highly likely that this was fueled by climate change or something like that. I mean, how we simplify the language that's very complex and bring it to people. I mean, I think that this is very interesting COP, you know, as you know, because we have science really in the heart of it. I mean, it's always been there, but this kind of emphasis on the science by the presidency again, I think it's really important because it does seem to be at the moment that the level of disinformation is actually quite much bigger than even a few years ago, and one wonders if it's because actually we might be winning.
That is a very good point. And I think we will continue to see an escalation of misinformation, disinformation, pushback, because, you know, if you're paying attention to how economies are moving, it's very clear they're moving toward climate action. I mean, now 1 out of every 5 cars is an electric vehicle.
Yeah.
You know, that is, even just a few years ago, that would have seemed impossible in the world. And now, and it's only escalating. I mean, the investment in renewable energy is dwarfing that of fossil fuels. If you invest $1 in renewable energy, it's 3 times more jobs than fossil fuels.
Yeah.
And so you're starting to see countries make choices on this economic basis that I think is accelerating it. And the more it's accelerating it, the more the pushback comes. And this is where, because if there's confusion, you slow it down. There's one thing, like, we don't have time, right? Like,
we exactly don't have time at all, No, I think it's a very good point, because I think sometimes it's easy to get sort of disappointed that, you know, there's not enough action, but you're quite right. I mean, when you look at what the cities are doing as well, right? I mean, cities all over the world are exceeding and either meeting or exceeding their targets on such a regular basis, but somehow we don't really chronically that. We tend to look at the governments, right, and what they're doing. Now, they're important too, of course, but I mean, the private sector as well, when you see some of the things that the private sector is up to in positive ways, there is a big shift going on in the world, and I think, you know, it's absolutely clear that we need to reinforce that message so that people don't feel helpless in the face of what is a very, of course, shocking time in terms of the physical science and what's happening to the world.
And I think too, you know, right now is such a time of upheaval, right? The news every day, obviously geopolitics. I mean, certainly the climate arena is no stranger to extreme geopolitics.
No.
And it's on steroids right now. And I think that to be able to say, okay, when you kind of block out all the noise and you look at what the science is telling us, what the economics are telling us, that choosing climate action is just the smart thing to do. And you, more and more countries, more and more companies, more and more communities are making this calculation, and we're starting to see this acceleration of action that I think is really exciting. And I think at the subnational level, we're seeing that play out, because sometimes the subnational, you can dodge the politics of the national level.
Exactly.
We need to do more. We need to do more and faster, but the trend is really promising.
Just a quick on the nationally determined contributions, the national climate plans. I know that the UNDP has been working very hard over many, many years to support poorer countries, more vulnerable countries, so-called developing countries, to come forward with their NDCs, the national climate plans, at different moments in the last few years. There's a kind of collective bit disappointment that we haven't seen many more. Are you hoping that we will see many more at the COP from countries?
I think more are certainly coming in. So UNDP has supported now 90% of developing country NDCs over the last 10 years. And so we find it, something that I find really promising is that we're now in the 3rd generation of these NDCs, and this 3rd generation is an order of magnitude higher quality than that 1st generation. And here we're, I think, starting to see too a bit of a difference between, we know the big ones need to step up, and right now, as of this morning, of the G20, there are only 5 that have not submitted yet. So hopefully those will come soon. Argentina,
Yeah.
Saudi Arabia,
Yeah.
India, Mexico.
Yeah.
And they just approved it, so Mexico should be coming.
Yes.
And South Korea.
Right, because Mexico has quite a complex system, I think, to actually get this approved. Right.
Yeah.
Maybe some others do too.
Yeah.
So indeed, there's a good chance that at least some of those G20s that haven't done it yet, the 5, maybe Argentina's got some other problems, which we can imagine, but maybe 4 of those might be on the cards for maybe before the end of the COP. Yeah, which would be great, right?
Yeah.
Maybe all 5.
Which would be great. And I think giving that signal that, especially from the 20 largest economies in the world, that they are staying the course.
Yeah.
Which I think is important.
And also, I mean, I think there's also a lot of. I was quite interested when the Chinese one came out, which everyone was great to see. There was an emission reduction, but then everyone, but it's not enough. But some governments, they put actually a very low ambition in their NDC, but always overachieve, right? Some others put very high ambition into their NDCs and didn't quite achieve at all, right? So I mean, it's
and I feel like there's kind of this debate about NDCs that should countries be sort of as accurate and precise as possible about their pathway, or do they underpromise, overdeliver?
Yeah.
And for me, I just think whatever keeps you moving on climate action, because to get these NDCs, they are now 80% now our whole of economy. That is not an easy thing to do. They're going through the highest level political processes. Heads of state know what an NDC is. The heads of state come to this process and they talk about their NDC. That is a very unique thing to this process. And so they're deeply analytical, deeply political, and sometimes those national circumstances that, you do what you can. And so I very much welcomed China's NDC, and I know there were a lot of people who said, they should have done more, but when you look at what's happening on the ground, it's incredible what China has achieved. And I think that, hopefully we will see even more from them as we go forward.
And I think the European Union one that came through just the other day, again, it balanced some political realities, but with a block of countries that is actually very high achieving in terms of climate action and ambition. And again, so I don't think this is a gloomy time at all.
Yeah, no. And I think sometimes we can get sort of caught up in all of the noise about it. But when you look at the choices that they're making, we are on the right path. It's never been a straight path, but it's going in the right direction.
Yeah. Good. Thank you so much, Cassie, for being with us. We've lost the previous head of UNDP, Akam Steiner. A new one has arrived, is that right? Or is one coming? Or
we hope we will have a new leader in the coming month or so. Month or 2.
You'll be reassured that I have not applied.
Yeah. Rock and roll at UNDP.
Absolutely, yeah. Great. Thanks so much, Cassie. It's lovely to see you. Yeah.
Wonderful to see you.
Thank you.
series of interviews and live panels from COP30 in Belém, broadcast by We Don't Have Time in partnership with the Nature Positive Initiative. And this is a series where we delve into the interconnectivity between the nature and climate crises and how tackling them together is the foundation to secure equitable prosperity and well-being through the Nature Positive transition. I'm Gemma Parks, Head of Communications for the Nature Positive Initiative, and I'm moderating this session today. So welcome to our first panel, which is on Becoming Nature Positive, How It All Began, where we're going to reflect on the journey that led to the adoption of the Global Biodiversity Framework and its nature positive mission of halting and reversing nature loss, reflect on where we are in the midpoint towards 2030 and what we need to do to accelerate implementation. I'm joined today by a fantastic panel. We have Patricia Zurita, who's Chief Strategy Officer of Conservation International. Welcome, Patricia. In just one moment, we're going to be joined by Carlos Eduardo Correa, former Minister of the Environment for Colombia. And I also have to my left Marco Lambertini, who's convener of the Nature Positive Initiative. Marco, I'm going to start with you first. So briefly, could you perhaps share a little bit of your recollections of the genesis of the nature positive concept, all the concerted efforts that led up to the Convention on Biological Diversity COP15 achievement, and maybe some key milestones along that journey that really stand out to you?
Yeah, thank you, Gemma. Welcome everybody to this nature positive dialogue. So how it all began? I think for me, it all began with the Paris Agreement. The 12 December of 2015, COP21, Climate COP21. And when the gavel hit, and I remember the President Fabius declaring the Paris Agreement adopted, was a very emotional moment for the climate agenda, but for us that also are focused on the nature agenda, was equally exciting because it was actually giving us the confidence that the world could agree on a global goal that unites efforts, that really drives coherent action towards a common shared direction and goal. And so then the question was, wait a minute, we don't have a global goal for nature, and we know that nature is so fundamental also for the delivery of the climate agenda and much more. So for me, the thinking about the need of a global goal started there, and I know for many other leaders, and Patricia will speak in a minute, was the same. And so in the years following Paris, we started to think what that global goal could look like, but also how can we get it adopted. And of course, the great opportunity was the approaching UN CBD, Convention on Biological Diversity, the Nature Convention, that was about to be convened to agree on the next 10 years plan for biodiversity. So we thought that's the opportunity to codify, to embed a global goal for nature. We started talking then what the global goal looked like, and the whole community gathered together, and it was clear that if for climate, carbon neutral, net zero emissions was the right direction. For nature, net zero was not good enough, and simply because nature can recover, has an incredible ability to regenerate and recover if we give it a chance. And so the idea was to be more ambitious and really embrace a net positive, a nature positive goal. We coalesced. It was amazing. I mean, I'm looking to Patricia because she was one of the driving forces together with many others. You know, it was amazing because suddenly nature rose at the top of the political agenda. We gathered 91 head of states asking for a global goal for nature, supporting nature positive. The G7 declaration said net zero is not enough, we need nature positive. Hundreds of civil society organizations, hundreds of companies, particularly helped by organizations like the World Economic Forum. So, I mean, it was an incredible gathering of new actors around the idea of a global goal for nature. And that was where it all began. And amazingly, 7 years and 7 days later, on the 19th of December 2022 in Montreal, under the Chinese presidency, the gavel went down again. This amazing global biodiversity framework and the mission with a global goal for nature, halt and reverse biodiversity loss by 2030, the definition of nature positive, was adopted. So I stopped there because then we talk about what next. But
Amazing.
It was an amazing experience. To say, probably the most extraordinary experience of high-level policy in my life. And I don't know if you, Patricia, agree, but what really was heartening, truly heartening, is that we were all able, I was the head of WWF at the time, Patricia was the head of BirdLife, we all were able to set aside our brands and really work together for this common ambitious goal. But
yes, absolutely. And it sounds like multi-sectoral momentum and energy moving towards this wonderful moment and achievement for nature. Patricia, I'm going to turn to you. Perhaps you could share a little bit of how you experienced from a civil society perspective. Before I come to you, Guy, I'm going to just welcome and introduce again former Minister of the Environment for Colombia, Carlos Eduardo Correa.
who knows, maybe the new minister as well one day.
Thank you very much. So happy to be here.
Thank you.
My dear friend Marco, with you, and with Patricia. Thank you
You're
very much.
very welcome, and thanks for joining us. We know that there are many parallel commitments here in Belém. It's a very, very busy week, so thanks for making time. We've just heard from Marco a little bit of the general theme setting of the genesis and how Nature Positive came to be. Before I turn to you, Carlos, I'm just going to ask Patricia, so what was your experience, please, from a civil society perspective of really engaging deeply in the Nature Positive process?
Yeah, so as Marco said, I was the head of BirdLife at that point. We were in Sharm el-Sheikh at COP14 at that point. Coming, and I remember, I don't know if you remember, but we had this meeting at one of the hotels in Sharm el-Sheikh in a very long meeting room, and it was like 6 of us. And at that point it was Marco, myself, Christian Samper, who was at WCS. We were trying to get Jen from the Nature Conservancy, and trying to get the big conservation organizations together, so we can start with that element of we can do this together. We can get to a similar Paris moment, we were calling it at that time, for nature. But it was not easy, right? As Marco said, we had to check out all of the egos and the individuality of each of the organizations to really come and say, we're all fighting for the same thing. We want this to happen for all of us and for the planet. So let's make it happen as a community. And then we started looking into this cannot be only the civil society organizations. We need to bring in the private sector. We need to bring in the governments. We need to make a big coalition. And then the pandemic hit, and it stalled everything and delayed the new COP. So we were like, oh my Lord, what are we going to do and how are we going to make it happen? And I have to give credit to Marco, because he was the engine of pushing this. We crafted the idea together in Sharm el-Sheikh, but we moved it. He moved it together and pushed the energy to make all of what has happened since then be real. And the moment, as he said, in Montreal was beyond emotional. You know, we were really celebrating that for the first time. We were really having a common goal, and we were fighting for it together. So now we have to make it happen.
Absolutely. It was really all shoulders to the wheel to bring about this Paris moment for nature. Carlos, I'm going to come to you. I'd love to hear a little bit from you. If you could share how the concept of Nature Positive was embraced by Colombia, and perhaps say a few words about the value case for nature from a Global South perspective.
Well, I was just, listening to Patricia now, and well, I remember Sharm el-Sheikh when I was just talking to Patricia about birds. Remember, Patricia? But, one of my first meetings, COP26 in Glasgow, was with Marco. So I remember I went to this room and started talking about our NDCs, because we were announcing our new NDCs at 2020. It was 51% of reduction for the emissions. It was so, challenging doing that. And then at Glasgow, Marco came to the Colombian Pavilion and said, what is that? It was a huge message on the wall that said, carbon neutral, nature positive. So that was the challenge that we had at the Colombian government at that time. And I was so excited because a lot of people like Marco, like Patricia, so many other friends, Goldsmith, SAG, the Arhuacos, the indigenous communities, they were so committed, to the challenge, to take care of nature, to stop deforestation, to protect biodiversity, but also to cut emissions at that time. And well, it was amazing. After 2020, when we had this hurricane in San Andres and Providencia in Colombia, we learned a lot about nature positive, you know, about restoring mangrove ecosystem, about planting 1 million corals at that time, about recovering all the dry forest and to stop deforestation. So that's, you know, that started in 2020 with President Duque talking about biodiversity, talking about nature positive communities and countries. And I think that now, 5 years after COP26, we're still talking about this. I was just looking and reading the message, Marco. You said, we don't have time. And I just remember something. At COP26 in Glasgow, we made several announcements from the government. One was our NDCs, 51%. The other one was the Eastern Pacific Corridor with Costa Rica, Panama, Ecuador, and Colombia. And the other one was to protect the 30 by 30, 30% of our oceans and terrestrial areas. And then at that time, we announced that Colombian government would do it before 2030. 1 year later in Lisbon, in UNOC too, we announced it. We did it. And we don't have time. It just reminds me about the 30 before 30. We have to do it before. We have to be carbon neutral, nature positive before the 2030.
Absolutely, and it's true. We don't have a lot of time. It's a very ambitious goal to achieve nature positive. Perhaps could you all just share a few comments on where are things at today? Marco, or who wants to go first?
Okay. Thank you. Okay. So we have to be hopeful. Yeah, I mean, I just actually finished with my comms team a quote that we're putting out to the media. We just started the negotiation yesterday. We have an agenda that has been approved. That is almost a first in many of the negotiations that we have had. We are claiming for ambition. We still have to close the financial gap. We're hoping that TFFF becomes a thing at the end of the COP. But while we have some of these signals and signs of the broader sector, you know, we have indigenous peoples here, we have Afro-descendants, we have local communities, I even saw many representatives from the religious groups. We are coalescing, as Marco said, as one community. I think what we need to do is make sure that we remember that we don't have time, that it is urgent, that we cannot be whittling on the language and just trying to wordsmith everything, that we need action, and that for action to happen, we need funding, and that finance has to be on the table, and finance has to remember that nature is 30% of the solution, and that will bring in not only climate benefits, but it will bring many other benefits for local communities and for the rest of the planet. I mean, at the end of the day, more than 50% of the GDP depends on nature. So let's think about not only the climate risk that we are living and that we're posing on the economy, but think about the wealth that we derive from nature and how important it is for us to start connecting these agendas, putting the money on the table so we can make action happen. So I would say optimistic. We have to be optimistic. I think we are bringing the agenda of climate and nature closer together, although the negotiation of Article 4.6 could potentially tell you that we're not that close. I think we can make the effort and we can demonstrate the benefits. And I think we are going to be able to come at the end of the COP with good news. I'm hopeful that that will happen.
I think we always need to be optimistic and hopeful, otherwise we wouldn't all be here. And as we're speaking now, we can hear a tremendous rainstorm falling on the COP30 venue. It feels like such a privilege to be sitting as we are right beside the Amazon rainforest.
We are in the rainforest after all, so people cannot be surprised that we have rain, and it is good that it's still a forest and that it's still raining.
It's beautiful. It actually gives me goosebumps to feel the rain.
No, look, this is important. You shouldn't take this for granted because to your point about where are we, I think the whole nature positive concept, ambition, but particularly goal, because nature positive is not a slogan, it's a measurable goal. It's a goal that does action at scale. Not any action, but action that really is commensurate to actually achieving a future with more nature, not less. That's the simple definition of nature positive. We need a world, we need a future where we stop the decline of nature, we halt and we reverse it, allowing nature to recover, so that we have more nature, not less. For the reasons that Patricia mentioned, because I think the new dimension that has emerged, I think really in the last 5 to 10 years max, is that we are beginning to look at nature as an absolute essential dimension for our future. And that's not hasn't been like that until very recently. We're beginning to understand the material value of nature. Of course, the spiritual, the aesthetic, the intrinsic. I feel very strongly personally about all that. But at the end of the day, if we don't realize that we need to stop taking nature for granted, that we need to stop utilizing nature like it was unlimited and a free input in our economy, if we stop ignoring the externalities of destroying nature and the impacts on not just nature itself, but actually on our own security in terms of water security, climate security, health, we will continue to destroy, hoping for the best. And we know now, and science is super clear, that actually if we don't take care of the natural systems, the stability of ecosystem, biodiversity, it's the engine for this ecosystem to work, we will pay a dear price.
We're really in trouble.
Yeah, so that's a really new paradigm. And I think the whole nature positive discussion has triggered. And what is super exciting is to see, particularly, I would say, the corporate sector paying attention to nature like never before. I think nature and biodiversity has never been higher in the corporate agenda because of that dimension, because they're beginning to see nature destabilization as much as climate destabilization as a risk
Absolutely.
to the economy, to the business, as a risk to society. And that's one important dimension. And then there is the opportunity dimension, because by embracing new ways of developing, by embracing new way of running the economy, new way of running our own lives, we can actually embrace new model, new market, create new markets, develop new products. So the challenge for us, I think, and I stop here, is to actually define, describe a nature positive future as a better future for people, not just for nature. And the people positive and nature positive link is the one that we need to emphasize more. And that's what it is. Explain a bit of subtle publicity, explain in the book that all of us contributed to, by the way, the three of us and many others. So Becoming Nature Positive, free online, who wants to read it?
Definitely. We don't have time to achieve nature positive. Read this book, and business as usual is really no longer an option. Carlos, what would you add about how it feels how is progress today for nature positive?
You have said it all. But, thank you, Marco, because I was just thinking about how to be nature positive. And definitely we need people on the territory, social communities, indigenous communities to make it happen. So we need a lot of education. And also, as Patricia was saying about finance, we need to accelerate the finance to the territory 4 or 5 times. We need to do it faster. We need to be faster in the next 5 years. Now, maybe we have the money and the resources, the funds, but how are we going down to the communities? It's a topic, it's an issue that we need to work in this COP, at COP30, definitely. We need to be faster. And then nature and people are so important. If we want to be nature positive, we need to be people positive. And that's one of the issues. But then, what you're thinking about before coming to the COP, what's the point here? Because, sometimes we have a pipeline of projects, we have the funds with the different multilaterals, but then we don't have the perfect or the right tools to give that money to the right people on the territory. So I think that we need to use a lot more technology, artificial intelligence, finance, open banking, new ways of doing finance on the territory. Micro credits, micro parametric insurance, micro, everything in micro, no? Everything is big. We need micro with the communities. So going from bottom up, and of course from top to the bottom.
Definitely, from micro to macro, macro to micro. And we're halfway through this, what has been, I think, called many times the decade of action. So 5 years to go until 2030. Is there anything else that you would add in terms of really critical areas to accelerate the action we need? Patricia?
I mean, I think that one thing that we haven't spoken about, and maybe important that we factor in the next 5 years, is how are we reacting to the geopolitical changes? And it has been incredibly, it fills me up with optimism that we still have a corporate sector that is seeing the value of nature. And I'm going to plug in a little bit right now for the coffee sector and for Ely in particular. I was with Andrea Ely last night at an event where we were talking about the importance of factoring adaptation for the coffee industry, right? And this is out for the soy industry, for the beef industry, for any industry that you look into. And the reality is that the minute that we start looking into the impact of regenerative agriculture, the positives are so many. And not only in terms of carbon and coffee yield and coffee prices and the benefits to local communities, but also for the other ecosystems that are actually dependent on these farms. And when you're talking about micro, absolutely 100%. This is the system that enables us to really go down to the hands of the people that really are impacting these lands and that have, unfortunately, the responsibility of stewarding these services for all of us. So it is our responsibility to work hand in hand with them. And as Carlos is saying, developing tools, not only of management and regenerative agriculture practices, but financial tools that enable them to start moving into and take the risk to move into a system like regenerative. So I am hopeful that these next 5 years, the private sector is going to play an incredibly important role, but the financial sector has to start coming along.
Yes.
And that we have to design together, because it's not only about the 1.5 trillion deals. We have to start getting that to the ground, but also we have to remember that we're very easily jumping into a $4 trillion economy of cryptocurrency, and we're very, very scared of a $1 trillion economy that is nature. So let's balance things out.
So
Yes.
can I just build on Patricia,
Please,
because
okay.
I completely agree. And look, the good news is that on one hand, we are the most environmentally aware generation of all times. And secondly, as I said, biodiversity is now moving away from simply the kind of reputational philanthropic space and actually being perceived as material to our own well-being and economy, etc. And thirdly, the plan, we have a goal, and the plan is very clear. It's about, number one, protect more of the nature left to the planet. Second, restore as much as we can of what we have degraded or lost. And then third, going to Patricia's point, redirect, transition nature negative practices in key sectors like agriculture, mining, forestry, fishing, infrastructure, manufacturing. These are the big ones with a big negative impact on nature, towards nature positive practices like regenerative agriculture. And the good news is that it's absolutely possible if of course we understand the value of it, we understand the benefits at the end of the road, but particularly if we redirect financial flows to support those transitions at the corporate level and also at the local and individual level. So that's what really needs to happen. And let's remember, we're still investing $2.5 trillion of public subsidies directly negatively impacting nature as we speak. 2.5 trillion. You know how much we spent on, how much was the global military expenditure last year? 2.3 trillion. So we were spending more money on a war on nature negative subsidies, than actually fighting ourselves. Like nature is the worst enemy. It's unbelievable. This is also in the book, by the way.
We need to start drawing to a close, but to move from nature negative towards nature positive across finance and all areas, as you say. Just very briefly, Patricia and Carlos, any last closing thoughts before we draw this conversation to a close?
As a mother of twins, I would say we have to keep remembering that we have to leave this planet in better shape, nature positive, to our children, because they deserve better. And number two, what Jane Goodall used to say, there is hope. We have hope. We can actually make it happen if we work together, and that is one of the wonderful results of nature positive.
Definitely. Thank you, Carlos.
Oh, just so happy to be here in the Amazon raining. We have been talking about forest, about biodiversity, but then more than 6 rivers coming through the state of Belé, of Pará, going to the ocean. So also think about the blue. Oceans are very important, but my final message is that we need to work with nature, not against nature. So bringing your thoughts, we need to work together with nature.
That's the perfect summary of the conversation, and I, for one, am feeling very hopeful for what's ahead. Thank you so much to our panel, Patricia Zurita, Carlos Eduardo Correa, and Marco Lambertini. Thank you very much. That's the end of this conversation. Watch out for our next panels on the Nature Positive dialogue. You can find details on the We Don't Have Time website on naturepositive.org. We've got a couple of great conversations still coming up this week. One on the mindset shift that needs to happen for culture and attitudes for nature positive, and also one soon on the nature positive transition. Thank you very much, and we'll see you soon. Let's move on.
How do we
Those of us living outside of the
and where we'll either shape or be shaped by the future. And it's really, really defining times we're in. As global challenges accelerate, collaboration and shared purpose is really key. And we see it among companies globally. And this is what we're going to talk about in this panel. And we're going to learn more about the so-called Nordic model of cooperation, innovation, and also transparency, which is, of course, key in this transition. And we're going to talk about how this has enabled industry leaders to build pioneering and also scalable approach to climate data. So it's my great pleasure from IKEA to introduce Sriram Rayagopal. You are Head of Climate and Air Quality at Inter IKEA. And Anna Riot, you are Chief Impact Officer at EY Nordic. And then we have next to you, not next to you, but well, we'll go in order here, Sofia Vernius Cederberg, you're Head of Sustainability at SKF. And Anna Celsi, you are Chief Sustainability Officer at Alfa Laval. So terrific to have all of you here in our studio. So we're going to talk about a few different themes here. We're going to start to talk about what we call the defining decade. So it has been labeled this decade that we are now halfway through the defining decade. And it's really time to act. That's what it means, right? So let's start to talk about what sustainable transformation means to the companies that you are each representing, and how you are making it real rather than rhetorical. So Anna, would you like to start? And sorry about the wind. This is like being in a wind tunnel.
But it's very nice.
It's nice and windy.
It's very hot
Yes.
other parts. Yes. So for us at EY, this decade means really going from ambition to action. And what we can do, where we can have a huge impact, is really to work closely with our clients, with corporates like here in the panel, to make sure that we future-proofing the business of tomorrow, making sure that we're creating impact both for people, planet, and for profit. So for me, I think the Nordic model is quite interesting. We have such a strong heritage where we are grounded into sustainability, solidarity, collaboration, and using that now not only to pause or take one step back, because it is challenging times right now, but really to accelerate. And we can do that in 3 areas. Both when it comes to more innovative circular products and services, then when it comes to resource efficiency, and I know you will speak about that as well, circular business model, decarbonization, and thirdly, through collaboration. And I think that will be key.
Thank you very much, Anna. And EY, of course, is a huge entity in the world. So is IKEA, as you all know. And Shiram, what could you say from the IKEA perspective on this topic of the defining decade and also the Nordic model, please?
It is defining decade. For us, to your question on sustainable transformation as well, it's about aligning business with the planetary science, the latest planetary science at that. And as Anna was mentioning, whether that means circular business models and taking an integrated approach. It's the defining decade for climate, but also for nature and also for the social agenda. How can we bring all these integrated approach into how we take climate action for these 5 years, but also for the coming 20 years as well. It's at the core of it. It's about business resilience. We are not only doing this from a planetary perspective. We are corporates at the core of it. It's about making money, but also at the same time being a good business. And we keep saying at IKEA, being a good business is a good business, and building resilience for our brand to continue our existence as a brand for another 80, 100 years. And this is one way of future-proofing our business, as you were on to.
Thank you very much. Let's dig a bit deeper into the Nordic model here and talk about collaboration and trust. And we might even be able to brand it the Nordic advantage. And how do Nordic values like collaboration and also trust, which is big in the Nordics, and solidarity and also transparency that we touched upon already, how can this really accelerate the progress of climate data, Anna?
I think you just listed the most important key enablers to make maybe even the entire transition happen, because this is a complex, very challenging task we're in the middle of. And to be able to do it, we have to work together. We have to use each other's competencies, perspectives. And to do that, we need transparency. I need to understand what you bring to the table. And to have the transparency, you have to have the trust. Because I have to trust that you use what I tell you in a good way for the better, for reaching our common target, which in our case is, I think, net zero and the entire transition. So it's so much about these values, and we really have an advantage, I think, in the Nordic countries building on these.
Thank you very much, Anna. So from the SKF perspective here, what could you say, Sophie?
Well, I think, we have a lot of solutions already. We've been in the business for more than 100 years. Actually, we've been in Brazil 110 years.
Amazing.
We've been in China for over 100 years, India over 100 years. So we have a lot of experience. The solutions exist, but now we need to scale it. And how do we scale it? We scale it by sharing our knowledge and collaborating together. And of course, you need to do it in a responsible way. And in SKF, we call it SKF Care. So we care about the way we do business. And we also talk a lot about this trust and the spirit of the Nordic way of working, right? So really starting from transparency and collaboration and seeing this as a value and an asset to come closer to your supply chain, come closer to your customers in those discussions, and not work in isolation. And I think we have been doing a lot of good work, but a little bit in the background, not sharing so much. So for us, this is a great opportunity. We're here for the first time at COP30, so great to be here and to talk about our solutions.
Thank you very much, Sophie. And Shiram, we've met at so many COPs, so we keep saying we have to stop meeting like this, but really, Shiram, what could you add from your inter-IKEA perspective?
As in, our favorite word at Inter-IKEA is tillsammans, which is actually togetherness in Swedish. As in, we can go ahead and set goals and ambitions by ourselves, but they would only be that if we don't have the trust of stakeholders across the whole value chain. And we feel that transparency and vulnerability are big enablers, because once we accept that we don't know, it also opens up so many possibilities for collaboration across the value chain, and also helping each other, sharing. And it's not only about delegating targets to our suppliers, it's also working hand in hand with them to make those changes happen. And at IKEA, we say that the average life of a supplier is more than 10 years. So that sets preconditions for the trust and collaboration to make this change happen in this defining decade.
Thank you, Shirama. Thank you also for bringing up the perspective of vulnerability, because this is really key in trusting each other to be able to show that you are vulnerable in these really challenging times. So how do we turn these progressive ideas into more scalable solutions, Anna? I mean, you work globally from your perspective at EY. How do we really make this into a broader systems change perspective?
So I think a lot of this scope is about how to scale, and I think there's a couple of things you need to do. Both, we talk about collaboration and partnership. One thing is that you need to partner within your sector, but also to make it really scalable, you must look at the entire ecosystem. So how to partner with, like here, we have the Massive Plus. There are completely different companies, but you're working together to share data, for example. There are so many other examples where you work on sustainable finance or on the supply chain, but you also need to bring in the policymakers, the politicians, the civil society, and I think that is where the magic happens, and that's where you really can scale. And for EY, for our perspective, since we are present in all the businesses, all industries, all the service areas, we can also be that enabler to bring people together to the table and see who is actually missing right now to make this be scalable.
Thank you, Anna. And somebody who's very often missing is the civil society, but you just mentioned it, so thank you for that. Anna, you would like to add?
Yes, I just wanted to add on what you said. I fully agree, and I also think that when you have your different competences, you find the win-win solution. That's when it happens, that you create something together that society is a winner of. We have, for example, core technologies of heat transfer that is using waste heat to heat homes. You couple that to district heating and you heat many homes from, for example, data centers that we talk as a problem, but that could be also an opportunity, and we find together solutions that everybody collectively is winner of. And I think that's the most important thing in a partnership, also to make it big in a systemic shift.
Thank you, Anna. Sophie, yes.
Yeah, I was thinking about scaling. You talked about scaling and how do you do that? And I think we are in a unique position because we are in everything that rotates, basically. So we are in 40 different industries. So if we have Lucian, I mean, we will be able to scale it, but we need to think about it. We need to make sure that we share the technologies and the journey that we have done ourselves, because we have actually really tough targets on all our manufacturing entities across the globe. So we need to really make sure we reduce energy use and we have energy efficient solutions everywhere in our manufacturing operations. So to reach our 2030 targets. So that's really something we have shown is doable. So we have proof points that this can be done, and that's where we need to also start that discussion with our supply chain, with our customers, because we have done it ourselves. We can show that it can be done. So by sharing our knowledge, we will be able to get that outreach to so many other industries. And a lot of things are general, like how do you reduce your energy consumption in the most efficient way. So there we have a lot of knowledge, and we can share that. So I think scaling is possible. The technical solutions are there, but we need to find ways to spread the good news. And that needs trust also, and of course transparency.
Thank you, Sophie. Anna?
No, exactly what you're speaking about. It requires also a very bold leadership. We need to have courage. So sharing and scaling, behind that, there are leaders that just decide this is where we need to go. We need to reach these targets. Who do I need to partner, work with? And also being, as you said, vulnerable in the terms of sharing what are progress, but also what have we not achieved and why. I think that kind of vulnerability will also unlock a lot of potential and stories.
So I'd like to stay with you for a bit and address the aspects of data and accountability. So what would you say, I mean, targets are one thing, but then we need to go to the results, right? So how do we really move from ambition to credible and transparent accountability? Could you elaborate a little bit more on that, please?
Yeah, that's a very important question. We know that what gets measured gets done. So first of all, you need to make sure that the data you have is actually accurate, that it's possible to compare, and that you critical review it. So I think that is the key, and then transparently talk about it, show it, and show about progress. So I think, again, going back to this decade of really action, this is a key point where we show that our purpose, our ambition is also measurable, so they are proved with science and with numbers.
Thank you very much, Anna. Let's go back a little bit and talk more about collaboration, because I think that's really the key of this conversation here, of the Nordic model. So breaking the silos, of course, is an old way of talking about it, and collaborating across different sectors and industries also. But what can you bring even more to the table here in terms of partnership and speed in the partnership and collaboration aspect, Anna?
I think if I take the example where we worked Massive Plus, we started off by what you said for vulnerability. We had the common goal, we need to get to net zero. And then we said, not what we are good at, but what is the biggest challenges that we cannot fix? Because what are the biggest pain points? And that speeds things up. But the most important maybe is to have the team that can work with this openness, transparency, trust, getting to know each other on a personal level, actually, spending the time. It's about sitting together around the table and sharing, I don't know, do you know? No, I don't know either. And being able to do that, and then have some grit, I have to say, because this has been really, really tough, and many other examples of you have to just get there together, and it takes time in the beginning. So grit is also important, but the team, I would say.
Thank you, Anna. Sophie, what can you bring to the table in this aspect of speeding up the collaboration and this work?
Well, actually, I mean, it's about really being honest about the difficulties in getting the emission data upstream. And I think we can all sign up on that everybody knows, you know, their scope 1 and 2. I mean, we have our own operations we can control, but what about the supply chain? And we sit in each other's value chains, right? So how can we start acknowledging, okay, we're in the same boat here, how do we work this out? So that's on a general basis, but then you also need to come back to specifics. Because, okay, it's easy to say, oh, steel industry, we buy a lot of steel, but it's not any steel, it's bearing steel. So what does that mean? Okay, we need to engage with those suppliers that impact us the most. And the way we have been doing it is to really try to get, coming back to the question on accuracy on the data, to get primary data, the real data from our main suppliers. So we started small and we've been building it up. So really going into the deep questions with the suppliers. Where does your steel come from? Is it scrap steel? What is your production process? What kind of technology do you have? Do you source renewable energy? can we help you with that? Because we've done a journey on the renewable energy and in a success manner. Can we help you with that? And then, really starting with the suppliers where we have the most impact and getting that exact data. And working with them, expanding to more and more materials that are vital for us. But then again, of course, I have to admit, we have, 30,000 plus suppliers. We cannot get primary data from all of them. That's a given. So what do we do in collaboration with others? What are the common denominators? How can we push this? And what kind of standards can there be in industries that help us in this very difficult situation? Because we want, of course, to show the complete picture of our emissions. Not just estimates, but it's difficult, and we acknowledge that. But we started really by getting that close collaboration with the suppliers we've been working with for so many years.
Thank you, Sophie. And you're all part of really it's not a project, but it's a collaboration. Yeah. Massive Plus. So Shiram, could you please tell us a bit about what Massive Plus entails and how it's been affecting Interact work?
For us, the involvement with Massive has been more from...
And tell us also what it is, because the viewers might not even know what it is.
It started off with a pain point to what Sophie mentioned earlier, that we are in each other's value chain, and for everyone to do their own thing, there is power of collaboration and coming together. So it was, the original intent was to put together a collaborative to address this joint problem. How do we sort of come together and collaborate with each other? And then there are many aspects to it, process, tools, many facets to it, and we are engaged more in terms of capability building in that particular initiative today.
Thank you. Yeah. What else would like to add on the Massive Plus perspective? Anna?
Yes, I think like you said, Priam, it's about connecting the value chain in all this and sharing. It's again going back to sharing around the table, actually, to say that I need the measurement in this unit. Do you have it? And then you, Shiram, no, I don't, or Anna, and we really have to get into the details together and find a standardized way to do this. And this is connecting, sitting down, and spending time together.
Thank you. Anna?
No, just to add on that, so this is really a way to get the accurate critical measurements and data. And I think that's like the first step on collaboration that you really need. Then you can find so many other ways that both partner. We can look at innovation. What can we take from data? What we learn? We can look at sustainable finance. Can we do common for investing in our suppliers and so on? So getting the data right is based for being able to scale and find these new solutions as well.
Thank you, Anna. And Sophie, collaborating here with drive results. Do you have any examples from the perspective at SAF?
I think it's trust transparency. We need to work together in order to make it happen. So collaboration is key here. But it's not easy. it's difficult. We have tools can happen. Now we need to start using AI tools, for instance. I mean, that's really where we can find new ways and together find those ways and create stands. Maybe try to not be there in the corner, just looking at in your own little sector, but really expanding and seeing how can we push for better standards? Because I think we also need to advocate for change in policies and standards and so on. And for instance, we buy a lot of steel, right? So we try to buy scrap steel where we can, but we're still a small buyer of steel on a global basis. So then we need to join forces with others who are in the same situation. So we are in Responsible Steel, for instance, which is an organization that looks at the total perspective, how to do a responsible sourcing of steel, and that involves a lot of engagement in the details. So I think you really need to step out of your comfort zone and start opening up the discussion through collaboration.
Thank you, Sophie. Another Riot you wanted to add? No? Okay, good. I'm glad you brought up AI because that was actually my next topic here. So AI and blockchain, what could you say about this in enhancing this and speeding up this transformation? Would you like to start, Jerome?
Sure. From our perspective, it goes back to the question of accuracy in measurement, and one of the biggest applications that we see for blockchain is in terms of traceability upstream. We operate in so many different commodities, from it could be cocoa to coffee to steel, and the more accurate that we get, or even forest, for example, in our case,
Use
when we need,
blockchain in that sourcing too.
yeah, and we need to have blockchain, we need to have satellite, remote sensing, all of these technologies coming together and make magic happen, so that the more accurate data that we have, we can steer decisions in a better way and to shape where we need to go. We are a bit, I wouldn't say paranoid, but we are also a bit concerned from time to time that we shouldn't be taking one step forward and then 2 steps backward because new data comes in that says something else. So I think AI and blockchain has the potential to really support in that respect.
Thank you. Thank you. Other perspectives, please, on the AI.
I think that the complexity of the data and climate data is so vast, you cannot do this manually. We have to use tools, and AI is the tool. And it's so important for our trust to be able to get these numbers, because we put so much effort and resources into driving down emissions. And at the moment, we don't account for actually the things that we do. We buy low emission metals as much as we possibly can, but we still account for the not low emission because we don't have the data to, and we sell, but we can't sell because we don't, or say that it's green premium. We can only have the narrative. We don't have the proof. So we do it kind of in a good favor, and we think it's long-term really good and important. But we can't go on like that forever. We really need to see it in the numbers. And then AI is the way, because it's so complex data we're talking about, and we have so many suppliers across the entire globe. And we need to transfer it seamlessly. We need to optimize it to really drive down emissions also in our supply chains.
Thank you. Actually, I'm going to cut you off here, Anna, because I need to move to the final question here, because I'm curious, since it's the defining decade, if we were to meet here again, let's say we will meet here in COP40, 10 years from now, another decade, what are your hopes? How can you describe in a minute and a half each, what are we the most proud of having achieved? Anna.
First of all, we talked about that this need to be the decade of action, of true action, where we see that impact and sustainability is really integrated in all the business models. Speaking about AI, we need to make sure that we use AI for good, moving or transforming sustainability at the same time. So I think that is one of the most important things. The other part I really want to see is some brave leadership, where we have leaders, the leadership that is built on trust, transparency and courage, and that leaders that work together in partnership as we see today. So that's the hope.
Thank you. Shriram.
It's very tough to follow Anna. It was almost as if, she read my mind.
Could you say, I echo that, and then we move on at the same time?
I echo that.
Excellent.
Yeah. I really am the nerd about data and talk about that all the time, but the most important thing is that we reach the net zero targets we have.
Net zero target, amen to that.
So that's my dream, that we actually have reached the targets we've set by using the data.
Thank you, Anna.
Yeah, and I echo that, because we're getting closer to 2030, and we have a 2030 target for our own operations to be fully decarbonized. And we're tracking well, but there's a lot of work still to be done. We have a lot of factories all over the globe, and actually it's not so easy to get rid of that fossil gas. So that's really the pain point for us at the moment. I mean, we can make sure we reduce our energy use, we can source renewable energy, but the gas part is difficult. So there, I think we also need some good news on biofuels and transition to really a fossil-free future. And we are not there yet, but I think definitely we will reach our target 2030, and then another 5 years. Well, let's see. I think let's focus on the circular solutions. and in thinking about the value of the products you sell to customers, not just selling new, but really thinking about, okay, that product that I sold, can I take it back? Can I refurbish it? Can I bring more solutions to it? Give it back to the customer, as good as new, but it's used already during many years, and you're extending the lifetime. And then you get a very interesting discussion with your customer, because you're reducing their costs, their emissions, and you'll be solving the problem about material, which is very scarce. So we don't want to extract more steel from the earth than necessary, right? So start seeing, the products that we have as an asset to be living for a very, very long time into the future.
Well, thank you very much, Sophie, Anna, and Anna Shiram. You mentioned, I think it was you, Anna, that mentioned leadership previously. I think maybe all of you did, in one sentence or two. And thank you for your leadership, because this is really crucial in this transition and this defining decade. Lovely to have you in the studio. And just keep at it. Keep at it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. For the first time in 30 years, the COP presidency has mandated a planetary science pavilion. And this is truly wonderful. And We Don't Have Time is a proud partner of this initiative. And it really serves as a scientific command center of the COP and connecting negotiators directly to the different scientists and also the policymakers and indigenous peoples that are leaders in the respective fields. And also it really connects the civil society of different aspects at the COP here. So we make sure that the decisions that are made here at the COP are guided by science. So every day on this on our broadcast, we will air the planetary press briefings from the Planetary Science Pavilion. And today we will focus our questions and the press briefings here on limiting the overshoot of 1.5 degrees. And I'm delighted here, of course, to talk about this with our guests here. We have Professor Carlos Nobre. Wonderful to have you here. We're honored to have you here. I saw you yesterday in the presentation at the Science Pavilion, and it was a very busy day indeed. And you're a renowned Brazilian scientist, a pioneer in the Amazon research, which is, of course, we're right here in the Amazon. And also you've been developed strategies for mitigation, adaptation, and international cooperation needed to prevent the inevitable consequences of the threat to the Amazon. And it's also my pleasure here to introduce Ilona M. Otto. You hold the professorship in societal impacts on climate change at the Wegener Center for Climate and Global Change in the University of Graz in Austria. And you lead the research group focusing on social complexity and system transformation. And as global temperatures have really been surpassing 1.5 degrees, and this, of course, affects the chances of crossing critical climate tipping points. And this could be potentially trigger abrupt and irreversible shifts in major ecosystems, like the Amazon rainforest and also coral reefs that we've seen really, really depressing news lately on the coral reefs. And also ocean circulation, the AMOC, for instance, which is really, really worrying many people. So we're going to dig a bit deeper into the overshoot of the 1.5 in this press briefing. So let's start with just a really easy question, but I think it's important to set the stage here because we might have viewers that not really are aware of what the 1.5 degree really means. What is the number here? What is the significant scientific meaning of the 1.5? Carlos, if you would like to start.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, let's say, unfortunately, Paris Agreement, COP26, 2021, the science was already saying there is no way for us to get much lower than 1.5 degrees. So at that time, science was indicating if we were able to rapidly reduce emissions of greenhouse gases, particularly from fossil fuels, and get to net zero emissions by 2050, we would not overshoot 1.5. Unfortunately, thousands of scientists are now explaining why the temperature reached 1.5 degrees, second half 2023, all 2024, many months 2025. 2025 will be the second warmest year for more than 10,000 years. So now, and the Secretary General Antonio Guterres in United Nations said correctly, science saying we are going to exceed 1.5 degrees in 5 to 10 years maximum. This is very serious because we are not reducing emissions. 2024 was the record-breaking year emissions global. So really, there is no way to get before 1.5. We are going to overshoot. Now we have to work very hard not to allow the overshooting to reach 2 degrees. Maximum, let's say 1.7, and then even reaching 1.7 degrees, then removing hundreds of billions of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. And if we do that, we might not let the temperature go to 2 degrees, 2.5 degrees. If here, COP30, all countries decide only to get to net zero emissions by 2050, this is Paris Agreement, COP26, we are going to reach minimum 2 degrees, 2050. Actually, some studies show 2.5 degrees, giving the tipping points. Even when it will be extinction of coral reefs, tremendous reduction of removal from the ocean. Tipping point of here, the Amazon, releasing more than 250 billion tons of carbon dioxide before 2100. So that's why really the overshooting will be, but we cannot really let the overshoot exceed 1.7. And then, yes, carbon dioxide removal has to be a top priority all over the planet.
So thank you very much, Carlos. And people might wonder, why is this happening here? I mean, why haven't we gotten any further since the Paris Agreement? Why are we passing already? It's quite a few years already, the 1.5 degree. Why is it happening?
Well, thousands of scientists are trying to explain. So there are still a lot of science, but 2023, 2024, up to April 2025, the temperature exceeded 1.5. The main driver, not the only one, was the years with the lowest low clouds in the world. Low clouds reflect a lot of solar radiation, 50 to 70%. So all that this year, the record-breaking reduction of low clouds. And still, scientists are trying to explain why. But of course, 2024, 2025, the highest CO2 concentration increase, 3 parts per million ppm. Also, a necessary reduction of aerosols. aerosol reflect solar radiation, but those are the pollutants from fossil fuel combustion that really leads to 7 million deaths a year. So also many countries are reducing the emissions of these pollutants, and so that, and also the fourth aspect is it was a year in what accelerated, because of ocean warming, accelerated the melting of ice sheets, particularly in the Arctic, but also near Antarctica. So those are what science is explaining why we reached for 21 months 1.5, and then still trying to explain, science, that's why science says 1.5, 5 to 10 years, no way out.
Thank you very much. It's hard facts, and we really need to listen to these facts and act accordingly. So, Leona, you wanted to add, please?
Yes, I want to add. We have much more, and there's no time for it, and it's very important to phase out fossil fuels as soon as possible, and this must be a part of this agreement. And maybe what's important is a very narrow group of people benefit from the extraction of fossil fuels, and the majority pays the cost. So I think this is extremely important. And there's no time, as Carlos said, and this must become a part of the global solution. Definitely not enough has been done in the past, and we have missed past opportunities.
Thank you very much. And people might be watching this that are not really understanding the massive impacts of what we're looking at here. They might say, well, it's just a few degrees. What does it really matter to the planet? So yeah, well, how do we really make people understand that this is not just a few degrees, as it really matters?
Yeah, of course the planet suffers, but also people suffer. So I do research on societal impacts of climate change. So climate change impacts on human society, also on the health of people, and people suffer already now. And so for instance, if you talk about the heat, yeah, it's so hot here, and who's suffering hot? So people who work outside, people who work in agriculture, also pregnant women, small children, elderly people. So, and there's like plenty of research that shows that it's about the planet, but it's also about us, about our survival, and also good life and health of people. So this is extremely important.
Thank you very much, Ilona. Carlos, turning back to you, in terms of getting back from this overshoot, what needs to be done, and what hopes do you have for this COP to really be able to get these pieces of the puzzles in?
Absolutely, yes. We have, we call in science, looking for positive tipping points. And very rapidly, we have to reduce emissions. 75% of emissions today, fossil fuels. Very rapidly, not net zero 2050, much earlier, perhaps 2040. And today, science has developed so well the renewable energies, solar, wind.
Cheaper.
Much cheaper. In Brazil, a tropical country, 1/3, 1/4 the cost of renewable energy compared to hydropower based on fossil fuels. 1/3, 1/4. Solar panels create jobs, 4 times more jobs than fossil fuel generators. So I'm just saying it's so much better. And also, not burning fossil fuels, as I mentioned before, clears the urban air, which will save 7 million deaths a year. So this is wonderful, makes all sense, it can be done. And of course, also, at the same time, to avoid the tipping points, we have, for instance, protect all tropical forests. Still, all tropical forests, high deforestation rates. We have to get to 0 deforestation rates immediately, and also all tropical forests to create forest restoration. As you know, Brazil launched, President Lula, the idea of the tropical forest forever, tropical forest forever facility, $125 billion to pay $4 ecosystem service of tropical $4 per hectare per year. So we really have to move in that direction, totally feasible, but we have to convince the economic sectors, the financial sector in the world, to provide the instruments and financing this rapid transition towards fossil fuels, 0 deforestation, so we can do it.
Thank you. you, Carlos. And President Lula has indeed branded this COP as a forest COP. So what would happen to the Amazon? What are really the indications and ramifications of the Amazon not being saved in time in terms of tipping points?
A terrible risk. The Amazon is very close to tipping point. I think, the closest one today is coral reefs. In my opinion, the second closest at the Amazon, very close. All southern Amazon is almost at the edge of the tipping point. So we need, President Lula is supporting the zero deforestation, degradation, wildfires, and also we need to create more than 1 million square kilometers forest restoration. Brazil is trying to do that. And we need to value the indigenous people, local communities, indigenous people in the Amazon. They've been there for 14,000 years. The indigenous scientists, women, they domesticated hundreds of species, fruits, many others, and they developed the so-called agroforest systems. Always they maintain the forest, so we have to learn a lot with them. And of course, bringing modern technologies to add value, but always maintaining the forests. We call a social bioeconomy of standing forests and flowing rivers. So really, Brazil wants to do, many Amazonian countries, they want to do, and a big challenge to combat organized crime. Last year, 2023-2024, record-breaking number of forest fires. More than 95% of the fires, man-made fires, not lightning strikes, ignited fire, all organized crime.
Thank you. Of course, I guess new technology as in AI and surveillance and drones and etc. is really could be helpful in combating these organized crime that's happening to the Amazon.
Absolutely, absolutely. For instance, one thing that artificial intelligence, modern satellite monitoring systems, they have to improve a lot detection of fires. Today, the system of detecting a fire when the area burning is 30 to 40 square meters. That takes about 2 hours, 2.5 hours. So the criminal goes, sets a fire and runs. So we have to get artificial intelligence to improve that fire detection.
Thank you, Carlos. Ilona, you please go ahead.
I just wanted to add, but also important to track who has benefit from those changes and track it down in the supply chain. So which companies contribute or benefit from those changes, and important to track it down and make those companies to pay the costs.
And that is very often the beef producers when it comes to the Amazon, is it not?
That's true. So it has to be broken down to the companies and also to the consumer level. So it's also transparent for the consumers, like which products are good for climate and which are destructive.
Ilona, I'd like to circle back a bit to the social aspects of what we're looking at here, the temperature increases. So how could we communicate the voice of the social impacts of what's happening clearer? How do we make people understand that there's people actually dying from heat, children are getting respiratory diseases, people are getting heart disease from pollution, and people will die, people are dying from famine?
Yes, that's true. But also, for instance, many children are born too early. That's another impact that due to heat, many pregnant women, they deliver babies too early. Yeah? They cannot survive, or they are born with many problems. So this is extremely important to communicate such findings. But I think you don't need to be a scientist to understand what's happening. So I think we sense it, we feel it. And I think everyone can say that the weather is changing and it's getting more humid and more hot. And I think this is what we have to understand, that at the end it's about us, and we all have to contribute to solutions, like also companies and regular people.
Thank you, Ilona. So the COP has just been going on for 2 days. If you would sort of fast forward to the last day of the COP, what would be the biggest achievement at the COP from your perspective, and also from yours, Carlos?
So I think we need an agreement on phasing down fossil fuels, so sector by sectors. And maybe I also want to stress that the majority of population supports climate mitigation and climate solutions. And all surveys, international surveys from various societies, they show that actually 80 to 90% of population support climate mitigation. And I think this needs to get to the heads of decision makers here at the COP.
Indeed.
That most of the people, they support those changes and they want climate solutions. And I think so phasing down fossil fuels is extremely important, then protecting forests, protecting Amazon and other rainforests. Exactly, so I think these are the central, also protecting health of people and good life of people, yeah, because at the end, I think this is like what we all want, yeah, we want to have peaceful life, we want our children to get access to education, we want to live peacefully and do our work. And I think I hope this conference will help to support those goals.
Thank you. Carlos, you get the final word here. What are your hopes?
I just want to say, yesterday President Lula did a very good discourse. He brought many important issues. I wanted to mention two.
Please do.
He said, today, globally, the wars, $2.7 trillion, killing hundreds of thousands of people, all those countries with wars. Please, let's stop all the wars. And this $2.7 trillion, let's use that to a rapid energy transition, protecting the forests, improving the reliability, the adaptive conditions of billions of people in the world. So I think President Lula was very right. The other point he raised is how to make the climate deniers to listen to science. I think this is a tremendous challenge. Why? Because all over the world, democracies, in the last elections, all over the world, the electors in democracy, they are electing a large number of populist politicians, and a lot of these populist politicians are climate deniers. US, Argentina, here in the 750 cities and towns in the Brazilian Amazon, 80% of politicians, populists, a lot are climate deniers. So I'm just saying, President Lula, you're right. I mean, we have to work, and then I say, how to do it? We have to develop educational systems for children, now showing the risks, preparing children to mitigate climate change, to adapt, but also independent, right, center, left wing, do not vote in populist politicians.
Thank you very much. Ilona, you look like you
just
wanted
wanted to add that actually there's evidence that shows that populists are linked to finance from fossil fuels and from Russia, actually.
Indeed. We've seen that over and over again, and this is really something that we constantly have to bring to light. So thank you so much for joining us in the studio and for the work you do. It's crucial, and we are so happy to be partners with you and to be able to facilitate some sort of more that people can see more of your work here via our We Don't Have Time channel. So thank you so much, and we'll be having you back in the studio many times. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
For those of us living outside of the United States of America and staring slightly open-mouthed at the avalanche of sensational events happening there on almost a daily basis, it's easy to come to all sorts of dystopian conclusions about the political and socio-economic trajectory of that country and how it'll likely affect the rest of the world. If, like me, your interests lie predominantly in climate and sustainability challenges, then you could be forgiven for thinking that the systematic demolition of federal protection for the environment and the dismantling of incentives and even the removal of permissions for new and existing projects effectively represents the complete shutdown of renewable energy in the USA and a 180-degree U-turn back to the old days of total fossil fuel dominance.
It's called Drill, Baby, Drill.
But if you can navigate your way past these shouty headlines, a very different story starts to emerge. There are coalitions, court dockets, procurement notices and capital flows that all point towards a major battle happening right now across the entire nation between individual state actors and the federal government. So are there still reasons to be hopeful about America's energy transition? Yes, there are. Hello, and welcome to Just Have a Think. So here we are then, galloping towards the back end of 2025, a year in which the US federal government has been rowing hard in the opposite direction on everything to do with climate mitigation and the energy transition. And you might be thinking, well, that's that then. America is destined to fall behind the rest of the world and become the pariah of the global decarbonisation movement. But dig a bit deeper and it starts to become clear that that's just not the case. 2025 has actually seen a pretty remarkable counter-movement from both Democrat and Republican-run states, as well as city mayors, attorneys general, and even the private sector. So how are states and commercial operators responding then? Well, first of all, many of the new proposals are being challenged in court. The Brookings Institution publishes an updated list of all live actions on its website, and it's a very long list indeed. State attorneys general are front and centre in this fight. In the Northeast, Vermont and New York are arguing in court that their climate superfund laws are legal and necessary to protect residents after multi-billion-dollar flood losses. This one is turning into a monumental battle that could become a major test of state powers versus federal oversight. On vehicle and truck emissions, California and its partner states are preparing to litigate any federal attempt to revoke waivers or preempt state rules, arguing that Congress has already legislated for Californian leadership in this area under the Clean Air Act. Campaigners have pointed out that federal preemption only applies to vehicle emissions and not to financial incentives, which they say means California's existing Advanced Clean Truck or ACT program, which effectively acts more like an incentive scheme, even though it is based on regulation, should be entirely exempt from federal intervention. Then there's the recent report compiled by the Department of Energy in an attempt to rescind the so-called endangerment finding published by the EPA in 2009 to underpin greenhouse regulations. According to analysis by the folks at Carbon Brief, the DOE document, which was compiled in just 2 months by 5 allegedly independent researchers hand-selected by the climate skeptic US Secretary of Energy Chris Wright, contains more than 100 false or misleading claims. That information has not escaped the attention of state officials who are already signalling aggressive resistance. So if the administration really does try to revoke the endangerment finding, that's an immediate Supreme Court battle. That 2009 work was based on a mountain of peer-reviewed science. Anything replacing it would have to pass what are known in US law as arbitrary and capricious tests, which are there precisely to prevent a government agency making up a new rule or scrapping an existing one just on a whim. States will no doubt join national NGOs to argue that this latest attempt by the DOE simply doesn't pass those tests. But away from the relentless negativity of litigation, there are more positive signs of progress and coordination between 14 states. The US Climate Alliance is an organisation that was formed in 2017 in response to the original Orange Executive Order removing the USA from the Paris Climate Agreement. It's led by a group of governors from blue and red states, representing more than half the US economy and population. The alliance has reaffirmed targets of 50 to 52% cuts in emissions by 2030 and net zero emissions by 2050, with a new waypoint of a 61 to 60% reduction by 2035 compared to 2005 levels. States are also updating and tightening their own rules, just as Washington tries to loosen them at the federal level. Legislatures and regulators in alliance states are moving ahead on building performance standards, clean power procurements, grid storage mandates, and methane rules, all of which sit squarely within state authority. Even if federal agencies weaken national baselines, state baselines can still stay high, forcing cleaner outcomes within their borders and, crucially, keeping supply chains moving. And in the heart of capitalism and still the largest economy in the world, the market is voting with its wallet. One of the most powerful levers that individual states have got at their disposal is something called demand aggregation. Big public power utilities and state procurement rules can create enormous markets for electric vehicles, heat pumps, and clean power, all of which is eagerly exploited by manufacturers in those sectors. As this Reuters article points out, clean tech isn't boutique anymore. It's often the cheapest option over a project's life. So even if federal guidance leans fossil, states plus markets still create bankable demand for clean energy. Despite all the headlines to the contrary, long-term deals by major corporate entities like Amazon, Microsoft, Google and Walmart and others to buy renewable energy via 10 to 20-year power purchase agreements are providing certainty and security to developers and attracting investment capital into the sector. And when it comes to multi-state grid planning and regional transmission organisations, state public utility commissions have real authority. As more and more utility companies send out so-called requests for proposals or RFPs for contractors to build out new infrastructure, they're increasingly finding the economics of renewables plus battery energy storage make them the only logical choice for rapid, reliable and affordable grid expansion. As long as those states keep ordering those clean energy systems to meet their own targets, developers will keep building them. That's straight out of High School Economics 101, the law of supply and demand. The point is, the US federal government simply does not have the power to wave a magic wand in the form of an oversized Sharpie pen to erase all state climate policy. Constitutional structure and statutes matter. States control electric utility regulation, building codes, land use, and a lot of transportation planning. Washington can slow climate policy, but it can't stop states from decarbonising their own economies, especially when multiple states collaborate in a show of united coordination. And all of this doesn't just matter to America and American citizens either. It has implications far beyond US borders. When over half of United States GDP is generated in states that are still targeting rapid emissions cuts, global suppliers are going to continue building factories for clean tech in the United States, and that benefits everyone, doesn't it? Prices fall, learning curves steepen, and adoption spreads, even into states that aren't on board at the moment, because market forces are extremely powerful, especially in an economy like America's. Ultimately, the recent federal rollbacks can't be discounted completely, of course. They could potentially raise emissions, delay benefits, and create uncertainty. But America is not a single unitary state like many authoritarian regimes that we see in other parts of the world. State governors, attorneys general, city mayors, utility commissions, procurement officers and behemoth corporations all still have significant agency in the US even now. And they appear to have absolutely no intention of shying away from the fight.
Europe has in many ways been a pioneer of saving energy. Indeed, over the last 20 years, the European Union has saved energy equal to the consumption of France, the Netherlands, Austria and Finland combined. And that's great. But now the European Union, along with countries across the world, have a new ambition. And that's aimed in part at helping humanity meet the safety goals of the Paris Climate Agreement, whose anniversary we acknowledge this year. And this new goal is the doubling of energy efficiency improvements by 2030. And this is going to require stepped up policies, new kinds of financial flows, also new technologies, collaborations, pathways to ensure energy savings touch everyone's lives, from the CEOs of large companies or medium and small companies to mayors, cities and households. It's a big task, but it's already underway. Here in Belém, via a 6-part series, we at We Don't Have Time are going to meet the people from the corridors of power to those working at the community level. We'll also be hearing about amazing new ideas born from the European Union's funding of innovation and environmental projects under the programs Horizon and Life. The series is called Energy Efficiency First. It's a collaboration between We Don't Have Time, the European Commission, including its Energy Directorate, and the City Network, the Global Covenant of Mayors. So we've got 4 wonderful guests coming. 2 of them are slightly late. That's the Director General of Energy for the European Commission, and also Ambroise Fayol, who is the Vice President of the European Investment Bank. They'll be coming soon, but we're very lucky to have 2 fantastic guests with us. We have Christine Just, yeah, and she's Deputy Mayor in charge of the environment at the city of Marseille in France. And we have Bertrand Piccard, the chairman and founder of the Solar Impulse Foundation. Bertrand, I'm going to go to Christine first, because she is an example of a city doing amazing things, and then we're going to come to this new work that you are bringing to this COP in Belém. So, Christine, let me ask you a little bit about Marseille. I have to scroll down, and here we are. It's a big city. You've got a big task job on your hands. You have big goals for renewable energy and for energy efficiency. Can you tell us a little bit about these?
Yes. So Marseille is the second largest city in France, as you know, and the largest metropolitan area in the Mediterranean area. So we start from blank, because when we arrived in charge in 2020, there was nothing going concerning energy and net zero objective.
Okay.
So we decided that we were going to apply to the European Commission label called, Climate Neutral and Smart City, and we got the label in 2024. So there was one big ambition. We don't do it alone. We do it with a private sector, with NGO, with citizens, and it's going underway. We are hoping to reach this goal by 2030.
Yeah.
Maybe half of it, because the first half of this ambition is quite easy. The second part is really the hard task for everyone, for the world. Cutting by 2 your emission. It could be
very hard.
No, it's not so hard. It's a second half that is really no more plane, no more oil, then no more fossil energy. Then this is going to be the hard part. But for the first part, cutting down the half of our emission, we are on the good track for 2030.
Okay. And when it comes to energy efficiency, where do you see the opportunities to actually decarbonize Marseille? Is it in the houses, in the small businesses?
Well, it's mainly housing. Transportation, and we are a big harbor, and we have a question on maritime transportation, which is a more difficult question, because the sea transportation is not only a question of the city; it's an international question. We don't. Can't oblige the boat to use, the right fuel and so on. So we have to electrify the harbor, and we have to electrify vehicles, bicycling, and also reduce our energy consumption. Because in the winter we have, like any other city, cold winter, but maybe in the future our consumption will be, the most part will be during the summer, because we are going to have a hot heat wave, so important. We had this summer 42 degrees for more than a week.
Right. So this is cooling, yeah?
The cooling might be the main post energy consumption.
Yeah. Okay, we recognise another guest that's joined us from the European Investment Bank, and I'm having to scroll up and down now with my well-structured script to welcome everybody. Ambroise Fayol. Almost there. Give it to me from a French angle.
Ambroise Fayol.
Okay. Lovely to see you, Vice President of the European Investment Bank. That's cool. So, you two have a relationship, Bertrand?
We three have a relationship.
We three have a relationship in Marseille as well.
In Marseille, we have signed a 150 million euro loan.
Wow.
To the city of Marseille. I was there end of August to actually for energy efficiency in the primary school system. So I did signature in a primary school in the northern part of Marseille.
Okay.
And we are very pleased I mean, there is a big need in terms of energy efficiency and, refurbishing and also making new schools in Marseille. And
yes.
We see our role as the Bank of the European Union to support this very big initiative of the city of Marseille.
Right. That's very interesting. I didn't know that before I came on the show, so that's really good news. We have an announcement. I mean, that's always good news. Let me ask one last question to the Deputy Mayor here. You have a lot of inspiring European Union life projects, and I saw there's one called Finistia. They all have weird and wonderful names, right? Finistia, some of these are helping to answer old questions or catalyze new answers to how you deal with energy efficiency. Do these EU projects matter to a city like Marseille? Is it a good thing that the European Union has these projects?
I mean, there are so many things we could not be doing without the European Commission and the funds. First, the label I was mentioning, and plus we could hire, people because there was a lack of money first, but also a lack of people competent, with knowledge about renovation, circular economy, because of course you don't create people like that. It's okay to have the euros, but we need to have people to use these millions and billions, because for the label we need 15 billions and up to 2030. Right now we are missing 6 billions to
so
obtain.
You need a bit more than double now.
I know we need 15 billions to achieve our program. Right now we miss 6 billions, but we are still confident the European Commission maybe will do this. And of course we continue to apply to other funds. One, I don't forget the name because it's always a strange name, was we were able to hire 10%, 10 people, new people in the city to be on this subject, on this new project in the city. So it's also important, not only mono, but also to be able to have people on this subject. So the Finestia project, the main objective is to remove financial barrier to energy renovation, because you were mentioning housing. We have the poorest neighborhood in Europe, in Marseille, the third arrondissement, the poorest neighborhood in Europe. This is really a big task,
challenge to change.
Challenge. So we have first we need to make a focus on those very poor population, very vulnerable household, to mobilize private funding for this territory.
Right, and things like heat pumps, for example.
Yes. And we have, I think, an experimental project. It's called Zero Exclusion Energy Territory. It's an experimental project in the north of Marseille, in a very, very poor and vulnerable neighborhood, to help people to renovate, insulate their housing, so they could be totally isolated by 2030.
Okay, very interesting. All right, stay with us, Mayor. Let me go to our friend here from the European Investment Bank. So, I think it's true to say that probably energy efficiency has become, over recent years, a bigger and bigger focal point for the bank, the European Investment Bank. And I see just a few weeks ago, the bank pledged 17.5 billion to support energy efficiency improvements for 350,000 or up to 350,000 small and medium-sized enterprises in the EU. What's the strategy here?
Okay, as you said, energy efficiency is not new to us. In 2024, last year, we have done more than 7 billion euros of lending to support energy efficiency in SMEs.
Right.
So this is not new, but we think we are late. And we need to scale up and speed up. And for that, we have made an initiative that is also consistent with the objective that has been decided at COP28, which is, you know, the
doubling of
times 3, times 2, and the time 2 is energy efficiency. So we need to do more. And how to do more? Well, we have decided indeed in a big event that took place in Brussels with Commissioner Jorgensen of Energy, with the President of EIB, Nadia Calvino. Bertrand was there too, to decide to speed up what we are doing. Why are we doing that? Because we face what we call the energy trilemma, which is the difficulty of having at the same time energy security, competitiveness, and sustainability. But with energy efficiency, you have that. You have the three of them. You reduce emissions, you reduce the costs, and you increase resilience. And that's why we want to do more on energy efficiency. Doing more on energy efficiency in SMEs means more allocation of capital. And that's what we can do as a public bank. Allocate capital, patient capital, so that we can support these projects. We hope to do, as you said, up to 350,000 SMEs for a bit more than 17 billion euros. That means more of what we already do. And often, you know, we don't have we are a big bank, but we are based in Luxembourg, and we don't have networks in the countries. So what we do is we lend to banks, for banks to lend to SMEs that they know much better than we do. So we are going to do targeted lending to banks, for banks to lend for securing energy efficiency in SMEs. And we are also going to do something else with the support of Bertrand and the Solar Impulse Foundation, which is 2 pilot projects that take a different approach, which is the approach of servitization. So you are not going to use the money for example, for buying an equipment, if you're an SME, but the equipment will be brought to you, and you will pay
energy efficiency as a
using
service.
Exactly. You will pay as the reduction of the energy bill, for example, will allow you to pay back.
Okay, this is very interesting. Let's we've got a bit of time, so let's come to Bertrand. So why did you start the relationship with the bank on this? And also, you have I know you have 2 fantastic reports, but you have this amazing report here. Why is this special, Bertrand?
It's special because it's completely new. And just to explain you how I came to this initiative. After flying around the world with a solar-powered airplane, I put my foundation, the Solar Impulse Foundation, on the target of selecting more than 1,000 technical solutions that would be economically profitable to protect the environment. And what noticed is that we have all these solutions. Now we have 1,650 of them. Systems, processes, devices, material, product, and so on. They can be used in everything because energy efficiency is not an efficiency. You need to be efficient in transport, in water management, in agriculture, in industry, in resource management, in circular economy, in waste management. You need to be efficient everywhere. But efficiency by definition is something profitable. If you waste less, you gain more. And you know that about 2/3 of the energy produced in the world is wasted, which costs $4.6 trillion per year. So a lot of money is wasted.
$4.6 trillion
per year are wasted just because of energy.
And we need $1.3 trillion for the vulnerable countries to help them take part in climate change. There's the money already.
But if you save this money,
yeah,
of course you have money available for everything good you can do and also to run the companies much better. But there is a but. The operations are much cheaper when you are efficient, but you need a forward investment, a capex in the beginning. So if you have the money, you can borrow money to the bank. Ambroise was saying he's lending money. Okay, you need to be credible for that. You need to have money to be borrowing money. If you are not credible and you are poor, that's when you can the most benefit from the efficiency but cannot buy it.
Yeah.
So this is where we decided to fulfill a dream.
Yeah.
Imagine a provider of solution arrives to the customer and says, I install my solution for free in your SME, in your house, in your city, for free. You don't pay anything. Once it's installed, you will save so much energy and so much money that you can share a part of the savings with a fund that has forwarded the investment.
Yeah.
And this is when I came to Ambroise and I say, Ambroise, help me to fulfill this dream. We can unlock the potential of efficient solutions.
Yeah.
Unlock efficient solutions. And Ambroise said, okay, let's try to do it. And we have 2 lighthouse projects, but we need to prove that it works.
Yeah.
And this is the report. That's where we
I hold it up
did
for the viewers,
energy efficiency and efficiency written with a euro sign.
That's very clever, yeah. If we put the money
to show
in there,
that it is
we got it. We get it,
profitable.
Bertram, yeah.
It's profitable. And here you have 46 business cases of energy efficient solutions that bring money and that can reimburse the investment thanks to the savings that you do.
Right.
So this is what needs to be brought at the COP everywhere, because the COP is speaking of decarbonizing the world, which is a big fear for a lot of people because they think it's expensive, it's sacrificial, it degrows the economy. We say, no, it's the opposite. It's not decarbonization, it's modernization.
Yeah.
And when you modernize, you become efficient. Decarbonization becomes the logical consequence of modernization, and you make money, and you offer a new investment tool to the world for all the financiers who would like to invest somewhere.
So, I don't have a car, I live in Berlin. I don't have a car, but I can get one with my app. You know, my app, I get the car, then I take it where I want, and then I just leave it on the roadside and somebody else gets it. So it's kind of dematerialization as well, a little bit of the economy, because you don't
what you do basically is that you sell kilowatt hours instead of a heat pump.
Yeah.
You sell kilometers of a bus, of an electric bus, instead of selling an electric bus.
Yeah.
So everybody can afford it. And that's important because when you are speaking about the 3rd arrondissement of Marseille, where people are so poor, they deserve to have efficiency. They deserve to have the benefit of this energy transition, but they cannot afford it. This way, they can afford it.
Tell me something. I mean, and let's all three of us just talk a little bit about this. I mean, I understand that, as you say, the upfront costs of energy efficient devices
upfront investment. I'm sorry
for investment. Yes,
the cost is money you lose.
You're
absolutely
right, Bertram. You're absolutely right. You have to pick me up there. But the upfront money involved is much higher than, for example, just carrying on with a energy inefficient system, but that's not what we want. We want to move to the energy efficiency future, yeah? So is this the model? Is energy as a service the model, or can other models exist within the same ecosystem?
You need to say short, with inefficiency, you lose money every day.
Yeah.
With efficiency, you invest once, or you borrow money, or you are invested by the fund that we are doing, and you gain money every day. That's the choice to make.
I suppose when I get nervous, Bertrand, you and I, everybody here, we've been long enough in this story because I get excited about what you're saying and I think, okay, now it's all solved. You know, the problem's over, right? I'm sure it's going to make an influence, but there must be some challenge here. What is the challenge of going from buying the energy efficiency heat pump to actually it being provided for you at a cost that you don't pay the cost, you pay back some money over time, yeah? You rent it maybe, or you lease it, or you know. Is this the full answer as far as the bank is concerned? What about the city of Marseille? Does it sound too good to be true or not?
Well, it's too new. It's too new to realize. So far, we are just working because we need money to invest. Because we have so much job to do, you know. You were talking about our school. We were the shame of the France because our school were such in a pity state that we had to rebuild a new school. So far, I'm trying to think when I'm speaking what we can do with you, but it's interesting because your book was in our Arbor, I guess, about a year ago, something like that. But you know, I don't know. So it's too early to speak, but maybe it will be interesting not only for a huge city or big company, maybe more interesting with a small scale enterprise or community or NGO to test this, because we are now, you know, in a model. You have to ask for money to build. So maybe it's a new.
Give you an example.
Maybe we have to think different. You know, I'm a green activist, so I'm ready to think new every day. So
maybe we could
I'll give you an example.
Pilot the idea first in Marseille.
Yeah, you know, 27% of your electricity is probably used for public lighting. If you replace your normal incandescent light bulbs,
that's what we are
by
doing.
LED lamps with a solar panel on top of them, so you don't need a trench to bring the electricity, you can be completely energy neutral. You save 27% of your cost. And who's paying for it? It's an investment fund, and then you reimburse only on your savings, so you don't need to invest. And this is what is so important, because you allow everybody to have access. And when we speak of the just transition, I think with Ambroise and the EIB, we are offering something that goes in the direction of the just transition.
Yes.
You're right,
Energy for all.
because public lighting is not a small subject, but it's really a huge amount of money. And one of our friends, Green Mayor in the north of France, changed all the lamp without saying to the resident, and he was diminishing the light, you know, 10% every hour after, let's say, 9 p.m. And he saved so much money that he changed school restaurants. He put solar system everywhere, and the people didn't even realize that, you know, the light was going down, because at 4 in the morning you don't need to be at full energy. So maybe it's a good idea with
it's a good idea.
Public solar, you know.
Now we have to move on, because we have a couple of other guests we need to bring on the show, but I want the European Investment Bank to stay with us, if that's possible. Bertrand, we say au revoir to you now. Thank you. This is really good. We've given this a big show on We Don't Have Time. There are 2.5 million people watching this show right now in 150 countries, so they've now seen it.
And they can download it on the website of the Solar Impulse Foundation, get all the business cases, and then contact us, because we are making this Lighthouse program fund with Ambroise and the EIB, and people can submit already now.
Excellent. So we'll be right back with some more guests in a second. So we've said goodbye, we've said au revoir to the Deputy Mayor of Marseille, responsible for the environment, and the great explorer and energy innovator Bertrand Piccard. And we're joined, I say we, because the we now is my wonderful friend here from the European Investment Bank. We are joined by two new faces and two new experts for the next 15 minutes or so. And let's say hello to Mike Omika, yeah, who is the Managing Director of the Energy Efficiency Movement. Thank you. Hello. And also to Thomas Broza, correct? Director of the Climate Alliance, which is a network of European cities, including nicely rural ones as well. Because we sometimes have the big ones on, like C40, but we never get the ones where we've got a good mix like you, Thomas. And there's another story you have, which we'll just catch at the end. But Mike, I'll come to you first. What is the energy efficiency movement, and how can it help cities, but also the European Union, meet its doubling of energy efficiency goal? And the second question will be, what is the role of patient finance in this story?
Yes, so thank you very much, Nick.
Right up.
Right up, yes. So thank you very much, Nick, for having me here.
Yeah.
So the energy efficiency movement is a network, is a platform where organizations, private sector, come together and meet. So today we're around 600 plus companies that joined the movement across the globe, covering 30 industries and 50 plus countries. And it's really kind of to showcase the examples that are today. An example that is, for example, that is always worth to mention is nowadays is also obviously on the topic on heat and with the cities is in Denmark the case of Odense, where excess heat can also generate energy for 7,000 households, and that's kind of the practical examples that we want to showcase, and the platform providing to lift this up and bring it to other areas of the world as well.
Okay.
So when it comes then to finance and obviously the role of finance, we have just released ahead of the IEA conference earlier this year, where we have been a partner to the Efficiency Now report. And the first barrier is obviously finance. Even though we see that 70% of companies have increased their finance budget, but it is still more than 80% don't know really how to move. And I think this is then where also the financial sector comes in. How can we work together for either blended finance or public-private or whatever innovation, energy as a service and so on, and also showcasing this. So maybe to add there another example where we have worked together with the CERN, where 800 motors have been identified for energy saving, and the result was almost 18% of energy can be saved with higher efficient motor. And that's obviously where you have then also this public-private collaboration to explore then how can you move the needle by financing it.
So Ambrose, I mean, when you where's my microphone gone? There we go. Ambrose, when we talk about this with you, and I mean, this is the private sector in a sense, clearly on board with this as an idea. You're funding the SMEs, you're also funding cities. What about the larger companies? Should they do it on their own, or do they need support too from the EIB?
Well, actually, they should, and they are. And they are doing it because it is also a great source of savings. Mm-hmm. So when we finance a project for, let's say, as a bank interested in contributing as much as possible to emission reduction in Europe, of course, what is especially interesting is when we finance the hard-to-abate sectors. Because these are the ones that have the most impact on emissions. When you do that, of course, when you do a big loan to steel, to cement, to a fertilizer company, to a chemical company, and we do that every year, it includes one part, at least one part, which is energy efficiency. And the same way that you are doing doing projects, actually, yeah, it's exactly the same thing. Now, what I would say is everything counts. What we do for big corporates, what we do for small companies, what we do for public sector, what we do outside Europe is also extremely important. You said about cities. I mean, cities are absolutely essential if you want to increase energy efficiency. And what we have is a program that is called the City Climate Gap Fund, that is done with the World Bank, with the support of Germany and Luxembourg, where, you know, when you are in a city, and it's not only energy efficiency, but it's rarely only energy efficiency, it's always a combination. You have a project that is, if you're a mayor, like we had the mayor of Marseille, you have transport, water, wastewater, energy. I mean, this is a really complex situation where you need to do many things at the same time. We have instruments to help them, especially with early stage preparation, so that they can put in place a policy that works. That is accompanied in Europe in a program that is called Elena, that is only targeting energy efficiency for cities. And I was in the Basque country, for example, and they told me, well, this is extremely interesting because we know that we cannot afford to do many investments. We don't have the resources for that. So we need to choose the big ones, the right ones. And what technical assistance can help us with is make sure that the investment we choose is one that is going to have an impact on energy efficiency and on the quality of life of our citizens.
Right. And if you can get these kinds of projects right, then hopefully they can be replicated elsewhere and they gain their own, as it were, traction, speed and influence. Thomas, let's come to you a bit. The Climate Alliance, I don't know if you've had any money from the European Investment Bank, but you have got 2,000 local authorities in Europe. And do you see the smaller cities getting assistance to decarbonize their communities? Or is it still going to the big ones like Berlin and Stockholm and London and, well, London's not new, so we'll forget that now. But yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much, first of all, for the invitation. I wouldn't say that they don't get anything, but indeed the investment is made more in the bigger cities because, of course, there is a big impact. But I think it's very important from our experience. As you said, we have more than 2,000 cities, regions, and very small communities. We have already a lot of communities who are 100% fossil free.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
They have good conditions, like in Austria. They use the water. They can use the biomass and solar, and the decision is easier because the mayor says yes or no, and if he says yes, then things are being done.
Right.
In the bigger cities.
Sounds perfect, doesn't it? You just say yes or no, and it happens or it doesn't. Yeah.
More or less, yeah. But in the big cities, you have a whole structures with different secretariats, which the smaller cities they don't have.
Right.
So their advantage and disadvantage. I think, the rain is coming.
Let me tell you one thing, gentlemen. Even though we're having, I mean, they don't know there are 2 million watching this that don't know what's going on here. But they can hear you perfectly well.
Yeah, okay.
Even if we can't hear you so clearly.
I think it's very important to consider the urban area and the rural area as complementary.
Yeah.
Because we need for the transition, the energy transition, we'll need space, we'll need area, which we have in the rural area. In the cities, it's less space. You can use the roofs and so on. So the energy production will come mostly from the rural area.
Right, so you're talking about using renewable energy.
Renewable.
That's not energy efficiency, but that's the other side of the story, yeah.
Both, yeah. And also mobility. Yeah? So the people are going from the rural area to work in the urban areas and so on. So we have several countries where we talk, for example, in France, where we have metropole regions, which includes a bigger city, but also the surrounding, the rural surroundings that you have to consider in your plannings, in your strategies. I think this is very important.
Okay, interesting. So, what's our collective opinion? Do we think that the European Union can double the improvements in energy efficiency in 5 years? Is this really possible? I mean, it would be fantastic, of course, to all agree that that's going to happen in this anniversary year of the Paris Agreement. If it can't do it right now, what could the European Union, the collective parts of the system do to make it go faster? Right.
So the short answer is yes, I believe. However, it needs speed. As we know, technology is there. We need to have this cross-sectoral collaboration, cities, industries, but also within the industry sector. So that's very important. It has an advantage for Europe, so it can bring Europe to the competitive edge they want to be, and so therefore I'm positive, and we will make our work on our end through the energy efficiency movement to exactly showcase what is already working where, how can we scale this in other places, and use the network that we have, and that's also obviously, you know, when you talk about elements like Rise and Life and so on, that's our role as well to amplify this message, because it is known, but it is not known to everyone. But I still stay very hopeful.
Yes, Thomas?
Yes, I also think so, and we are already running a lot of projects financed by the EU Commission, like as mentioned, Life and Horizon project. We have our own energy caravan campaign, which is going directly to the house owners and working with them directly. So I think we have the instruments, we have some financial support, but as it was said, we have to speed up.
The message of the European Union at this COP is we stay the course. And this is a very important message given the geopolitical context. Means the decisions that have been taken by COP28 2 years ago, we believe them. And we believe we are going to double energy efficiency. We at EIB, our plan is to double the investments in energy efficiency. We have also, because it is important for reducing our, increasing our energy security, we have increased significantly our investments in renewable energy, in clean energy. We have done last year 31 billion euros of projects. And that is also a way to make sure that we are more independent from fossil fuel, and in particular from fossil fuel of Russia, but also that we are contributing to lowering the cost and increasing competitiveness of our economy. So all this goes together.
So I think we need to start wrapping up here. We need to start coming to the end of the show. Amazing conditions here. Everyone told me that round about 4 o'clock in Belém, watch out for the big storm. And we just had one right now, yeah? If only we could harness the lightning coming down, I think we could have electrified this entire COP, yeah? Let's just one quite quick last thing, Thomas. The Climate Alliance is European, but some years ago you forged relationships with Amazon communities here. How the devil does that work? Just very briefly for the viewers.
So the indigenous partners are part of this alliance since the beginning and the founding of Climate Alliance 30 years ago.
Okay.
The idea is we have to do our work in Europe. We have to reduce our emissions. But indigenous communities are contributing to avoid additional emissions. Their territories, only in Brazil, they make around 13% of the national territory.
Yeah.
And indigenous territories means less destruction, less deforestation than outside of the territories. So we consider territory something similar as a city or a region, because these are geographic areas where people are living in a different way, not overconsumption, without overconsumption. So indigenous territories are important allies of what we are doing, because if they are not successful here, we will have to reduce also these emissions.
We're in this together, aren't
we?
We're in this together wherever we are in the world.
Yeah, exactly. So at the first view, it looks very exotic.
Yeah.
But if you look into the details, you see that it makes a lot of sense to work together. We have to do our work here. They are doing their work here, and we have not to offset the things, but do the things in parallel. And that's the basic idea of this alliance.
I needed to ask you that. We're in the Amazon, and it's perfectly relevant. Okay, so I'm now saying to my dear colleagues, the tech team here, that today's broadcast is coming to an end. We're going to close with an interview that was recorded in Rio a few days ago when the Brazilian presidency brought mayors together from around the world prior to COP30. It was with Teresa Ribeira, the Executive Vice President for a clean, just and competitive transition at the European Commission. She was the former Spain's Deputy Prime Minister. Minister for the Ecological Transition, I think, along with her amazing assistant, Yolanda. Well, Teresa is a bit of a We Don't Have Time TV fan. So let's watch Teresa Ribeira. Thank you very much indeed to our wonderful guests here.
Urban action is key. Mayors are the great committed diplomats on climate action. They are the first institutional phase where citizens realize whether we are successful or not. And we need to use this very powerful energy to develop, to boost, to improve climate action all over the world. The Global Covenant of Mayors is making this big appeal. And it is so important at a moment where there may be challenging aspects of the multilateral agenda to count on mayors to keep on doing, to keep on working. We at the European level count on different avenues of funding to promote climate action at the local level, to invest in innovation at the local level. We know that it is only part of what we need in order to keep on doing and improving. But at the very same time, we know that this can be a good way to de-risk the most innovative approaches to keep on building green agendas and green spaces in the local space, to find ways to mobilize the different solutions for energy, for sanitation, for mass transport, taking into consideration the local circumstances of the different cities. That's part of the domestic European agenda. And at the very same time, we also try to work internationally with other associations of mayors, associations of local authorities, regions that know that they can count on Europe, that can partner with their counterparts in Europe. I want to count on mayors, and I commit to work with mayors. I have been member of my parliament, member of my government. I'm part of the Commission of the European Union right now, but I know that the mayor is standing behind their citizens 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We count on you, and at the very same time, we need you in the COP. We need you standing up, saying that you are not going to compromise the prosperity and the human rights of your people, because that is a very strong message that will help in difficult moments. We do not count with the local authorities that provide the services that improve the quality of life of citizens in the world. It would be very difficult to succeed. We need to build in adaptation, in resilience, to reduce the vulnerability of the citizens and the neighborhoods. We need to improve the services while taking into consideration the limits of the CO2 emissions, the clean energy, and so on, to ensure clean inclusiveness and jobs. So, align our efforts with those being put in place by the mayors is absolutely fundamental. Is a must.
To Teresa Ribeira there, and to her assistant Yolanda. for helping to make that all happen, and the Global Covenant of Mayors, who are also assisting us there in Rio just before the COP. So that's the end of the day here on our first day at COP30 in Belém. If you missed any of our sessions, of course, you can watch them with friends and colleagues and others by going to wedon'thavetime.org and check out all this on our website. You'll find a full program there about what we're doing tomorrow and the days to come. And yeah, tomorrow we'll be back with another action-packed day of live broadcasting starting at 11:30 local time. I just want to also thank our tech team and all the other people working for We Don't Have Time to make sure this happened. These are the most unbelievable conditions. There are lamps floating around in front of me right now. We just had a major thunderstorm, and the air conditioning sounds like two major cargo planes taking off every time they crank up. So it's quite something here in Belém. But until tomorrow, goodbye and enjoy yourselves. Cheers.